fired Israel from being a apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. Better give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
allow
see happen, Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is also our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It is 73 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, on stolen land, Tongva Nation. We're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It is Newsday Tuesday, folks. That's right. It's Newsday Tuesday, 2/24/2026. And we got a lot of news to cover today. And I'm going to get right into it. But before I do that, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm going to do for all the parasocialists out there. It's Tuesday, lads. It's Tuesday. It's Newsday fucking Tuesday, yeah. You already know it's Tuesday, innit? We got tenured professor on sabbatical outfit on Hassan today. Yes. Yes. Very nice. Yes. It's Newsday fucking Tuesday. And I'm a professor on sabbatical. Currently in the hospital with my wife, delivering our first baby many hours from now. Thanks for being in my ear while we wait. Yeah, you got it. Is that a cutout of your dog? Yeah. No, it's just a rotisserie chicken. Anyway, folks. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Okay, stream has been goated for the past couple of months, bro. You've introduced me to so many candidates and content creators and glimpses into life in other countries. Stream is usually goated, but we've been in good lately. Thank you for all you do, King. You're welcome. I'm trying my best. Thank you for watching. She do look like she had the heat lamp on her. She does. Yeah. So, folks, personal news-wise, I finished Game of Thrones last night. It was fucking incredible. Finished Game of Thrones last night. A night of the Seven Kingdoms. Is that what it's called? I don't know. Sir Duncan the Tall's saga ended, unfortunately. It was a great, it wasn't the best season finale, but it was a great show regardless. And I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. I certainly did. I'm a big old fan. And now it's a night of the Nine Kingdoms, yeah. 6 episodes, 30 minutes, though. Criminal, I think. I think it should be illegal. I'm also watching. Are you watching Jujutsu Kaisen? I'm watching Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm up to date with Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm up to date with Frieren, and I'm about to be up to date with what's the one with the white-haired ninja on the island with all the devils? I'm forgetting the name of it, but Frieren is so interesting because it's like not. It's just I don't know. Jigo Kuraku? No, Hell's Paradise. Hell's Paradise. I've been watching Hell's Paradise. Also. Fucking dweebs calling it Hell's Paradise is Jigo Kuraku. Okay, dude, shut up. You're not Japanese. You will never be Japanese, and you will never even be Chinese. Okay, so, Jigo Kuraku. Oh, freaking, you're not a real weeb, sir. You're calling it Hell's Paradise. It's actually called Jigo Kuraku. Yeah, okay. I'm both Chinese and Japanese. I'm half Chinese, half Japanese, bro. Chill. Don't come at me because I'm Turk, and Turks are everything. We are chameleons as far as like we got all the racial passives. Okay. In any case, what was I saying? Yeah, I was watching a little bit of Frieren. I kind of gave up on finishing the Mao book because it got a little heavy and a little boring. I've been reading a book on Cuba ahead of the Cuba thing, ahead of the Cuba trip. It's just called Cuba. Shonen only enjoyer where there isn't a fight scene every 30 seconds. I hate Frieren. Hate on Frieren. Okay, little bro, sit this one out. Leave it to the real otakus des. Yeah, oh my god, I love seeing a 700-year-old elf that looks like a 18-year-old run around, roam and just like walk for 95% of the episode. I know. I got it. You got it. It's just called Cuba Holy Gatekeep. W Cuba. I recommend Ada Ferrer, Cuba, An American History. What is, oh, this is fire.
Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, government euthanasia. Happy fun, la la la. Or smuggling fentanyl gas. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, government euthanasia. Happy fun, la la la. Or smuggling fentanyl gas. Chopping up children's genitals. Liberal.
I love it.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, government euthanasia. Happy fun, la la la. Or smuggling fentanyl gas. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, government euthanasia. Happy fun, la la la. Or smuggling fentanyl gas.
It just it's like, it's so beautiful. It's so wonderful. This is how you know Hasan is in a reader shaking my head. You got to finish the book anyway if it's pure suffering, so you can put it on Goodreads, etc. No, I'm going to get back to it. I'm going to finish it. The problem is my lead stopped glazing Claudia. She doesn't deserve it. Shh.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl gas.
That's all I got for you. You want to bring all the Y moms to the yard later? You got to take the jacket off and roll the sleeves up. They clip the shit out of that. I know. Anyway, State of the Unions tonight. I've been reading the Cuba book. I have been watching Fearin. I woke up early in the morning. I also I lifted this morning. Kaya got a long morning with her boyfriend and girlfriend. She ran around. She pooped. There's another smoke alarm that is also the battery's off on it. So, you know, you're going to be hearing beeping periodically in the background. Just letting y'all know. And what? There's no way that is actually... There is no way that is actually real. There's no shot. It's real. Are you view botting? What do you think, man? I got 13,000 people in here. You think I'm like a 1K Andy normally? Is that what it is? 1K Andy view botting the 15K people 16 minutes in. Everyone that comes up to me in public and that's like, "Oh my God, you're Hasan. I love you. I love your work. I love your videos. You've changed my life," or whatever. They're all paid for it. They're paid actors. Keg W, lazy as bait. I mean, yeah, it is lazy. Get better bait. Get better bait. Can you confirm this? What is this? Why would I be able to confirm that, man? Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah. During Ramadan, bro. Really, bro? Really? Tawbah. Astaghfirullah, brother. I cannot confirm nor deny. That's crazy. Kegseth Platgate update. The other chatter apologized. He said, Keg W, lazy as bait, and then said, "I apologize. Sorry." I think Claudia and Morena are very leftist to American standards, but for us in Mexico, she's kind of lived up compared to historic leftist Mexican figures. Still our best option. Yes, your country has been run by like a functional right-wing dictatorship up until the Morena party. Be excited, please. Like, oh my God. Be excited for good things happening, okay? Please. You're wearing a suit coat for a SOTU tonight. Of course you dress for Trump. Of course. Yeah, PRI and PAN parties were dog shit and ruin the country. You get like, for once in your lifetime, you get like a little bit of hope, a semblance of hope, and you're like, well, it's not left enough. No shit, dude. Say, La havla wallah quwwata illa billah. I don't even know what that, La ilaha illallah. What, have you ever seen the new Tyler Hitler Vera content where he claims Jews are invading New Jersey? No, I haven't seen it because I don't watch Tyler Hitler Vera, but I do find it very interesting and very funny that all of the guys that were promoting Tyler Hitler Vera and Nick Shitley are awfully quiet about Tyler Hitler Vera's videos when he's talking. When he's talking about, Haitians eating cats and dogs, everybody loves him. When he's talking about Jews invading New Jersey, they're like, whoa. Excuse me, sir. Black and brown only. Hello. It's very, very interesting. Did you rob a 70s vagrant for this jacket? This is my dad's jacket. And I love it. Thoughts on Dems boycotting versus being there and protesting? Both seem valid to me. I'm not sure if there's a better option. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. I don't care. So... happy fun, la la la. Fentanyl smuggling, forced euthanasia. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling deaths. Hasan, you are finished. New gym bro has entered the arena. Yeah, I saw this. I saw this. I know he's gonna get Brolic. I'm really excited for him to get Brolic. Chibi reviews. ASU frat leader? No. Let me blast off real quick and let's get it twisted. Let's get it popping. There's a lot going on in the world. We got a lot to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. 60% of the country hates the president. State of the Union is tonight. CLAUDIA cooks the cartel, and then right-wing misinformation cooks CLAUDIA. State of the Union tonight. CLAUDIA cooks cartel. Right-wing misinfo goes after her. Iran strikes setbacks. Mar-a-Lago shooter is MAGA. Demcope over autopsy killed on Gaza. And a lot more. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay. Happy fun. La la la. Fentanyl addict. Fentanyl smuggling. Active euthanasia. I don't remember the lyrics. I don't know why. You should read Lázaro Cárdenas, a goat of Mexican leftism from the early post-revolution era, right before the regime got fully implemented. Should be way higher if the Dem Party actually did their jobs as the opposition party. Yes. Donald Trump being unpopular doesn't mean that the Democrats are actually popular. You know, are you fasting? No, I'm not. Am I ready for the State of the Union address? I mean, look at me. I got the suit on. I'm suited up and booted up, baby. Can you switch the liberal soundboard to the song version? No. Also, Gavin Newsom is a couple different moments of indication here. One, I told you the Graham Plattner shit is out of my hands, and it's certainly out of your hands as well. And it turns out the people of Maine fucking love the guy. Okay, so that's number one. We'll be talking about the vindication on that front. New polls coming out on Graham, and people, I mean, the people are like, please, we love you so much. I wish we could have more, former Nazi tattoo having Blackwater mercenaries. We love this. Okay. So that's number one. Number two, you can get mad all day, every day. You can't, the platmentum is real. The Nazi tattoo also shields him from communist allegations, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, we also have Gavin Newsom, big Governor Gruesome, Big Gav. There's the Big Gav accusations. Will Menaker comes to my defense, says, didn't everyone get mad at Hasan last week for saying this guy would throw trans people and any other minority under the bus as soon as it was convenient? They did get mad at me for that. And people are still mad. It doesn't fucking matter, obviously. Like, it doesn't matter to these people at all because they don't actually care. They don't actually care about they don't actually care that he would throw them under the bus because he's throwing them under the bus centristly, and that's the appropriate way to throw them under the bus, as opposed to anyone that would advocate for trans people loudly and proudly. That's bad and wrong. Your haters have no object permanence. Yeah. Okay, more vindication. Look at this shit. Hasan was right. Corporate Dems like Gavin Newsom will abandon trans people or any other minority. What are the odds he said this? Because his advisors are online libs watching the drama. I don't think his advisors are. I mean, his advisors definitely are online libs. Hasan, they're saying this is why they shouldn't collab with you. Yeah, okay, just because I'm fucking Pills Mafia, baby. I'm pretty devastated by the Graham Plattner polls that have come out. As you guys know, I ride or die. When I fucking lock in and I love a candidate for her bold radical vision of making cocaine legal, I'm a single issue voter, right? And call me the Pillsbury dope boy, the way I'm trying to get cocaine made legal in the state. Okay? I'm also trying to
legalize comedy,
but also cocaine, both
legalize comedy
and cocaine. I just want to make sure, and that's the only way we can do it. The only way we can do that is with Pills Mafia, baby. Pills Mafia. What's Graham Plattner's fucking take on making cocaine legal? Don't forget about pardoning pedophiles. Yes.
Bruh.
Also, what we need right now is a bold visionary leader that will pardon someone who has gotten sex offender charges against a minor especially right now with all of our pedophilic elite. Like, you know, we need someone who is bold and visionary, like Janet Mills. Okay, what's Grant Plattner's take on pardoning pedophiles? Because Janet Mills is pro pardoning pedophiles, and we need that. We need someone to bring the country back together, right? Far less than 30 minutes into the stream, by the way. Yeah, I saw the first comment on the Will Menaker post is Will Menaker learning about friend of the show, Will Menaker learning about Hutch. One of the people who helped instigate the hate mob on Hasan Piker over this one also said he'd vote for Jeffrey Epstein as president.
No, it shows you think Hasan is worse than Jeffrey Epstein. That's what it shows you. That's what it shows you.
What is Jeffrey Epstein?
You did when you said I would vote for Epstein over fucking JD Vance.
Tell me, what is Jeffrey Epstein's policy platform?
Dude, you don't need.
He's so proud of this take. I don't know why.
A fair question, isn't it? Isn't that relevant to the analysis? I don't know anything about Jeffrey Epstein's politics.
Dog, what do you mean? Like, it's such a funny thing to say. Like, I don't know anything about Jeffrey Epstein's politics, but he's still better than Hasan is awesome. I mean, his politics are, let's be real, Jeffrey Epstein's politics are American politics. Like, the American duopoly, the American bipartisan consensus is pretty much Jeffrey Epstein's politics. So, of course, it's not a wonder that Hutch would rather have him be in charge directly rather than someone like myself.
Would he push for a public option? Is he a Medicare for all kind of person? I don't know anything about his politics. The reason why I would not necessarily disqualify Jeffrey Epstein electorally is because first we would have to establish if he supports liberal democracy. Because the whole thing with Hasan is that he doesn't. And I had people in my own chat last night that thought I was being ridiculous. Why am I being ridiculous when we're talking about Hasan Piker? Do you trust that he would not nuke Israel? Do you trust that he would not help China invade Taiwan? I'm crazy.
I'm gonna help China invade Taiwan. As president, I'm running on campaign promises such as the abolition of liberal democracy, helping China invade Taiwan, and nuking the state of Israel. What the fuck? Like, what are they on over there, man? There is one moment where he's like, he very hilariously and inadvertently reveals his mania, right? Like HasanAbi derangement syndrome, Hasan derangement syndrome, where he goes, this is Hasan we're talking about. Like he openly is like, he's genuinely confused that there are people in his own community that are like, hey man, I know we fucking hate this guy, this Hasan guy, but like that there are people in his own community that are like, hey man, I know we fucking hate this guy, this Hasan guy, but like, you know, Jeffrey Epstein is probably worse than he is, right? Where he's like, come on, dude, he's the arch evil. He is the most evil guy. I thought we all agreed on this. And even his community is like, bro, come on.
For being worried about our fucking nation's secrets, if we gave power to Hasan Piker, I'm the crazy one who's like, I don't know, what's Jeffrey Epstein's policy position when he glorifies the current Chinese Communist Party as like a model of government? I'm the crazy one? Somebody who idolizes Vladimir Lenin, and I'm the fucking crazy one?
Like, what did Lenin do to this man? You bald son of a bitch. The fuck do you have what do you mean? Oh, someone who idolizes Vladimir Lenin. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were fucking pro-Tsarist Russia. Like, I thought you cared about anti-Semitism, right? Like, get him on one of those angles. Vladimir Lenin is the great anti-Semite annihilator. Why the fuck do you think Nazis hate him? You know? What did they say? He's like, he was the one who initiated the 100 million goys death, 100 million goy death, right? Like, what's the problem? I mean, he literally was. Communism was a at least in the eyes of Nazis at the time, communism was seen as like a Jewish thing. You know, they were like, oh, you know, Jewish Bolshevism, like famously Judeo-Bolshevism. My man is out here being like, no, the Tsar was actually pretty good. He was misunderstood. You know. He thinks this is you on Taiwan. Yeah, this is what I would do. I would unleash the Titans to walk over Taiwan. Is regular politics boring for them, so they have to do this pointless drama debate pervert shit? Bingo. That's precisely what it is. Also, Stacey K came out with the Gavin Newsom defense. This isn't how I would have said it, but he's got a point. Americans are sick of discourse about trans people, but right now the people talking about the most are the Republicans. Them can win voters by just not talking about us. They don't need to throw us under the bus. This is literally the gentlest way that Stacey K can be like, please don't talk like this. You don't have to lean into the anti-trans panic. Please, it's making it so difficult for me to defend you on the timeline. Mr. Gavin Newsom, I've spent the last week yelling at people who are objectively better allies to trans people than you now in their commentary, in their consistent defense. It's making my position look really bad. Can we go back to a point where you talk about your pro-trans legislation and not a point where you're, going to be the great trans annihilator if you are president because you think this is going to give you an electoral advantage? Oh, fantastic stuff. The worst thing they can ever say about leftists is that they're correct too early. I mean, look, Gavin Newsom has signed on a bunch of pro-trans legislation as the governor of the state, right? But obviously, he is communicating a very different attitude when he's running for president. This is the attitude. This is what I was trying to draw out of Adam Mogler, Adam Mocklib, depending on your personal taste or distaste for his commentary. But that was what I was trying to draw out of him. I was like, listen, I know as the fucking governor of California, like he signed on 49 different trans protection bills or like multiple LGBTQ plus bills, including, protection of trans folks. But the way he is communicating, the way he's trying to pivot to this weird center thing, his weird centrist pivot implies that he's going to run as a very different kind of candidate than he was as governor. So basically, that's what I was trying to bring up, right? The defensive attitude ruins the narrative to protect trans people. You are under zero obligation to talk about we got to be more culturally normal, enough with enough with the pronouns, all this shit. Because there is no reason to bring that up. You can just literally be like, trans people are workers. They're wonderful earners. They're a part of our neighborhoods. They're a part of our communities. If you're hyper focusing on them, that's on you. You're a weirdo. You're a loser. You're a freak. Shut the fuck up. Donald Trump banned all NCAA trans athletes. Did that actually improve the grocery prices? Is rent more affordable? No, it's not, because you're a fucking idiot. He was duping you. And now we're in the aftermath of him duping you, and you're still crying about trans people. Trans people are not your landlord. Trans people are not your boss that's telling you can't take off work because your mom died. Trans people are more likely to be your coworker. Okay? Stop with this shit. Enough. Cut it out. You know who does a really good job with that? James Tallarico has a pretty solid approach to that subject, and I like it. And we'll see. Well, I'm gonna see if we have time. I'm gonna try to see if we can interview him leading up to the primary. It's so funny that liberals defended him so hard because he was pro-trans rights, and now he comes out and says, I will be the trans annihilator Lamau. I mean, that's an exaggeration. He's not saying that, right? He's not saying that. He's just saying he's trying to say we have to focus on kitchen table issues, but he ends up saying we have to focus on tabletop issues.
No doubt that the
It's pretty funny.
Democratic Party needs to be, dare I say, more culturally normal. I believe that. Less prone to spending disproportionate amount of time on pronouns, identity, politics. More focused on tabletop issues, things that...
You got to try to get the Chapo boys on board with Tallarico. They were talking some mass shit this week. No, because Tallarico needs to do more to win the confidence of people like myself, people like Chapo especially. They're even more black-pilled than I am. Okay. No, it's totally understandable that people are still suspicious of Tallarico. I'm still suspicious of Tallarico. Sure, he does a lot of this, but we haven't seen, one, in some ways, I think a lot of candidates, I've begun to realize the more I actually talk to candidates, the more I realize like establishment liberals, left flank candidates, they all don't necessarily have like a clear vision of what they would do if they literally got the levers of power. And I would go so far as to say people who have been in Congress or people who have been in like the state assembly like Zoran have a better understanding of like what the confines are, what the limitations are, who the enemies are internally, the boring stuff. Because as much as I talk about like larger ideas, where the Democrats should go with their messaging, I also do get into the nitty gritty. I get into the boring shit. I get into the policy side of things. Like what is possible? How do we gum up the works? David Dayen does a fantastic job with this stuff at the American Prospect. Like I've been thinking quite a bit about the limits of the way that some people approach politics, because it's not just about the message, right? Like it's great. I'm glad that there are bold, visionary candidates who are not shying away from saying the quiet part out loud, saying this is what we want. But there, you have to have an election strategy, number one, that sometimes does lean into the more traditional routes. Okay, there's a reason why the traditional routes exist, because they're effective, right? You can't just hyper focus on like social media and organizing and whatnot. And two, you also have to have an idea of like what you're gonna do when you go in to office, what you're gonna do when you actually win the power. A lot of people don't realize, but like Zoran Mamdani had both. That was really good. That's the reason why like there was more confidence in him from even like some liberals as well. I need to see Tallarico with a serious face. The smile isn't selling me on him. No, I think like Tallarico says a lot of the right words, but you know who else also was like saying a lot of the right words without actually leaning into the policy side at all? Fucking Kamala Harris. A lot of people were doing that in 2019, right? So you are making the experience argument. No, I don't think you need to have experience necessarily to develop a better understanding of like, because I don't have any experience. I've never run for a fucking office, right? And I've never been in office. But I talk to people who, study this stuff. I talk to people who have an idea of what the restrictions are when you are in office. Like in my dream world, every candidate, every left flank candidate, every socialist candidate would have both their social media teams, but they would also still have like enough funding so they can hire a more traditional campaign management structure as well, to have a more traditional campaign management structure as well. And then they would have like a visionary policy team, guys like David Dayen in their corner that's constantly telling them like, these are the ways in which if you win this specific position of power, whether it's the lieutenant governor of the state of California, whether it's a state assembly member, here are 5 identifiable areas, 5 identifiable positions that you can immediately tackle in a short period of time. Short-term goals and long-term goals. Long-term goals could be wide-ranging, all the way to like, I don't know, the seizing the means of production, right? I mean, obviously not for an election cycle right now, but like long-term goals could be trying to implement Medicare for all in the state of California. But then the short-term goals would still revolve around like what you can achieve in the interim, moving in the direction of these long-term goals. And I think like some people don't focus on that, where they just think like, oh, well, at least we have good, bold, visionary, change demanding candidates. And that's not enough, I don't think. But like a lot of people don't realize, and even maybe members in my community don't realize that like I focus on the nitty gritty all the time. I focus on like how to whip votes all the time. I'm willing to offer advice to even mainline establishment Democrats as far as like what they can do to enact the agenda that they ran on, right? This was something that I tried to do. So you're disappointed in yesterday's guest? No, I'm not. I think he's awesome. he's fucking fantastic, which is precisely the reason why I hope there's more of an initiative and more of a focus in that. Because like you could tell when he talked about when he was talking about housing related issues, like he was so good on it because that's his like bread and butter. He's a lawyer, right? He's a tenants lawyer, he's a civil rights lawyer. Like he is very good at tunneling in on areas that he is super knowledgeable on. Hasan, Oliver, TikTok,
you
popping
are
off,
the
Boost
first
the Chaz
statewide candidate
for any position that has been endorsed by DSA
in history
in California. I call it like the Zoran technique, but it's like if you were to give me 5 things that you want to be identified by, what would those policy prescriptions be?
So I want to build a California where healthcare is free for Californians. I want to build a California where our state resources are invested in kids here, making sure kids have access to education, healthcare, housing, instead of bombing kids in Palestine. I want to build a California where immigrant families are safe and they are together with their families instead of being sent into for-profit ICE prisons. And I want to build a California where housing is for regular people and not for corporate landlords.
Okay, so that's 4. Well, you got to give me a 5th one. Yeah, it's the bonus round.
And a California where white people tacos are banned.
You are the first statewide. I'm not sold on Oliver Ma, but I like some of what he's saying. Dude, Oliver Ma is the closest I've ever had to a person. Like, he's even closer to my fucking worldview than even Zoran is, okay? In many respects. He's fantastic. That's not the problem. Like, he's awesome. He's incredible. But because he's awesome and incredible, I want him to fucking win, right? And in order to win, you do have to be you have to lean into like the more traditional side of things as well, like the more traditional election side of things as well. Because I think we have a very serious opportunity. And I do think that like DSA New York is the method, okay? DSA New York is so good with this shit. They are so good. They have the fucking annoying urbanist, transit nerds. You need guys like that. They don't shy away from working they don't shy away from electing candidates to lower positions and like working their way up through the ranks. It's just because it's not just about like being charismatic or having the right policies, right? It wasn't just DSA that Zoran got elected. He built a huge coalition of many community power organizations. I know. Oh my God, Marxism. I know. Okay, calm down. I know. I'm saying that broadly speaking, I didn't just interview Zoran. I interviewed the entire DSA slate, if you remember. And the DSA New York slate is pretty fucking solid. Okay? Like, that's what I'm talking about. They got statewide electeds. They got electeds in the New York City Council. Like they have people everywhere, and you got to do that, especially because these guys will be able to advance the agenda, advance the interests, but then also on top of that, they will get the necessary experience to go for better, like higher positions of power later down the line. Okay, that's it, and you kind of need that. All right. Having said that, Oliver Ma, fantastic. Okay, fantastic, really cool. I really, really, really want him to win. I mean, he is super, super solid. Okay, Twitch going live in 5 minutes. What does that even mean? Do you see Zoran Snowballgate? Yeah, I don't give a shit about stuff like that. Like people being invested in like silly things, like Zoran being like, "Hey, don't pelt the cops. Please respect them." Don't pelt the cops with snowballs is irrelevant, especially when there are much larger, much more consequential things happening against Zoran, whether it be the working family parties saga and the drama against Claire. There was an endorsement issue there, or more consequentially than that, there is a group of villains basically forming on the sidelines with a lot of moneyed interest that are going to try and actively undermine Zoran Mamdani every step of the fucking way. And that's another thing that's coming up right now. And the New York Times actually did a report on it. So I think the issue is that Tish is promising to investigate and charge the people that threw the snowballs. Oh my God, that's so fucking stupid. But yeah, Sally Sally Goldenberg, who used to be a New York local reporter that went to went to New York Times, former New York Post reporter, reports on Mamdani's vanquished foes are plotting a comeback, if not revenge. We'll obviously talk about that. But yeah, there is some drama on that side as well. And we'll obviously get into that. Thoughts on these consulted, concocted positions against Trump don't work anymore. Josh argues that the discontent is all nearly material. What is this? What is this? This tweet would have been career-ending or at least deeply embarrassing just a few years ago, and now I've seen several different well-received versions of it. Indicates where woke 2 is heading. The anchor of it has shifted from middle-class black people to somewhere else. What is this? Do black people think they are incapable of oppressing other people? This is literally just threatening to commit a hate crime. White man with Tourette's, call me the N-word, bet I'll show you an uncomfortable outburst. Yeah, you can't actually identify any initiatives or wherever like social movements are going from Twitter posts, for the record. It's very stupid. Anyways, did you see the Hunter College shit? No, what is that? Yeah, this stuff is really dumb. Unc, fix the back of your collar? What do you mean? Fix the collar at the back of your neck? I don't know what you're talking about. I'll keep it $150. This kind of back and forth posturing is utterly immaterial and utterly irrelevant. Like, I talk about woke too, and I think there is definitely a lot of discontent towards like anything and everything associated with the Trump agenda. And obviously anti-woke is a part of the Trump agenda, right? And therefore there's backlash towards the anti-woke, but I don't think it's as much of a driving force as you think it is. And I think it's more so just people wanting change in material issues, material realities. I guess Ed Germentum says something similar here. Okay, if we're going to talk about woke too seriously, it's not a real thing. It's a fun way of describing clearly economy-based discontent towards Trump, but it's not nothing else. We haven't seen any real leftward shifts in social attitudes that actually occurred in the 2010s. You can't really exaggerate how profoundly different the backlash to Trump this time around has been from the first time around. Back then, he was sunk by huge deficits on cultural issues while holding strength on the economy. This time, the discontent is nearly all material. I don't fully agree. I don't fully agree on that side of things as well. I think there is discontent towards the culture stuff, but I think it's being anchored by the discontent towards the material. It's part of it is true. Okay? Part of it is true. If that makes sense. It's genuinely insane how much easier to radicalize friends towards leftism than before Trump too. Yes. But I will say this much. I think identity-related issues is certainly secondary, and that's not a bad thing necessarily. I will say that as someone who is regarded as the woke Ayatollah, the identity-related issues being secondary to the material is a good thing, okay? We are socialists. We are leftists. We do not compromise on marginalized identities. We do not compromise on our feminism. We do not compromise on our advocacy for trans people, queer people. We do not compromise on our advocacy for black people, brown people. Having said that, the entire worldview is still anchored around class-based issues, okay? Make no mistake. And that's a good thing, because a class-first policy, a class-first agenda is universal, okay? A class-first agenda is going to capture the attention of a much larger swath of people. And that doesn't mean we cut out trans people from the equation. It just means that our advocacy is always going to revolve around class-related warfare, first and foremost. Okay? That's it. Because what do I always say? I've been saying this for years. Trans people do not live in a magical, mystical wonderland where they are above the material realities that impact every single American individual, right? Trans people also need to pay rent. Trans people also need to get health care, okay? Same with black people. And there are certainly, Stalin doesn't agree with you. What do you mean? I don't fucking care. Yeah, he's dead. Okay. Don't you feel in some respects identity supersedes class? No, that's not a thing. No, there is no world in which identity supersedes class. That's ridiculous, because racial warfare is still done on the boundaries of class. When you when you enact racial warfare against black people, okay, it still is done on the boundaries of class warfare. Okay, black people being enslaved is a great example of this. As far as like as far as the actual slotting of like which group gets to be on the receiving end of this this hatred or receiving end of this dehumanization, who's relegated to second class status, yes, that identification is done on the boundaries of race and identity, but the violence itself is class warfare. The simplest counter argument to that is Oprah. Oprah is a black woman. She's also a billionaire. At the end of the day, Oprah is in a far better position in American society than a white homeless person is. Okay? It's super simple. It's like it's an incredibly oversimplified argument, but it's the truth. Yes, LeBron James had the N-word spray painted outside of his gates, right? LeBron James also is a billionaire. At the end of the day, LeBron James is still a billionaire, okay? There was a point in time in the United States of America where you would rather be the poorest white person than the wealthiest black person. Obviously, that's not the same time frame that the same like existence that we're in now. That doesn't mean that people are not disproportionately targeted on the virtue of race, but the violence that they receive is still class violence. That's my point. Despite all the evidence, people still think it's about identity. Look at the Epstein class. They have absolute class solidarity. Yeah, it's not identity, though. That's because they're billionaires and incredibly wealthy people. Okay, but as a black disabled woman who grew up upper middle class, I still face certain issues because I'm a black woman. Yes, 100%. This isn't to say that you're not experiencing any issues. My point is, in comparison to people who, first of all, the middle class designation is obviously not socialist, but even if I were to entertain that, yeah, of course, you're worse off than people who have the exact same level of wealth as you, people that would be bracketed into that same class as you if they don't have those specific points of marginalization, right? That's true. Oprah is worse off than a white male billionaire in terms of the attacks that a white male billionaire would receive is nothing, pretty much, as opposed to Oprah, who is a black woman. The reason why I'm talking about like class still supersedes race in that regard is because class reductionist HasanAbi minding whiteness should be at the center of everything we do. What? Class reductionist? Yes, I am. I am a class reductionist. Okay, if you want to call it that, you can call it that if you want. Class should be at the center of our message. That's it. And yes, my smoke alarm is beeping like crazy. Sorry, just quoting my local DSA chapter's record. Okay, don't bring your inter-chapter drama in here. Casual plug of the book Cast by Isabel Wilkerson is lived up at some points, but it explains this really, really well. Yes, that's a great book. I have not read the entire book, but it is a really good book. Anyway, where was I? What was I talking about? Why did I get here? Oh, we were talking about Woke 2.0. I think we have an unprecedented opportunity. We have an unprecedented opportunity to make class first arguments right now because the people are desperate for it. And it's very clear to me that the establishment Democrats' message on shit like this is not meeting that standard at all and is basically just a rehashing of that same old, we're going to throw marginalized identities under the bus as we moderate to the center without actually doing class first analysis whatsoever or class first advocacy whatsoever. So you have an opportunity here better than any other time that I have ever experienced in American history.
No doubt that the Democratic Party needs to be, dare I say, more culturally normal. I believe that. Less prone to spending disproportionate amount of time on pronouns, identity, politics. More focused on tabletop issues, things that really matter, the stacking of stress in terms of electricity bills and child care costs and health care and obviously housing costs, and how easily we get trapped in that, how I've fallen prey to that. I mean, here I was, way out front on marriage equality. So I understand this from both on the receiving end of this and on the, no doubt that the Democratic.
Tabletop, he said. Motherfucker said tabletop. That's how outside of his like lexicon it is to talk about kitchen table issues, which is not even like a, doesn't even mean you're a radical if you say kitchen table. You know what I mean? Like Joe Manchin says we got to focus on kitchen table issues. This guy is so far removed from saying kitchen table that he said tabletop. Why is Chef freaking out when what he's saying is right, just worded wrong? Because where you go and who you are matters. Okay? Where you go with your commentary, what you focus on first in your commentary matters. He is spelling out, he is saying, cut it out with the pronouns. That is a concession to the right for no reason. This doesn't mean that you're supposed to organize on the boundaries of pronouns by going like Hasan Piker, he, him, everyone please reveal your pronouns to me. You know what I mean? Like that's not the counter to this. Okay? I'm as pro-trans as anyone will get, being a cisgender person, right? I think I have enough confidence in my trans audience that I've developed over years and years of my consistent advocacy, right? Do I ever do that shit? No, I don't do the aesthetic stuff at all. Like you can create a safe environment without exclusively centering trans issues as your primary advocacy and talk about it in moments where it matters, right? You talk about it in moments of impact. You talk about it when it matters. You talk about it when there's like a lot of anti-trans bills that are being passed around in state legislatures, right? So that is how you design a movement where you say like, we're not fucking compromising on this shit. Why do you care about it? You're being a fucking weirdo, okay? We're going to roll back some of this stuff. You're out of your mind. Like trans people are our neighbors. Trans people are workers, okay? At the end of the day, they have more in line with you, the average person. They have the same exact class interests as you. It's the super wealthy that have made you hyper focus on this group of people, telling them that they're weird, telling you that we have to fucking make sure that they don't exist in society. Is that making your life better? The Trump administration has done everything in their power to fucking write out trans people. Did that make your life better? No. Well, then shut the fuck up about trans people, dumbass. You're openly saying I'm a sucker. Dupe me, sir. That's what you're saying. You know what I mean? When Democrats come to the table with concessions offered to the right on culture war issues that pertain to trans people, it sounds like you're agreeing with Newsom here. No. On the one hand, Gavin Newsom is trying to do the same commentary that I've been doing for years and years. But on the other hand, because he's not well equipped and because he's not a real one, because he's only invested in his own personal ambitions, he doesn't lead with his actual worldview. He doesn't lead with his actual, he's not communicating what his real opinions are here, if there is one at all, beyond make me president. You are under no obligation to start the conversation by being like, enough with this woke pronoun shit, because you are trying to spell yourself out as a reactionary. Okay. And then the other side of this, of course, is when he says tabletop issues, and then he starts talking about he's trying to say kitchen table issues, right? Okay. You're anti-billionaire tax. The fuck do you mean you care about kitchen table issues? There is no better uniting policy right now in the books that you could be advocating for beyond a billionaire tax. Virtually every goddamn American on the planet, regardless of how right-wing they are, how left-wing they are, agrees on this. And you can't get on board with it. So obviously you don't care about tabletop issues, kitchen table issues, right? That's it. If you're not pro-socialized medicine, if you're not pro-socialized housing, if you're not pro-taxing billionaires, hopefully out of existence at some point in the future, then you're not on board with a unifying class first message. Any Dem whose kid like Charlie Kirk reveals that Dem is behind closed doors, I mean, sure. But this was precisely what I was talking about as far as like Gavin Newsom presenting himself as this like reasonable centrist. I love you, bro, but you're hating on Newsom for co-opting some of your shitty messages. I'm glad you're reading him to filth about his hypocrisy, but you need to understand that normalization is reactionary. What? Asking chat to be normal is not being a real one. Ugh. This chatter is mad that I tell people to be normal. And he's like, that's a reactionary position. I feel like these are legit points. Yes, in your anarchist commune, those are legit points. Okay, when you tell, when you issue a trigger warning to your non-binary commune enjoyer by the name of Sock before you demand that they actually do the dishes for once, this is a real problem in your hyper-specific organizational principles in your commune. Okay, but if you're gonna have a fucking broad-reaching message and you run around with that as your primary organizational tool, you're going to get fucking laughed out of every room. Jesus Christ. People don't understand. They think like everyone should be like me, okay? Unfortunately, everyone is not like you. Everyone's not like you. You have to always be aware of who you're talking to. This is like this is the reason why it's my number one thing, okay? The reason why I always say be normal, be fucking normal, be fucking normal. Is for this reason, okay? If you want to protect your loved ones, if you want to make sure that you can build a reliable movement organized around socialism, you can't just be fucking weird, okay? Didn't you agree yesterday with Newsom here but disagreed on the delivery? Yes, I'm saying that Newsom is doing a fucking shitty job with the message that I always fucking present. The issue is he also doesn't actually have any real advocacy for the class-based problems. He doesn't have any fucking class-based policy solutions. He doesn't have that at all. I just gave you an example of one of the most uniting, one of the most popular policies that Gavin Newsom is actively against, which is taxing billionaires. Okay? I think a lot of you guys forget that when I say be fucking normal, I'm not talking about like don't be trans. I'm talking about don't be transphobic, okay? Many of you forget that peer pressure and social stigma is a reliable tool that you can use to chastise people, okay? To show them as the outcast that they actually are. If you're running around being a fucking gross little nerd about, white supremacy or transphobia, being fucking normal actually is incredibly helpful, okay? Transphobia is the norm, to be fair. It doesn't matter because the reality of the matter is transphobia in the way that is presented as a main organizational principle on the right is abnormal. Nobody fucks with that. It's weird and gross. It's weird and gross to constantly think about children's genitals, okay? It's pedophilic. A lot of you glaze Stavros when he does this so effectively as a comedian, but don't understand that you can also apply that same exact thing, apply that same exact messaging discipline in your lives as well. Please tell people that be normal is about interacting with people whose politics don't make sense. Not if you act weird, hide it. We are very isolated as a community. We need to be able to make our views relatable to anybody. Yes. Yeah, don't be a fucking weird cultist when you talk to people in the real world. If you're going out and talking to the people in the real world, that's my point. Socialism is about the collective. It's not a fucking brand. Yeah, I mean, sure. But, you know, when you're marketing your worldview, you also have to apply strategies that work. You can't just be off-putting by presenting your worldview as the morally righteous one and then demanding people actually bend to your will. It's not going to work that way, especially at a time when, you know, the overwhelming majority of people that you encounter are probably going to have a very reactionary point of view about socialism because they've been deluded into thinking that socialism means something it actually doesn't. Okay? That's it. Anyway, it's so funny that we're having these conversations. We're so far removed from building anything. Insane how cooked this chat is. Can't even say be normal without half the chat crashing out. Need Asman to get back with on ASAP. What does that say to you about how my commentary has been presented to you thus far? That this is something that I've said for 8 fucking years. And I actually do play a fairly significant role in pulling people back from the fucking margins, from being marginalized in society with their fucking worldview. And yet, if you ask the average fucking reactionary, they make it seem like my worldview is insane. If you find yourself agreeing with what I'm saying and then still desperately try to look at the consensus in the chat or try to invent a consensus in the chat that says, no, these guys are still weird, perhaps there's a defense mechanism in your mind that you need to fucking push through. You literally find yourself in agreement with what I'm saying and then still try to find an alternative as to why I should probably be in the wrong. Now you're like, oh, well, I agree with Hasan, but his chat is being a little crazy, right? It's just being a little crazy. You should try to figure out why you agree with me, and yet you're still looking for reasons not to agree with me. Hasan, saying be normal is ableist. Please don't do that. You're already on shaky grounds after yesterday. This is what I mean. Stop. I'm not on fucking shaky grounds at all. Okay? The shaky grounds that I'm in inside of your Splinter Discord is not actually real, is what I'm trying to explain to you all the time. Please stop. This is what we have to do away with. This is why I'm saying we need a uniting message. Okay? The Splinter Discord, and in this case is Hoscord. Yeah, it's not real. Hoscord is not real either. I'll give you another example as to why Hoscord is not fucking real. God, you are boring. Okay. Sorry. Let me just let me make this chatter's day a little bit. Okay. First, here's an unban. Minorities are the reason why everything sucks in this country, and you are going to be the manager in your place of work once we eradicate every Guatemalan migrant. And also trans people exist, and that's terrifying. Is that better? Is that a message that you can get on board with? Is that what you want to hear? Yeah, let me baby you a little bit instead of offering you some fucking cold heart truths or some hard to swallow pills. Let me just tell you, yeah, it's actually feminism and women that have fucking ruined everything, dude. Don't worry, brother. Don't worry, brother. Once we eradicate women from the workforce, you are going to make $7 million a year. Is that better? Is that a message you can get on board with? They're saying it's boring because not enough soundboard. Yeah. How the fuck can be normal cause of discourse and chatters arguing holy fucking shit be fucking normal? I mean, ironically, the people that hear that and then immediately react the way that they do are the ones who need to hear that message more than anybody else. All right. Trump set to address nation in the State of the Union. Historically unpopular President Donald Trump is going to talk to the nation about why they ain't shit and they should understand that, he is the glorious president that is bringing about American prosperity, and the ones who don't understand are fucking hater-ass bitches.
Poll numbers, you have President Trump set to address the nation ahead of challenging midterms and a possible war with Iran. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is at the White House. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. And even Republicans acknowledge this is not how President Trump wanted to head into his first State of the Union address of his second term, on the heels of that massive decision by the Supreme Court declaring most of his tariffs unconstitutional. Tonight, the president is expected to be just a few feet away from the justices that made that ruling, possibly even two that he appointed himself. He spent the last few days railing against them, saying that they and their families should be embarrassed, saying he couldn't care less if they come at all. Now, of course, we have seen some outbursts during these State of the Union addresses. Well, this morning we are learning that at least 39 Democrats plan to skip the speech altogether. There's a counter-programming event over on the National Mall. And all of this comes in a critical midterm election year. And as we are learning, the president is facing some headwinds in the polls. According to our latest ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll, 60% of Americans disapprove of the president's job in office. The majority of Americans also disapprove of the president's handling on key issues ranging from inflation, tariffs, immigration, and the economy. Tonight's speech also coming amid the backdrop of a partial government shutdown, with Democrats and Republicans still at odds over funding for DHS. And one of the biggest questions tonight, will the president outline for the American people, for Congress, why he's possibly considering a military strike in Iran, George?
Has not been done yet. Okay, Rachel, thanks very much. And all of you at home can watch the State of the Union tonight at 9 Eastern here on ABC.
President Trump preparing to address the nation tonight.
It's going to be a long speech because we have so much to talk about.
On Monday, speaking to a gathering of families of Americans killed by undocumented immigrants, the president previewing possible applause lines.
We have a country that's now doing well. We have the greatest economy we've ever had. We restored our border, and that's now totally secure, and our country is at the safest.
I'm Brian Kilme if it's a fucking long speech, by the way. It is going to be a long speech, by the way. I'm just letting you know it's going to suck dick and balls. POTUS about SOTU on Iran. Important negotiations Thursday in Geneva. Iran desperately wants a deal, but Iran can't say the sacred phrase, we won't build nuclear weapons. You know, call me crazy, but I feel like I've heard them say it quite a bit. I feel like I've heard them say that a lot, actually. They said that to Barack Obama. They said that to you. I don't know why they just keep saying Iran is not saying the sacred words. If those are the words you want to hear, I've heard it quite a lot. Okay? Kind of feels like you want something more than that. You want no no enrichment of uranium, no civil use for the energy grid for no nuclear power for their civilian energy grid, and perhaps even more consequentially than that, the most maximalist demand you have is restrict the range of your ballistic missiles so you can't target Israel. Now, obviously, that's not going to happen. Why the fuck would they do that? Now, I will say this. I've been talking a big game about Israel, especially since I found out that their Jericho missile systems have a range. I thought they could hit anywhere around the planet. Israel, I'm talking about. Turns out they can't hit California. You notice that I've been talking a big game about Israel. They can't hit Mexico and they can't hit California. Okay? That's not the way missiles work. No, Jericho has a range. Jericho missiles, which are the delivery mechanisms for nukes that Israel has, they have a range. They can hit sea to make tsunami. Look. You want to see? Countries that are within the range of Israel's Jericho 3 nuclear missiles. Look at that. All I'm saying is, let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go. They have nuke submarines. You'll die due to environmental factors caused by the closed explosion, regardless, dog. Guys, I know I'm fucking joking, dude. If Israel deployed the Samson option, the world would be over. Hello? Like, can I make jokes? Can we tell jokes? Or are jokes bourgeois decadence? Submarines have a second strike capability. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Why would they target their ally? This means nothing. Yeah, Israel would never target their ally, like Charlie Kirk. They would never hit an ally.
Level it's been in many, many years.
But recent polls show Americans don't share the president's positivity, with his approval rating hovering just below 40%. The public souring on his handling of the economy and even immigration, long his signature issue, though the president has shrugged off negative polls. The president is expected to unveil new domestic policies aimed at tackling affordability. Among them,
like what? What kind of policies does this dumbass even have? Like what policies around affordability? Where he has one button that he can hit: no trans people and no migrants. Okay, and he's been hitting those buttons nonstop. And it turns out that don't do shit for affordability. Oh, and tariffs. All three of those things, I guess maybe not like the trans one, but the undocumented migrants and the tariffs button that he's been hitting is actually doing the opposite to affordability. And now he only has two buttons anyway, because the Supreme Court took away his, tariffs power, or at least restricted his tariffs power, right? So where are we at with the affordability agenda? He's like, I'm going to do tariffs anyway. I'm going to do it anyway.
New commitment from tech companies to pay increased electricity costs in communities where new AI data centers are being built. President Trump also expected to devote a portion of his speech to foreign policy against the backdrop of a U.S. military buildup in the Middle East.
Dude, I can't get over the chatter saying, why would Israel attack an ally? I'm still, hey, Anonymous, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. It's just, why would Israel ever attack an ally? Is like saying, why would the American government ever tariff allies? Those are things that both Israel and America love doing, okay?
As the president weighs a strike on Iran. Dozens of Democrats plan to skip the speech tonight in protest.
It's important to show the American public that someone that has led the single most corrupt government in U.S. history, that there has to be action against that.
Others will use their guests to send a message, including several lawmakers inviting survivors of abuse by Jeffrey Epstein, and newly elected Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger delivering the Democrats' response.
Oh, this one is so indicative of how and where the Democrats want to go, how they want to present themselves. They're just like, this is our rising star. Abigail CIA Burger, dude. Get the fuck out of here. What are we doing? Abigail Israel Burger? Abigail CIA Burger? Why are we doing this? Last response was also Eliza CIA Slotkin. Back-to-back CIA champions, dude. What are we doing? The Democrats have to have a bold vision for change. And that change is directly having CIA in the ranks of our electeds. I'm from VA. I saw this coming. I cannot stand her milquetoast neoliberal ass. And for the record, before people say, Hasan, what are you talking about? She won. And that's a good thing. And she's actually going to like increase the minimum wage. Sure, that's fine. But like, you're putting her as the primary messenger of your party. That is a deliberate attempt to say to everyone that is watching, this is exactly what we want out of our new candidates. Okay? This is exactly what we want the party to look like. You have an incredible talent pool of bold, visionary, radical candidates. You have a talent pool of electeds that you could tap into. You're choosing out Abigail Spanberger on purpose. I'm shaking my head. They should have gone with Featherman. True. Why didn't I think of that? God damn it. Fuck Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Summer Lee, Ayanna Pressley, AOC. Fuck it. If you want a white guy, Chris Van Hollen could have been a good choice. No, none of those guys. Okay? We need John Fetterman. That's what we need. We need Josh Shapiro. Why are we going with Abigail Spanberger?
The president has spent the last several days slamming Supreme Court justices for overturning much of his tariff program, saying he was ashamed of them and that they perhaps shouldn't even be invited to the speech tonight. Well, tonight, any justices that choose to attend will be seated just feet away from the president, which could create some awkward...
No one cares about the response. Yeah, except no one cares about the response is up to the Democratic Party as well. If you put AOC doing the counter messaging, a lot more people will fucking tune in. Are you kidding me? Also, I don't know what the yellow ribbon is supposed to indicate this time. Is it still the hostages? I don't know what he's like. Is it the veterans? Because the yellow ribbon used to be, it got fatter, but the yellow ribbon I think used to be like veterans or something. But now it's Israel kind of took that and made it the hostage ribbon. I don't know what this guy is trying to say with this one, but it's fat. It's fat. It's fatter than ever before.
moments if he decides he has more to say about their work. Craig?
Garrett Hake from the White House. Garrett, thank you. For more on what we can expect to hear tonight, we're joined by Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press. Kristen, good morning.
Maybe it's, is it Nancy Guthrie? Is that what it is? Is a yellow ribbon in honor of, yeah, it's quite anti-Semitic, I will say. It's for Nancy Guthrie, not Israel. Yeah, that's definitely anti-Semitism. I didn't realize that ABC Today or NBC Today was the N in NBC stood for Nazism. That's right. Everybody knows that the yellow ribbon is supposed to mean hostages in Israel, and they stole it. They stole it from Israel, even though the yellow ribbon used to indicate a lot more than that. It stands for not news.
The president says he's got a lot to talk about tonight. Give us a preview. Can we expect to hear from him, and what will you be looking for specifically?
Well, Craig, this is a critical speech for the president. It comes as Republicans are fighting to hold on to Congress in the midterms. One of the biggest questions tonight, how exactly will he address the economy? Republicans I've been talking to want him to stay on message, express that he understands that people are struggling, and to lay out a clear path forward for why the economy will improve. But look, he's facing headwinds. You just heard Garrett talk about this. In addition to that overall approval rating, a recent poll shows he's underwater with his handling of the economy. 41% approve, 57% disapprove. Now,
dude, I want to interview people that are in the 41% so bad. Going forward, I only want to talk to people that are in that 41%, which is Europeans in Asmongold's chat. Okay? Because who the fuck's looking at the situation is like, nah, dude, you don't understand. Things are fucking better than ever before. I really love when Donald Trump did the cryptocurrency rug pull. I really love when Donald Trump basically decided the economy should be only for like a select few elite pedophiles that are in his orbit. 57% is enough to win. Stop wasting your time on them. No, it doesn't matter. I love hearing from guys like this. Okay. I guess we got to talk to Bob again. Yeah. It's literally just team voting. They can't even tell you why. Bro, I'm a European who earns income in dollars and has to convert it to euros. This dipshit president has cost me like 400 EU in a month in exchange bullshit. PBS News, Trump's State of the Union address will be over 2 hours, with one source saying it could go up to 3 hours. Bro, that's a threat. That's a threat, dude. He's literally saying, unless my fucking approval ratings improve in real time, I'm going to hold the government hostage. Bro, we need a bingo or something to keep us entertained for that holy. I'm going to be running all the Subway surfers I possibly can. He's going to shit himself? Yeah. Oh, I know he will. Dude, gaming with the State of the Union in the corner? No. I'm an Asmongold fan and someone that supports the handling of the economy under Donald Trump. Yesterday's nostalgia Nate. Quick, explain to me how Donald Trump has improved your life in meaningful ways right now without talking about transgender athletes being banned from the NCAA. What initiatives has Donald Trump taken? Because you could very well be one of these like hyper-specific small business owners that has like domestic production or something, and the tariffs have like accidentally helped your, I don't know, cabinet business or something, and you happen to be the only guy in the country. Because there are like a handful of people like this. He got me out of jail on a drug charge. He's like, brother, I was in there for January 6th. He got me out. Bruh. Also, that has nothing to do with handling the economy. I don't know if you know this, chatter, but you getting out of jail has nothing to do with the economy. Concord 64, I found you through Epstein. They blackball anybody that looks into this topic and kick them out of the scientific community. Pure cinema. Yeah, you're a fake Asmongold fan. You just wanted attention here in this chat. I would go so far as to say you being out of jail is probably worse for the economy. Get your ass back in jail, bitch. Feels like we're back. No lie. Things just feel better. I love the vibes. Feels like we're back. Bro, I love the vibes I love the vibes on the pedophile protection squad, okay? For the last couple of months, me and all my boys who have gotten out of jail on drug charges have been talking about how wonderful the vibes have been as the Trump administration is doing everything in their fucking power to protect the pedophiles, the billionaire pedophilic elite. What vibes are good? Anyway, all of you that are saying, ooh, I'm an Asmongold fan, please notice me. It's not going to work, okay?
Yes, foreign policy will loom large, too. Will President Trump give any insight into his thinking on Iran and whether he plans to attack that country? And today marks the 4-year anniversary, Craig, of Russia's invasion into Ukraine, a grim milestone. The war has dragged on despite the president's vow to end it. Look, I'm also told he will focus on the fact that this year marks America's 250th birthday, so expect a hopeful tone as well. One senior administration official telling me overnight the president is still putting the final touches on the speech in these final hours before he delivers it. Craig and Hoda.
Well, Kristen, what do we expect to get from the Democrats?
Yeah, Hoda, great question. All eyes are going to be on the Democrats as well. Some members planning to bring guests who highlight their key issues. Garrett just talked about that, from Epstein to survivors. Also, people who've been impacted by the president's immigration policies. Some Democrats are planning to boycott the speech altogether, so expect to see some empty seats in the chamber tonight. It is notable that Democratic leadership has urged members to maintain decorum in the chamber, and Democrats are facing their own headwinds heading into the midterms, heading into tonight. A recent poll showing more Americans trust President Trump to handle key issues than Democrats in Congress by a narrow margin, 33 to 31%. And you might recall last year, Democrats got criticized for appearing like their protests were in.
Al Green was the GOAT for that, by the way. And I can't believe Democrats actually told him to quiet down. It was disgusting.
Disarray. Will they look more unified tonight? I think that's a key question. And it's worth noting that this is the first time a president will deliver a State of the Union during a partial government shutdown. In this case, over Democrats' demands that ICE change its tactics. It is all setting the stage for a pivotal night. Hoda and Craig.
All right. Kristen Welker. Kristen, thank you. We will see you again during tonight's special coverage of the State of the Union, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific, here on NBC and NBC News Now as well.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can.
If you ask people in the nation's capital to describe the State of the Union, for some, answers that seem to match the gloomy weather.
It's not a union. It's definitely not a union. It's too much division right now.
Bro, it's literally it's not even like a real division, honestly. It's just MAGA versus everybody else at this point. Straight up. It's just, are you a part of the cult or are you outside of the cult? You could have been at some point in time a part of the cult, but you're no longer a part of the cult, then you're outside of the cult and you fucking hate it. Because Trump has zero redeemable qualities. Okay? Zero. Like nothing. There is nothing there for you. Nothing at all. And I guess the only people that are holding on to the fucking cult are holding on by a thread with the unlimited hatred that they have for, like, you know, elite libtards or something. MAGA got majority votes. What are you talking about? I don't know if you know this, but the election was, you know, in 2024. There was an entire year that you might have been comatose on if you think that, like, there's the majority of the country is still approving of Donald Trump. Okay? You can hold on to that electoral victory as much as you want to, but we are in 2026, chatter. You know? Motherfuckers got a 60% disapproval rating, and there's still people in the chat being like, well, you don't understand, bro. That means nothing. Remember when he won the election? Yeah, against an objectively weak candidate who did nothing to address some of the many issues that people were experiencing. And, you know, Trump won a marginal victory on a fucking economy election after voters experienced real negative real wage growth for a year and a half under the previous administration. And the vice president of said previous administration said, we're not doing anything to change. We're not moving away from the previous administration's failures at all. I will take ownership over it for no fucking real reason. Remember when all of that happened? Hasan taking the party over? What?
Oh my goodness, I'm feeling good right now. There's a disturbance in the force.
Okay, enough suggestions for the soundboard, okay? We got to lock in. Thoughts on this from the average American? We asked 2,300 Americans about the best and worst things Trump has done. Trump won is such a everybody is 12 take law. That doesn't mean people don't change their minds, and it doesn't mean Trump can literally do whatever he wants for 4 years. Yeah, but these guys have the brain of a child, the brain of an infant. And that's precisely the reason why they keep holding on to that, where they're like, what are you talking about? Trump won the majority, dude. What the fuck? Okay. Barack Obama won the majority. Democrats have won virtually every fucking majority. Did you agree with them? Think about a time when, you know, there was a Democratic leadership in this country.
The union today, I think, is divided in despair and asking a lot of questions.
Garbage.
Trump is back.
This is a nation divided, in large part over support or opposition to U.S. President Donald Trump, who is deeply unpopular. One poll showing 56% of people disapprove of the job he's doing. Just 37% approve. The lowest.
Yeah, Trump technically didn't win the majority anyway. He won the plurality, but it doesn't matter. He won the popular vote is what that dumbass was trying to say. And it is true. And it's only a unique position because we're talking about the Republican Party, which notoriously does not win the popular vote, even when they win the Electoral College. So that's the reason.
In his second term.
Many Americans believe the country is in an affordability crisis. That may not be reflected in official government statistics, though. While there was a slight increase in unemployment to 4.3%, there was a small decrease in inflation, a measurement of the cost of goods year over year, falling to 2.4% in January. One big increase, though, came through the cost of electricity, which rose 6.3%.
And it is expected to continue to rise in part because of the president's attacks on clean energy projects. More than a year in, Trump has impacted the country in many unprecedented ways. With cutbacks and firings, there are now...
Will he beat Bush's 25% approval? Yes. If he goes to war with Iran? Yes, 100%. The first Iranian missile that is able to penetrate the hull of one of these naval assets that we have surrounding Iran will cause Donald Trump's already shitty approval rating to crater. Okay? You send back you send back naval active duty service members in coffins and it's fucking over. Draped with the American flag. One snapshot of that and Donald Trump's approval rating even further craters. Okay? Won't it be the opposite? Like everyone will want war then, surely? No, I don't think so. because I think a lot of people are already very frustrated with Donald Trump running as the anti-war. Like there are people in Trump's orbit, in Trump's base, that are looking at the situation like, why are we doing war with Iran? Like, I don't really fuck with this at all. We're living in a world that is a post-Iraq, post-global war on terror failure, where the post-global war on terror failure is apparent. Okay? People already know it took us 20 years and blowing up Afghanistan for that to be seen as an abject failure. If Donald Trump gets into a long-term military entanglement, it's not going to be positive.
Almost 300,000 fewer federal workers. And he's canceled tens of billions of dollars in funding for research and international aid, passed a tax cut bill that is expected to cost more than 15 million Americans their health insurance. The fight over that led to the longest government shutdown in history.
We want peace!
He sent National Guard troops into cities and launched a massive immigration crackdown across the country, including in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where federal agents shot and killed 2 American protesters. The government says it deported 675,000 people in 2025. He's used the country's war on drugs as a reason to shoot alleged drug boats in the Caribbean, killing more than 100 people, and for a raid that captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. In all, he's ordered military strikes on 7 different countries.
Also, look at the opposition, dog. Look at the opposition. U.S. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says after briefing on Iran that this is serious and the the Trump administration needs to make its case to the American people. We're fucked. We're fucked. We are utterly fucked.
Serious?
We are completely fucked. Following today's classified briefing on Iran by Secretary of State Marco Rubio to members of the Gang of Eight, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat from New York, stated to reporters, not his opposition with absolute certainty to a war with Iran that is imminent, but instead his opposition to the fact that Trump hasn't made his case clear enough.
This is serious, and the administration has to make its case to the American people.
What did you hear?
You can't get out of that meeting and say no war with Iran, you fucking demon. I'm sorry, dude. Chuck Schumer, 100% just pro-Israel and nothing else. That's it. That's it. That's it. There is no other way to analyze this. There is no other, and you could say, oh, dude, it's because you're, is it because he's Jewish? No, dude, it's not because he's fucking Jewish, okay? It's because he is communicating very clearly that the only thing that animates him is to defend Israel, okay? That's it. We have domestic issues that Chuck Schumer is genuinely unclear on. We have domestic problems here that Chuck Schumer could be attacking the Trump administration on. He never does it, okay? Going to war with Iran has 25% support. It has no support in the Democratic Party. Chuck Schumer is the leader of the Democratic Party within the Democratic base, but overwhelming majority support in Israel. Of course, Chuck Schumer, with his singular focus, can't say no war with Iran. Shameless schmuck. Josh Shapiro is doing the same as well. Yeah. Governor Shapiro on Iran. You will find no sympathy from me when it comes to the Iranians, but what I want to see from our commander-in-chief is clear purpose, clear intentions, clear directives. I think he owes the American people that answer before engaging in military action. Dog, you're the governor of Pennsylvania. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're the governor of fucking Pennsylvania. What do you mean? What do you mean? We need the administration to explain to us why we're going to war with Iran. They're so fucking stupid. New York Times editorial board, WAPO editorial board, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, the official Dem Party media organs are entirely silent on Trump building up the largest armada in 23 years and threatening to attack Iran because they agree with it and think it's good, but must maintain pretenses. They have to make it seem like they have modest opposition to this, even though they 100% agree with it. Okay? They love that they get to have plausible deniability. That's it. They love that Trump is doing it because they don't have to do it. This is a win-win for them. Trump gets to be bold and brave in the direction that they want the American government to move in without eating any of the fucking negative costs. Okay? That's it. That's what's going on here. I'm sorry. You might fucking have a hard time coming to terms with that reality, but that is just the reality. Chuck Schumer is singularly focused on Israel. He wants the American government to attack Iran. There is plenty of evidence to suggest this. There's already a lot of reporting that we've gone over with people behind closed doors celebrating these decisions while trying to separate themselves from the Trump administration aesthetically, but not even doing a good enough fucking job separating themselves aesthetically from Trump's decisions here. You have Brett McGurk and people like that salivating at the prospect of striking Iran. 80% of the country does not want a war with Iran. 80% of the country. It's fucking ridiculous, man. I feel like Trump's Joint Chief of Staff chair, General Raisin Kane, has better opposition against striking Iran than Chuck Schumer does. It's fucking insane. It's insane. How can you look at the situation and not realize, first of all, foreign policy has domestic consequences. I know many Americans don't understand that. I know many Americans have a hard time coming to terms with that reality. But it is upon our electeds to make that argument, to make Americans understand, especially at a time like right now when this is an objectively unpopular decision that is going to lead to chaos. Okay?
Now, as President Trump prepares to address Congress and the nation, he will attempt to convince them that
That's the other side of the story that frustrates me endlessly. Okay? I kind of want to have Ben on to talk about this specifically. Let me text him real quick. Would you be down to talk about Iran at some point? Talking about Ben Rhodes. Not Ben Shapiro, dude. Ben Rhodes. Ben Rhodes. Not Ben Norton. Ben Rhodes. Okay? Ben Rhodes, the fucking goat. I didn't know you had it like that. Yes, he's awesome. Obama administration's very own Ben Rhodes. Also known to Israel as Ben Hamas Rhodes. Okay? I want to have him on to specifically talk about like the JCPOA and the fact that the Democrats aren't even making an argument to like go back to Obama levels, you know? It's so crazy that as much as like I have a lot of criticisms of Obama, you guys know this. I don't shy away from ripping the Obama administration foreign policy, right? However, there are areas where Barack Obama actually cut through the duopoly on Israel and actually operated against Israel's wishes in terms of our Middle Eastern policy. The Iran denuclearization deal was one of those issues, right? He was good on Iran. He was good on Cuba. It was objectively the correct thing to do. And Democrats didn't even go back to that when they won. Joe Biden was the vice president. Joe Biden was Obama's vice president. Joe Biden won the presidency. Joe Obama won the presidency, and he didn't even fucking return to JCPOA. It's fucking crazy. It blows my mind. Like, I'm not talking about like my own personal convictions or my own personal opinion on nuclear sovereignty by way of nuclear arms is not even relevant in this conversation, right? I'm having a conversation specifically about like urging the Democrats to move in a direction where we have better foreign policy outcomes. Our streamer is Brandonizing right before our eyes is true. Anyway, here's some good signs that a war with Iran will be devastating for America and Israel. Breaking, Israeli intelligence conclude that even with the imminent arrival of the USS Gerald R. Ford, once they get done with the poop problem, because they have a poop gate issue with USS Gerald R. Ford. If you remember, $13 billion aircraft carrier, and there are massive issues with the plumbing. So they had to dock in Greece, in Crete specifically, to fix the plumbing problems. Toilets are fucking backed up. And yet, the problems don't end there. Even with USS Gerald R. Ford, the United States can sustain only 4 to 5 days of intense aerial strikes, or about a week of lower intensity operations, an Israeli intelligence official has told the Financial Times. The Washington Post separately reported that Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Dan Kane warned President Trump and senior officials last week that the U.S. munitions stockpiles have been significantly depleted due to the ongoing defense commitments of Israel and Ukraine, leaving shortfalls in critical missiles and interceptors that could complicate and lengthen any major campaign. Kane also raised concerns about the operational complexity and limited backing from regional allies, according to reporting from WAPO, Wall Street Journal, and Axios. Some reports say the sailors are clogging the systems purposely due to bad morale, but I don't know if that's real. I can totally see that. Have criticism about a war criminal whitewashing a clog. If you can't understand that I have two different modes when I'm talking about American foreign policy, one which is my own personal vision and one which is like what the Americans could do right now and are not doing, you're a baby and you will never understand what I'm doing here, okay? Shut the fuck up, please. I'm sorry that it doesn't, I'm sorry that my commentary doesn't reach your standard, okay? When we're talking about like what the Democrats that are currently in office could be doing. Jesus Christ. Do I have to wear a hat that says like, you know, liberal when I'm doing that kind of commentary as opposed to like a hat that you know, says communist when I'm talking about what my actual personal convictions look like? Is that what you need? Do you need for me to spell it out for you? Are you that fucking stupid you can't comprehend that what is permissible with the current makeup of Congress that we have at our disposal versus what I think should happen are two entirely separate realities, pretty much. It's so fucking stupid. We got the leader of the Democratic Party, Chuck Schumer, straight up talking like war with Iran is imminent, and that's a good thing, but the only problem he has is that you haven't made a convincing case of the American population, one that convinced me, Chuck Schumer, and you're over here being like, oh, I don't understand, like, why won't you just talk about all the time, talk about how Iran needs to have nuclear arms right now, tomorrow? I do that enough, okay? You know what my personal opinion on the matter is. Few Americans support U.S. military action against Iran, but a majority think it's likely. About half of Americans somewhat or strongly oppose the U.S. using military force to attack Iran. About 1/4 support such an attack. 27% of Americans support an attack on Iran. 27%. The majority of Republicans support it, 58%, which is very low for Republican support, for the record. Majorities of Democrats at 76%, and independents at 54% oppose it. Yeah, if Iran had nuclear weapons, Trump would currently be exchanging love letters with Ayatollah Khamenei. If Iran had nuclear weapons, you wouldn't have tens of thousands of active duty service members at risk of being fucking lasered out of existence right now by Iranian ballistic missiles, by Iranian hypersonic missiles. Okay? If you want to talk about it from the perspective of realpolitik, if you want to talk about it from a selfish perspective where you don't care about the Iranian population and what happens to them, but what happens to your neighbors, then we can have that conversation too. If Iran had nuclear arms right now, there wouldn't be all of this commotion in the region. It's that simple. We need more pooping sailors to sabotage the Navy. Yeah. It's so funny that OSINT Andes have been polluting the timeline with like videos of the USS Gerald Ford. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Because of Poopgate, which we covered yesterday, if you currently search USS Gerald Ford, okay, what you end up seeing is a good chunk of, like, aside from the fucking Poopgate breaking, preparations are being made for the USS Gerald Ford to attack Iran. But then it's all like, look at how fucking brave, look at how sick USS Gerald Ford is. It's the largest warship ever constructed. Please don't focus on the toilet issue. Think about how mighty our weapons are. Real patriots clog the toilet when they take a dump. I agree. Hell yeah, brothers. What was Lenin's theory on pooping till it's clogged? War is upon you, whether you would risk it or not. Said Netanyahu to King Trump and the masses be fucked. Yeah. Our poor soldiers are going to die with full bowels. So you're saying Trump was right all along about the water pressure in the White House? I mean, he should have been focusing on the water pressure in the fucking USS Gerald Ford, it seems. You know? If only the soundboard had a wet fart sound to accompany your commentary on this. I mean, I got it. Anytime I say USS Gerald Ford, I'm going to bring this soundboard, bring this sound up. Good grief. The carrier USS Ford was already the most expensive ship ever built by the Navy. It is stacked with new technology, and many of the systems had not been proven in the field, which drove up the cost and delayed its delivery to the Navy. Borrowing the sewage system from commercial cruise ships may have been a mistake, said Brian Clark with the Hudson Institute. Also, speaking of which, this is Reuters reporting, Iran is close to a deal with China to purchase anti-ship cruise missiles, according to 6 people with knowledge of the negotiations, just as the United States deploys a vast naval force near the Iranian coast ahead of possible strikes. Why wouldn't you have that already? I mean, they already have their own indigenous development, right? Iran, while not, I mean, Iran is pretty solid and pretty reliable in terms of like having low cost munitions. However, it wouldn't hurt to get some Chinese weapons in there if they want to defend themselves. They are YJ-12 missile. You can search for it. No, I know they have different missile systems, but you know, because China sucks dick, they won't sell. Mike looked into the claims today. They are dubious at best and just likely China bad fear mongering. Yeah, from what I understand, China has already stopped their shipment of trains that they were supposed to send to Tehran. So it would be unlikely that Iran would finalize a deal of like actual supersonic anti-ship cruise missiles. Because from what I understand, I saw a video of I think it was like the mayor or something, like some local politician in Tehran complaining that China had denied the transfer of already paid for train carts that were supposed to be delivered to Tehran because they're worried about trade with the West or something. So if they're worried about sending train carts that they were already supposed to send, that Iran already paid for, then I doubt that they're sending fucking cruise missiles. I don't know. Iran's president Pezeshkian, was warmly received in China, given prominence in meetings, and invited to the Victory Day parade. Unlike other Chinese regional partners, he toured high-speed trains at key sites, but that doesn't mean anything right now. We will never know. We will never know until we see it in action. China does not see the arms embargo on Iran as valid judicially. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that if they're not even sending fucking goods that they had goods that they had already paid for, then why would they fucking send additional arms to Iran? If China is fucking worried about sending trains to Tehran, why the fuck would they send weapons to Iran? I don't know. This is a response to the $40 billion procurement bill that just got passed in Taiwan province yesterday. You arm our territory, we arm your Israeli master's nemesis. Okay, Top G is back. Chinese academic Victor Gao just sent a warning shot to the world after reports Iran is nearing a deal to buy supersonic anti-ship missiles from China. Is this relevant or recent?
Reuters has just reported. And
I guess it is recent, yeah.
What they're reporting is that Iran is very close to a deal with China to purchase anti-ship cruise missiles. This, of course, is just as the United States is getting ready to deploy
Victor Goat
a vast naval force, or already has, to the Iranian coast ahead of a possible attack on Iran. It's a little off topic, but Victor, would you comment on this for us? Because we're talking about Chinese, they're called CM-302 missiles, described as supersonic missiles. They have a range of about 300,000 kilometers. They're designed to evade shipborne defenses they go really low down to almost the surface of the water and then can rise again. Did I say something? 300, yes, kilometers. Victor, what do you make of this? What should we think of this? What does it say?
Thank you very much. Both China and Iran are independent countries with their sovereignty. And there is no international law which prohibits China and Iran to engage with each other in commercial transactions. And China happens to produce some of the most sophisticated missiles of all kinds. And it's absolutely right for China and Iran to size up each other and engage in whatever economic and commercial transactions they desire to do that, including involving such military missiles. And I think the whole world should be put on notice that both China and Iran will have full sovereign right to do such commercial transactions with each other, and no country should pretend to be surprised.
Bro, inshallah. Because remember, it's a great deterrence, okay? I want the people of Iran to be able to have, if they will have a revolutionary a popular revolution, I want them to be able to do that, okay? I want the people of Iran to be safe. I want the people of Iran to have sovereignty. And American bombs are not going to achieve that. American bombs are just going to kill Iranians. And if what that means in the interim is the Iranian regime, the Islamic Republic, having the necessary deterrence, then so be it. Justifying interventionism to themselves by thinking of it as trade maxing. Yeah, they're like, wow, you would like to purchase anti-ship missiles? Well, that's trade, and we love that. Iran lost much of its military arsenal during last year's brief war with Israel. Now the Islamic Republic is nearing a deal with China to buy supersonic anti-ship missiles, sources tell Reuters. This is also fucking bullshit. Pound for pound, the Iranian missile stockpile, in my opinion, is one, much cheaper and much faster, much more efficient to procure, and their missile stockpile was nowhere near as depleted as the Israeli one. Okay? No nuclear program, but could theoretically try to get one, describes every non-nuclear armed country in the world. So the Trump admin apparently reserves the right and the duty to go to war with the entire globe whenever it feels like it. Yep.
No, the president's initial statement, and the president reiterated that True Social, that Operation Midnight Hammer was an overwhelmingly successful mission that did, in fact, obliterate Iran's nuclear facilities. That is not just verified by the President of the United States, but also the International Atomic Energy Commission as well. That does not mean that Iran may never try again to establish a nuclear program that could directly threaten the United States and our allies abroad, and that's what the President wants to ensure can never happen again. And just one more note, with respect.
Are you going to cover the State of the Union address? No. Yes, chatter. Of course I'm going to cover the fucking State of the Union address. Turkey's thinking of invading Iran to prevent refugees from Iran coming in. If there's a power vacuum, you need to handle it, big dog. Okay.
Back to Iran before I run into my morning meeting. President.
Yeah. What are they going to do? Fucking. They're gonna what? Send the troops over to the Iranian border so they could kill the Kurds? That's the one speed that the Turkish government has. Let's be real. So that's unironically, despite Turkey being a NATO nation, that's probably going to be in favor of Iranian interests.
President Trump's first
They're going to do the same thing that they did in Syria.
option is always diplomacy, but as he has shown, he is willing to use the lethal force of the United States military if necessary. So it's always the president is always the final around here, and I've seen a lot of sensationalist reporting over the past day that is just completely untrue. And anyone speculating to the media, hiding behind an anonymous source, pretending to know what President Trump is thinking or a decision he will make with respect to action against Iran has no idea what they're talking about.
Oh my God, Hakeem Jeffries commented on war with Iran.
Briefing at 3 p.m. on Iran. What are your thoughts again on where this could be possibly leading with potential U.S. military action in Iran?
The American people understand that under no circumstances should the Trump administration get us into another failed foreign forever war when we know the outcome, particularly in the Middle East. It's going to cost American lives. It's not going to lead to any decisive resolution, and it's going to waste taxpayer dollars that should be spent making.
Okay, that's literally not as bad as Chuck Schumer. God, the bar is so low. The bar is so fucking low. I cannot believe that this barely sentient resistance, like bare minimum resistance, I'm like, oh, thank God. He said no forever war, which, by the way, still leaves room for a little bit of war, like a military strike that won't lead to forever war, right? Like he's still... he's still doing that, I guess.
Life better for the American people. Congress needs to act and authorize military.
Dog, no. Are you fucking kidding me? No, I was so wrong. I take back everything I said. God damn it, I'm so stupid. I should have just let the fucking clip end.
Congress needs to act and authorize military force before any military action is taken by Donald Trump and his administration. We'll make that point very clearly in the Gang of Eight briefing that's going to take place in about 30 minutes, and we'll continue.
Oh, this is before the Gang of Eight briefing. So after the Gang of Eight briefing, he's going to be like, what is he going to say after? Because Chuck Schumer, we heard, had a take after the Gang of Eight briefing. Check my logs. I'm a dumbass. Thank God he didn't say Trump has to ask me for permission first. Yeah. You don't learn, baby boy. President Trump's lunch with network anchors.
The White House room, just leaving now. The president did a lunch with network news anchors and offered a bit of a preview of his speech. One notable thing, we did talk about Iran. He said that Iran wants some deal more than I do, but they just can't say the magic words, which he said was that they won't build a bomb. The president said he's going to talk a lot about the economy, and he's going to call for new tax cuts tonight, and he's going to say that the next 3 years in America will be the best years economically that we've ever had, and he's going to say, or he told us, it's already begun. So that's here at the White House, just leaving lunch with the president.
Fucking, everything sucks, dude. Democracy is fake. Everything sucks. Wake the fuck up to that reality. All states in the periphery must immediately acquire nuclear arms. There's no other way to develop sovereignty. It's not going to happen. Every country is basically a couple steps removed from America or Israel deciding their fate in the absence of nuclear arms. Literally did say the magic words. Yes, they did. Iran will under no circumstances ever develop a nuclear weapon. Our fundamental convictions are crystal clear. Iran will under no circumstances ever develop a nuclear weapon. Neither will we Iranians ever forego our right to harness the dividends of peaceful nuclear technology for our people. They've been saying that. How many subs to get you to shock your dog? 100 gifted subs, and I shock her right now. Actually, place. Fuck it. Shocked her before the subs come rolling in. The Piker Broadcasting Service, of course, is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Piker Broadcasting Service. The only way to support the show is by subscribing, which you can do for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. TOS bait? Yeah, except this is very clearly not real. They can clip it and they can ship it, but it's not going to work. Pause it Chronic. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Have you watched Bride of Kirk yet? I will be seated to watch Bride of Kirk, but I haven't watched it yet. Yeah, we got the New York drama in a second, but I'm not done with the Iran situation. And last week, over 150 aircraft have been moved to bases near or inside CENTCOM's AOR. Okay. Current deployment only capable of 4 to 5 days of intensive attacks. NATO increasing AWACS flights near Iran. Iran is looking to purchase advanced anti-ship CM-302 missiles from China. Seeing 8 Stratotankers spread along the CENTCOM airlift highway. These are likely escorting the F-22s that took off from RAF Lakenheath. There's also another rivet joint coming in over the Mediterranean. Channel 12, the U.S. will station fighter jets, including F-22s, inside of Israel, which, by the way, gives a clear opportunity for Iran to strike Israel once again. Yeah, AOR, area of responsibility. Rubio is about to host a closed meeting with Congress regarding Iran just hours before the State of the Union. So they are actually giving what do you call it, a briefing to Congress. They're just not getting the congressional approval. But once again, so no gaming with Adapt tomorrow? No, I will be gaming with Adapt, hopefully, if we don't strike Iran tomorrow. 14 former members of the CIA calculated that the agency alone was responsible for the death of over 6 million people between 1947 and 1987. David Michael Smith put the total number of deaths for which the U.S. is responsible at 54 million in 1945 and 2020. Yeah, I mean, that's all the destabilization initiatives. IRGC conducting a missile exercise on a target that seems to resemble the layout of the UAE's Al Dhafra Air Base, south of Abu Dhabi, where numerous U.S. Air Force and U.S. Army units are stationed. The ground force of the IRGC have today conducted a missile simulation exercise using tactical ballistic missiles. The target site bears a striking resemblance to a section of the Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE. Given the range of missiles at the disposal of the IRGC ground forces, they would either have to launch from Iranian islands or have extended their range. A vast, dense, and soft target. Kind of feels like he's going to do the strikes during his speech. I do worry about that. As well, because Trump is like, he loves doing weird shit like that. But I also think the higher priority here is to have the full scope of attention on Trump. And if he were to do the strikes during the speech, then people would pay attention to the strikes instead of the speech. And I think he's too narcissistic to do that. I've thought about that too. Unless he like wheels a TV over and presses like a big comical button. John Favreau says, I was head speechwriter for 5 State of the Unions. It's become a relic of a speech that barely matters for even the 24 hours anyone is paying attention, and people who are paying attention tend to be politically engaged types who've already made up their minds. This is true when the speech is a success and true when it's a disaster. Most are fine. The stakes are not high for Trump. The test is not whether he can stay on message or avoid picking fights or throwing his feces at John Roberts. The only thing he could do tonight to marginally improve GOP fortunes heading into the midterms would be to acknowledge that he hasn't been focused on people's financial struggles and lay out a plan to improve them. I'm sure he'll nail that. Yeah, he's not going to nail that. John is obviously being sarcastic. You just got 180'd? What do you mean? He's going to part the curtains and show bombing footage set to 1812 Overture, placing my Kalshi now? He's never going to do that. He doesn't do apologies. He'll say we're the best economy, we're winning, but that economy is in peril because of the Supreme Court, so I'm going to abolish the court. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. God save y'all from this. Breaking, Kamala Harris says she might run for president again, still has not decided. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So fucking cooked. The whole bombing preparation is just Kalshi rug pull, but Trump and his friends to get us to bet that we will, then we won't, and they'll make huge money on Kalshi. You know what's really funny about that statement? Any other administration that moves tens of billions of dollars worth of assets within striking distance of a foreign adversary, I would say you're delusional, okay? Any other admin, I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. Nobody moves tens of billions of dollars worth of naval assets if they're not going to use them. This is the one administration where there is a sliver of likelihood that that could be the case, like a rug pull that is imminent off of Kalshi. And that's the only reason why they're moving like this, you know? Clip of her saying, I might. Oh, this is it?
Will you run again?
I haven't decided.
You're still thinking about it?
I might.
Yeah.
Is getting more and more likely that he will announce the strike during State of the Union. Estimates in the Israeli security establishment indicate that the attack on Iran is a done deal and finalized and will take place very soon. Channel 12. He can't do it during State of the Union because it's at nighttime in America, which is like dead ass in the middle of the fucking day in Iran. That would be totally insane. I mean, they've done insane shit over and over again, but like, I do feel like there are at least some sane and reasonable people within the ranks that would be like, we can't fucking do it. Like, we can't do it. We have to wait till nighttime. I'm not making a prediction. I'm not making a prediction. Bro, stop making predictions. It's not a prediction. Nothing I say about Donald Trump attacking Iran. Nothing I say about Donald Trump is ever going to happen. Okay. He is an insane person.
Qatar have gained a new Turkish threat is emerging. I want to be very clear. Turkey and Qatar have gained influence in Syria, are seeking influence elsewhere and everywhere throughout the region. And from here, I warn, Turkey is the new Iran. Erdogan is sophisticated, dangerous, and he seeks to encircle Israel. And while some senior Israelis were on Qatar's payroll, Qatar and Turkey are nourishing
senior Israelis that are on Qatar payroll. Israel is Hamas.
The Islamic Brotherhood monster that is growing and eventually might become as dangerous as the one created by Iran. Turkey and Qatar are gaining influence not only in Syria, but also in Gaza, through the front door, and everywhere, and trying to create a new choke ring. Turkey is trying to flip Saudi Arabia against us and establish a hostile Sunni axis with nuclear Pakistan.
Them leaders are trying to block the war powers? No. New top Democrats are working behind the scenes to stop a vote on the Kana Massi Iran war powers resolution, a vote that would force every member of Congress to go on the record over Trump's potential regime change war. Shut the fuck up. This is from Ida Chavez, formerly of The Intercept. A very trustworthy reporter. Oh my God. We are led by demons, okay? We have demons running the fucking show. Ain't you the one who abuses his dog? No, that's the secretary. That's the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Her name is Kirsty Noem, and she didn't just abuse her dog. She actually killed her puppy and then dumped the puppy's body in a landfill, and then also killed a goat as well. Sorry. Calico cat lover. But don't you know there's a meaningful difference between Democrats and Republicans? Are you feeling that right now? It's very hard for me to feel that meaningful difference between Democrats and Republicans in moments like this. You know, for all the nuanced understanders and enjoyers, it is very interesting to me. Bro, we need our progressive voice like AOC and Bernie calling Schumer and calling them out. It's fucking time. Zoran back in Jeffries is by far his biggest L. Yes. Fuck these people, dude. They just want to kill everyone. I'm getting triggered. Yeah. I mean, if you want to see what a real fissure with NATO would look like, it's when little America, also known as Israel, ends up fucking attacking a NATO country, Turkey. And not just any NATO country, but a profoundly important NATO country. Like, far more important, far more consequential than even a country like Poland. Because Turkey not only has an indigenous arms industry that funnels weapons to Ukraine and all these other NATO allies, low-cost drones like Bayraktar, so much so that Ukraine literally fucking made a song about it. Turkey also happens to be the second largest military in NATO after the United States of America. This isn't me like glazing Turkey or being pro-Erdogan. This is just me stating facts. Okay? As far as like any sort of initiative against Turkey would be an initiative against NATO and also the United States of America. Israel has taken plenty of initiatives against the United States of America, sometimes covertly, other times, in the case of Joe Biden, overtly. Having said that, this probably would be a bridge too far. This would be a turning point in that entire relationship. So while they posture against Turkey like this, I don't know if that'll go anywhere serious. I don't know if that'll be a real, I don't know if that'll be a real thing. Representative Richie Torres was asked, by the way, another one of my ops, Israel's greatest defender, Richie Torres, who hasn't been in the news lately because he's a little bit worried about primary challengers.
Congressman, how do you plan to vote on the War Powers Resolution, Kana and Massey's War Powers Resolution? You don't. What publication is this? Drop Site News. You don't recognize the name, or you don't recognize the legitimacy.
I'm not familiar with it. So.
Not familiar. No comment on the war in Iran. The appending war.
I have no idea who you are.
All right.
Someone from CNN should ask the same question. It's a really good question. It's a really easy to answer. I mean, it's a yes or no question. He knows what Drop Site News is, by the way. He's just a fucking massive piece of shit. Our rulers hate us? Yes. They despise you. They hate you. It's very obvious. They do not give a fuck about you. They do not give a fuck about your opinions. They do not care about your ambitions. It's just, the democratic process is it means nothing. How dare that little bitch who will make all our boys a drop site? Yeah. Hopefully he won't be in Congress any longer. So what is this? Fixed toilet. Okay, stop. This is like a fake account. Anyway, that's what we got on the Iran side of things for the time being. There was also a high-stakes Pentagon meeting today. Sec Hegseth gave Anthropic head Dario Amodei ultimatum to allow Pentagon to use Anthropic's AI model for mass domestic surveillance and kinetic autonomous operations without human oversight or face censure and be labeled a supply chain threat. According to source familiar, the meeting was cordial, not a dressing down, not a screaming match, all business. Hegseth praised the Anthropic product, but then said if by Friday Anthropic does not agree to the Pentagon's use of the model without restrictions, then Hegseth would terminate the contract and use the Defense Production Act to force Anthropic to comply and or designate Anthropic a supply chain threat and a national security risk. Edit. Both are mutually exclusive. You can't be a supply chain risk, but also invoke the DPA to say the country needs this product so much for national security that it will override any restrictions put in place by the company that limits government access to the product. Both cannot be true. At issue is Anthropic's two stipulations that its advanced AI model currently used in the Pentagon's classified systems is not used for autonomous kinetic operations. We looked at what Israel was using in Gaza with the Lavender program and decided we need our own. There was a big fuss about it internally at Anthropic, and they did not want to allow the government to use their AI models for kinetic strikes without authorization from a human being. Anthropic currently requires human oversight of autonomous operations when used to kill things for safety reasons because they don't know how the autonomous system will react and could even endanger U.S. soldiers using the model. soldiers and others could lose control of the model and automatically start killing large groups without humans in the kill chain. Can you imagine utilizing Anthropic to create strike priorities, and then Anthropic realizes that the American military is a far greater threat to human life in the region and just starts lasering, using our weapons to start lasering our soldiers? If that's the world you want to live in, Pete, go ahead. Second, Anthropic bars its models from being used for mass domestic surveillance. Hegseth wants these restrictions lifted. According to a source familiar with the talks, Anthropic has never objected to the use of its models for legitimate military operations. It also told Hegseth it never complained to the Pentagon or Palantir about the use of its models in the Maduro raid. Yeah. Senior fellow or co-founder of 972 Mag, Dimi Ryder, who I sometimes am at odds with, but is probably one of the best Israeli journalists out there, or one of, if not the best Israeli investigative reporting outlet, plus 972, which is part of the reason why we know about Israel's AI targeting that they were using in Gaza, says not enough headlines are focusing on the fact that Hegseth specifically wants Anthropic to let robots roam and kill without human oversight. We learned laboratory. This should be alarming to all. Yeah, good luck. As an AI user, it's terrifying. AI makes mistakes all the time on the most basic shit. This is horrifying. Yeah. If you want to continue with the story, there's a CNN video on it.
The CEO of one
all
of
right,
the
we'll
biggest...
cover it in a second. Hold on. Ominous words from Senator Schumer after the Gang of Eight briefing on Iran. Yeah, I already covered that. All right, here, Leah, let's look at Hegseth's arguments.
In the world is meeting with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth today as the Pentagon threatens to essentially blacklist that company, Anthropic, from lucrative government contracts if the AI company doesn't lift its restrictions on how the military can use its technology. The Pentagon has a $200 million contract with Anthropic. And a source tells CNN that the company has concerns over two issues: AI-controlled weapons and mass domestic surveillance of American citizens. Let's talk about this with Jacob Ward. He is a technology journalist and host of the Rip Current podcast. He's also the author of the book, The Loop: How AI is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. Jacob, the Pentagon here wants this company, Anthropic, to lift its restrictions for how the military uses its model. They want it to be able to be used for what's they're calling all lawful use. What are Anthropic's concerns with that?
Well, Brianna, this is a very unusual situation in my experience, because typically when government use of technology begins, that means that new restraints are going to be put onto that company. The companies typically, traditionally, just pull toward greater and greater capabilities, and the assumption is that the government and democracy will somehow dampen down the dangers here. What Anthropic is discovering is that they don't live in that world anymore. Suddenly they're dealing with a Defense Department that wants to be able to use their technology for whatever they want. And Dario Amodei, the CEO of this company, who has written very openly about his concerns that his technology and the industry in general could be misused for all sorts of authoritarian purposes, is specifically objecting to the possibility that we could be using this technology to surveil Americans en masse, or to create weapons that fire themselves and kill people without human intervention. Supposedly the trigger here for him in part was discovering that his work was in fact used in the capture of Nicolas Maduro through Anthropic's partner Palantir in a way that he didn't know anything about. He evidently found out about that the same way we all did. And it is this effort inside a company that is making this world-changing technology to try to impose some restrictions on that technology that now has him running afoul of the Pentagon, Brianna.
Can you talk a little bit about how AI maybe has been used for, say, controlling weapons and mass surveillance, and what concerns that usage has raised?
Well, according to the reports we're seeing, Anthropic's technology, which is the only only company, by the way, that is allowed inside the most classified systems in the military, is being used for all sorts of things that it's supposedly great at, including things like cyber offense. You need to be able to exchange digital fire with an opponent in nanosecond time scales that human beings could never be part of. That's an incredible use of it. But at the same time, what AI makes possible is things like, there's technology that we've seen, research that we've seen. That
AI is for plausible deniability. That's it. You can use it when it's not supposed to have a 100% success rate. It's good for creating new targets if you don't care about what happens to those targets, whether it's for deportation or whether it's for kinetic strikes. Okay, it's utilized by insurance companies like United Healthcare to deny people their valid claims for coverage. That's what the AI is for. It's not for something that's supposed to have a 100% success rate. Israel was using AI in Gaza, as we know, to create new targets. Why were they able to do so? Well, they were able to do so because they were killing as many civilians as possible. They didn't need to make sure that these targets were like actual valid targets. They're doing a genocide.
That could turn a Wi-Fi router into an essentially a radar inside a home that could tell you exactly where somebody was at any given time. It is the pattern recognition power of AI, something that a team of people, in a vast building or a bunch of people with headphones on in a van could never imagine. As a surveillance technology, it is incredible. In fact, it's so incredible that Dario Amodei actually wrote recently, he said here, powerful AI looking across billions of conversations from millions of people could gauge public sentiment, detect pockets of disloyalty forming, and stamp them out before they grow. That's the kind of concern that Amodei has here.
Unbelievable. I mean, when you talk about the possibilities here. So the way this threat would kind of operate is Axios is reporting that the Pentagon would deem that they're threatening to deem Anthropic what's called a supply chain risk. That would essentially blacklist Anthropic from having government contracts. It's an approach that's usually taken with companies that are extensions of foreign adversaries like China or Russia. If Anthropic doesn't play ball here, because as you say, they're unique in that they kind of plug into this top secret nature of the U.S. systems, is there another company that can provide those same AI services and that would be willing to capitulate on these potential human rights and civil liberties concerns?
Yeah, can we find one that'll play ball? We need machine, like robots are going to kill people, okay? Whether you like it or not. Robots are going to fucking start slaughtering people. Which one is going to do it for us?
Well, according to the reporting that we're seeing right now, Anthropic is the one that they want to use. And one defense official told Axios that the reason we are talking to these guys is because they are so good. That is the problem that the Defense Department is facing. But while you say, Anthropic is unique, it's not entirely unique, and it has some very close competitors. You have Google, you have Meta, and you have...
You're too simple-minded. You don't understand that technology advances and we have to submit. We have to build the Torment Nexus or else our competitors will. Yeah, no, I get it. My mistake, big dog. I was wrong. Someone's got to build the fucking torture orphan annihilator machine, and that someone's going to be us, obviously.
Have XAI, which is Elon Musk's company. All of them have, are in line for this possible contract. And at least one of them, and according to Axios, that's XAI, that's Elon Musk's company, has said they can use it without any safeguards whatsoever. They won't be bringing any of this, internal hand-wringing to it. They'll say, you go ahead and use it in any way you want. And it may be that could cost Anthropic this $200 million contract unless the Defense Department figures out that technology is irreplaceable truly. But at this point, the heat is on in terms of the competition technologically. And so it seems to me that this is a real pickle that Dario Amodei has gotten into. You are worried about the use of your technology. You're trying to impose what you consider some ethical constraints on it. And that suddenly could cost you a $200 million contract. This is that thing where, the rubber meets the road when you try to be an ethical business leader. In the end, we're talking here just broadly here, Brianna, about who controls AI and under what terms are they going to? All of these stories are basically one big story about the future of this technology and who is going to control it. And I think what could happen next is you could see somebody with fewer scruples, fewer ethical qualms, stepping up to the mic and saying, I'm going to go ahead and give you whatever you need here.
New reporting from Axios details just how tense this meeting actually could be, with one defense official saying Anthropic knows this is not a get-to-know-you meeting, this is not a friendly meeting, this is a shit or get off the pot meeting. What led to this moment? Reporting by Axios that the Pentagon is threatening to cut ties with and cut off Anthropic. The company, if the company continues to say that the military should not use their AI for mass surveillance or fully autonomous weapons. The top Democrat on the House Science and Tech Committee was just on the show. Here's her take.
Anthropic is trying to do the right thing, so far as I can tell, and put their own guardrails in.
Well, it turns out, no, that's not the case, because they're literally telling Pete Hegseth that they had no, that they actually never complained to Palantir. about their tools being utilized for mass surveillance on like domestic ICE occupation operations.
Even in the absence of legislation.
After Claude helped them with Maduro, they can't use anything else. Crazy the U.S. government got hooked after a free trial.
I think, as best I can tell, the Pentagon is trying to talk Anthropic out of doing the responsible thing.
Joining me now is one of the reporters behind all of this new detail and reporting, Dave Lawler, the National Security Editor for Axios. It's good to see you again, Dave. Tell me more about what you're hearing in terms of what could happen in this meeting and come out of it.
Sure. So the Pentagon is saying it is unacceptable for Anthropic to put any limitations on how they use their model. They're saying that if you're a contractor with the military, you give us your tool and we use it however we see fit. But Anthropic is saying we have some concerns. We have built our software with some safeguards in it around things, as you mentioned, like surveillance or developing weapons that fire without humans. We're not willing to drop those guardrails. The Pentagon is saying, if you won't play ball, if you won't come over to our way of thinking, we will cut off your contract. And there are a plethora of other penalties that we could apply, including this supply chain risk designation to Anthropic, to basically say that anyone who does business with the Pentagon cannot do business with Anthropic. So, a lot of brinksmanship leading up.
Why do you think Anthropic is pushing back? They must see some kind of future legal risk in it, right? I think so. I think that the reasoning is quite obvious. I mean, the AI could literally fucking take control over targeting systems and literally laser U.S. soldiers. That's a likelihood. Like, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. If the AI just makes a calculation, if it has like, somewhere in its code, it has like a utilitarian concept of like preserving safety of life or whatever, something could go fucking haywire and just start lasering the American soldiers instead. Okay. Then there's also the other side of the story, which is they could be held liable. They don't want to go to fucking Nuremberg and have to deal with the legal repercussions of having their AI systems be responsible for killing a bunch of children, or even if that's even a thing that we prosecute for. Let's be real, it's probably not going to happen. But like, responsible for killing Americans. Notice how I'm not talking about like the individual engineers and their moral arguments against it, because I live in the real world and I don't think that these guys have any sort of fucking moral issue with this. I'm sorry. Some engineers might. They have no tool to push back. So, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei until Friday to drop the company's restrictions on its advanced AI model Claude. Can be used by the Pentagon, including its bans on mass domestic surveillance and autonomous lethal operations, or face losing its military contract. It could also face the possibility of supply chain risk labeling and the use of the Defense Production Act to compel access, sources told Associated Press.
That's one reason.
This was Anthropic CEO's refusal to back down on the Pentagon. They're saying they're inconsistent. Like, in public, they're saying they don't like it, but in private, it seems, according to the reporting that we just read earlier, in the private closed door meeting that they had with Pete Hegseth, they were like, no, actually, we don't have any objections.
The autonomous drone swarm, right? So, the constitutional protections in our military structures depend on the idea that there are humans who would, we hope, disobey illegal orders. With fully autonomous weapons, we don't necessarily have those protections. But I actually think this whole idea of constitutional rights and liberty along...
Like, I know what it looks like. I know many people that are wonderful engineers that work on the defense side who are just like, who just want to build cool shit. And slowly but surely they move in that direction. Okay. They have no unions. They have no mechanism of pushback. Even if they have and Murat doesn't work on this stuff. So I'm not talking about him. Okay. But there are plenty of people that just like went to college, really covering for your bro. No, he doesn't. Shut the fuck up. There are people in this chat who are engineers in similar companies. They have some of them obviously don't want to do this, but they internally don't have a mechanism of pushback at all. They don't have labor unions, and their bosses don't give a shit. Their bosses want to make these weapons because, that means they're going to get better contracts from the government, unlimited money from the government. That's it. So even if they have an issue with it, even if they take issue with it personally, even if they want this to stop, for example, they have no way of getting the government to stop or getting the company to stop. You know, no one joins. No one goes into engineering because they're like, I can't wait to make fucking baby murder machines. Most people want to build rockets to go to space. And the only companies that are hiring to build rockets are building rockets to murder children. That's it. You'd be surprised. Okay, some of them do. Some of them are freaks. I don't know any of them.
Many different dimensions, can be undermined by AI if we don't update these protections appropriately. So, think about the Fourth Amendment. It is not illegal to, put cameras around everywhere in public space and, record every conversation. It's a public space. You don't have a right to privacy in a public space. But today, the government couldn't record that all and make sense of it. Right. With AI, the ability to transcribe speech, to look through it, correlate it all, you could say, oh, there's this, this person is a member of the opposition. This person is expressing this view.
Yes.
And make a map of all, 100 million. And so are you going to make a mockery of the Fourth Amendment by...
I went into engineering to build Doggenheimer, okay? To build the one weapon to rule them all, so I could shock all the dogs around the world by going place. And when I press that button, every dog around the planet gets shocked.
By the technology, finding kind of technical ways around it. And so, again, if we had the time, and we should do this, we should try to do this even if we don't have the time, is there some way of reconceptualizing constitutional rights and liberties in the age of AI? Like, we don't need to write a new constitutional, but,
but you have to do this very
fast.
fast.
Do we expand the meaning of the Fourth Amendment? Do we expand the meaning of the First Amendment?
The squirrels, thank you. You're welcome. And I hope the cats also thank me for that. I'm going to war with the dogs on the side of the cats. Anyway, all the stuff sucks. It's all terrible. Also, speaking of terrible, John Fetterman proudly welcomed AIPAC and a survivor of the Bondi Beach Massacre, a living reminder of the global scourge of anti-Semitism. My voice and vote will always stand and proudly support the global Jewish community and our special ally. He's posted up with his handlers. The ogre shouts out John Fetterman. Wonderful stuff. Bloomberg reports the focus on NATO's air surveillance in Turkey has shifted from Russia to Iran as the risk of a U.S.-led military campaign against Tehran mounts. Turkey's making preparations for a possible U.S.-led strike against Iran, which could force Tehran to make concessions on issues including its nuclear program. The government in Ankara has growing concerns about the likelihood of such a conflict, fearing it could trigger a new influx of refugees into Turkey and weigh heavily on the country's struggling economy. Turkey is preparing for a possible United States strike against Iran and is also considering entering Iranian territory in the event of a power vacuum that prevent refugees from crossing into Turkey, according to Bloomberg News. They'll most likely just go and fight the Kurdish militias there, which will probably be in support, ironically enough, it will be in support of the Iranian government's goals of maintaining stability. Yalandılar oğlum, yalandılar. So yeah, that's the side of the. I think we've covered the Iran stuff sufficiently. There's a couple different things going on. One of the things that's happening is this Hunter College saga. But before I do that, I'm going to talk about the growing concerns. Many friends of mine have sent me this article from Jewish Insider. That was posted by one of my ops, Josh Kraushar. Hell of a story by Matthew Cassell. Matthew Cassell is another op of mine, features reporter at Jewish Insider, Matthew Cassell. Okay. Jewish Democrats alarmed about whether their party will remain welcoming. To which Sammy Gold responded with, "You can't make a comparison. Are the Pod Save America guys giving friendly softball interviews to like Louis Farrakhan? If a Dem said anything an inch similar to what James Fishback says, they'd be forced to exile themselves into the hinterlands of politics forever." And it's really funny because the entire story, which is, I think Jewish Insider's primary mission at this point is to just give whatever its remaining readership is, adult onset schizophrenia. Like their literal goal is to make people hysterical. The remaining readership, which I assume is like 8 people, right? Sammy Gold also says, they buried the lead. What they're worried about is people questioning fundamental bedrock principles of Zionism. They want you hooked up 24/7 to an IV full of Hasbara. Many Jewish and pro-Israel Democrats say they've observed a distinct and troubling new shift in that debate as the range of politically acceptable opinions on Israel has strayed far outside the mainstream with little pushback from party leaders. I wonder why. Because the overwhelming majority of the population don't fuck with Israel no more. Sucks to fucking suck. Shouldn't have done a genocide in broad daylight. Shouldn't have done a live stream Holocaust for 2 years with your envoys in the West being some of the most repulsive, arrogant dipshits we've ever fucking encountered, with constant demands of censorship on U.S. soil. You know, those are the reasons why people are like, yeah, I don't fuck with Israel. Fuck this shit. Yeah, zero accountability, full-blown capitulation to Israel's demands. And yeah, eventually, people are going to realize this is completely ridiculous. And we're there. Amid growing claims of Israel committing genocide as settled fact, openly pro-Hamas demonstrators, ongoing efforts to demonize pro-Israel engagement in democratic primaries, and rejection of Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state, the political atmosphere is raising questions about whether the party is willing to collectively draw red lines around creeping extremism, or if it is now accommodating anti-Israel sentiment that, until not long ago, had been more commonly viewed as off-limits. This is literally a report on, we are afraid that we no longer dominate the conversation on Israel. You understand? That's all this fucking reporting is. It's not about like Jewish Democrats at all. Jewish Democrats, or Jews in America vote, 75% for the Democratic Party. Israel's a foreign nation. These guys are trying to get the Jewish voters, which are a fairly reliable voting bloc for the Democrats, to panic, okay? To panic and try to demand more from their Democratic electeds. I'll always find it ridiculous that supposedly liberal people can mandate that you recognize the ethnic character of a state, or else you what? Republicans under 30 are all literally Nazis who love Hitler and murder, but somehow as Democrats, that's the unwelcoming one. Yeah, this narrative actually worked very effectively against Jeremy Corbyn in fucking England, okay? It did. The reason why it doesn't work anymore is because the overwhelming majority know what the fuck is up. And that's precisely the reason why they're trying to hit this narrative in America right now, where they're like, oh, guys, what are we doing? Come on now. Yeah, oh, or else you're an anti-Semite. Exactly. And it's funny because, of course, they regularly platform Hasan Piker in softball interviewed a guy who had a Nazi tattoo. In what way is Hasan Piker an anti-Semite? You could dislike him and even call him outrageous, but I cannot recall anything that crossed that line. In fact, he makes an active effort to condemn anti-Semitism, which I do. But of course, given the tendency for Jewish Insider and many other outlets like New York Post or Fox News Digital, Free Press, that constantly pumps the SEO with like Hasan is an anti-Semite style coverage, while this is an ineffective line of attack, the people who defend Israel will still use it no matter what. Brian Tashman calls bullshit on Matthew Cassell and Josh Crowshaw's result among Jewish Democratic voters in a September 2025 Washington Post poll. 73% believe Israel committed war crimes. 52% believe Israel committed genocide. 89% have a negative view of Netanyahu, and 63% disapprove of Israel's Gaza actions. These are Jewish Democratic voters, okay? These aren't just all Democratic voters. These are Jewish Democratic Party voters in a Washington Post poll of Jewish Americans from September 2nd to the 9th of 2025, okay? There are plenty of polls out there about Zionism, which muddies the waters, a right for Israel to exist, things of that nature. Those numbers don't really make sense, Law. What do you mean 73% believe that war crimes have been committed, but only 63% disapprove? What do you mean? There are people who believe that Israel is committing war crimes, but it's a necessity. That's what that poll means. Hello? Are you unfamiliar with the likes of, for example, Benny Morris? There are plenty of people who find themselves to be, liberal Zionism is oxymoronic. It's a contradictory position anyway, right? It's like saying you're a liberal fascist, you're a liberal Nazi. So, of course, there are going to be people who are like, I really like socialized medicine, or I really like what the Democratic Party is doing with everything else, except for the fact that I agree that Israel has to do war crimes, but I also think Israel is doing war crimes. Again, Benny Morris. Benny Morris is Mr. Necessary Evil. Benny Morris, straight up, is one of the new historians in Israel that uncovered the truth about Planned Dalet and the extermination campaign of the early Zionist brigades, and then turned around and said it was valid. It had to be done so that Israel could exist. You know? So social fascists like Bernie. Yes. So that's it. That's the situation here. So it's like utterly ridiculous that they're trying to do this kind of like idiotic reporting. The only reason why they're doing this kind of idiotic reporting is to freak people the fuck out. They're trying to freak people the fuck out. Lucky for us, they don't necessarily have a large contingency of readers. They're just chirping into the wind and trying to do their very best. They're chirping into the wind and trying to do their very best to muddy the waters in the SEO. That's it. All of these attack articles and things like that come out about my name, for example, is so that when you search Hasan Piker on the news tab, the number one thing that comes up is idiotic nonsense. Like, look at this. 20 hours ago, security blocks Hasan Piker from VIP section of Zohran Mamdani's election party from AOL.com from 20 hours ago. Old clip of Hasan Piker's bro tips resurfaces drawing criticism 6 hours ago from Newsweek. The goal here is to fucking pump the algorithm with like negative articles. That's it. Why the fuck is AOL writing this? It's not even a real story. It's just like completely made up. Why are they writing it? Bring back bro tips of make it woke. Yeah, it's called Chad Vice chatter. It literally exists. Like here, if you look up Hasan Piker UBC, look, you got UBC's Lind Initiative returns with Hasan Piker. I love when my enemies hate me. But the top news article is the Canadian Jewish News. 2 events, 1 campus. Nova survivor testimony and political provocation unfold simultaneously at UBC. Do you see? So this kind of stuff doesn't really work because no one is Googling my name like this. But they still do it. They still do it so that, you know, if someone in the unlikely scenario is Googling my name and looking for news articles, they still get like a negative approach. They still get like a bunch of negative articles that are boosted to the top. You should Google it on incognito. Sure. It's the same. It's the same. Even on incognito. Oles definitely be Googling. I mean, it doesn't matter though, because I have such an immense amount of material that's like readily available due to my fucking job. My job is in the media. I'm a media figure. If I was like, I don't know, a Hollywood actor or something, and I had a limited amount of media that's readily available about my political views or whatever, then this kind of SEO juggling would actually be fairly effective in undermining whatever kind of message that I'm trying to put out there. But given that I am a fairly large media figure on the left, and a part of my job is to literally put out my political opinions, a big part of my job, if not the entire part of my job, they have a very hard time dealing with someone like myself, especially because a lot of mainstream outlets also rely on, getting comments from someone like myself or directly writing articles about someone like myself. They constantly have to do a steady flow of like bad SEO news hits over and over again, with hopes that like anytime there's a wave, if you noticed, anytime there is a wave of articles that come out that are like puff pieces or whatever, right? There's always a wave of negative articles that follow. That's on purpose. That's deliberate. That isn't done so that people learn the truth about me or something. That's done so that they can try to the best of their ability and combat the SEO from favoring search engine optimization, from the Google search results, from putting favorable reports about someone like myself. Someone at my job today said you put a hit piece out on North Korea doing apology or something. Yeah, there's that angle too. It's like shit that my silly ass naysayers on the internet say that end up becoming like news articles from some of these places. You should also search on incognito. I did. My I guess it's inconsequential because the reason why it's like somewhat inconsequential is because I have like an unlimited feed of content. I did search incognito. The results were very similar. So mainstream media is not as like negative on someone like myself because they understand the position that I hold. They understand the place that I occupy. They understand that I have a symbiotic relationship with mainstream media in general, and I'm not as antagonistic as like my independent media counterparts. And that's part of the reason why they see it as like, they see what I do as not a burden, but as a benefit, as complementary to what they do. I already did it incognito. Why do you guys keep saying that? Jesus Christ. AOL doesn't write that much like Yahoo. They syndicate other stories from websites that like MarketWatch. You can read paid articles this way sometimes. Oz probably uses to inflate the perceived popularity of the smear. Yeah, that's a Daily Caller article, I think. that they were syndicating. But again, not a lot of people people don't place a lot of value on daily caller articles that are being boosted by AOL as opposed to like a New York Times report. Okay. Anyway, Trump supporters conflicted over ICE policies as the president gives State of the Union address. We're getting back to State of the Union drama.
Key supporters ahead of tonight's State of the Union address. We wanted to know how they rate his performance after 1 year of his second term and whether the aggressive immigration crackdown in Minneapolis has had an effect. So Caitlin Huey-Burns went to Gastonia, North Carolina, which is in a county where 62% of the vote went to President Trump in 2024, to ask Trump voters how they're feeling.
Over burgers and beers here at Whiskey Mill in Gastonia, North Carolina, Trump supporters told us they feel better off than before, but see room for improvement.
If you could give a grade, what would you give?
I'd say 70.
Do you feel like you have been getting what you voted for?
Not really, but...
Wait, I thought this would be a reversal. I thought the first guy would be like, I hate it. And then this lady, you can't lose this lady, okay? That lady, you cannot lose that lady. I'm sorry, this is like one person, I know, but she's not one person. She's every person, okay? She is everyone in the MAGA cult. This is, if Darla's got suspicions that things ain't going too good, you are fucked.
You know, as many problems there are in this country, takes a long time.
On immigration, Diane Hunt said what happened in Minnesota went too far.
I'd like to see them stick with what they originally said they were going to.
Oh my God. Oh, this is
Behind this.
This is a really good video for More Perfect Union. I got to work with those guys, man. They're fucking so good.
And just go after
I talked to Faz about doing something with them. I can't tell you what we're most likely going to be cooking up, but I'm down to do like video content for them too.
Ones that were illegal and had records.
Across the bar, Jerry Smith said he also has concerns.
I like closing of the borders, but I don't like ICE doing things that they shouldn't do. I don't like seeing an innocent person get treated bad, you know. I don't like to see somebody that's here illegally getting treated bad. Just send them back. Don't abuse them or shoot them or split them up from the kids.
To work off lunch, we laced up at Kate's skating rink and took a lap with Amy McElwain.
That's my aunt. She listens to Asmongold too. That's why she's a free thinker.
For like the administration policy and then like ICE, but then whenever I saw the episode happen in Minnesota, it totally changed my perspective on how they came and killed an innocent woman. People are scared. Innocent people are scared, and they shouldn't be. If they're innocent and they're citizens, it's harassment to me.
Skating nearby, we met Jack Wells, who had a different view.
Anytime you get to the enforcement part of the law, it can get ugly.
If you were to give the president a grade, what would you give him?
I would give him a B+ to A to an A. As far as his policies, I don't have a problem with them. To me, they seem to be working. I mean, we needed a change.
For CBS Mornings, I'm Caitlin Huey-Burns.
I'd like President Trump to speak about the state of our democracy.
The economy. To address the healthcare problem.
Crime and safety.
The cost of living, the cost of groceries, the cost of gas.
Immigration.
The Epstein files.
The economy and cost of living.
About Social Security and how it can be fixed.
Most people. I mean, I will say this. 2016, if you were to ask this question like 2 years into the Trump presidency, they'd be talking about like democracy. They'd be talking about like liberal values or some shit like that. This is bread and butter, okay? This is kitchen table issues. They are way more dialed in on the material than ever before. So much so that even the hand-selected CNN panel is openly saying, like, you know, affordability in healthcare, affordability in housing, affordability on groceries. That's huge. That's actually fucking huge. I promise you, liberal media had a stranglehold on what kind of messages got across in the last Trump administration, where they rarely ever talked about the economy, right? And there was some reason for it. The economy wasn't as bad as it is right now for the average working class individual. But straight up, a lot of the people and their frustration in like 2016 and onward with the Trump administration revolved around like culture war stuff. Not to say that they aren't important. Obviously, Trump was still waging war against that, against marginalized communities in the exact same ways. I mean, not with the same intensity, but, you know, the targets were still the same. But I think, you know, kind of feels to me like these guys don't know the Dow is over 50,000. That's what I'll say.
People are losing things like SNAP, WIC, things of that nature, and they can't even afford to live, yet buy food, but yet we're going to be getting taxed more.
Also, I do want to say something. I don't want to give the game away, but I have a sneaking suspicion that the reason why people are focusing on affordability right now is because the Democrats didn't move the conversation in a place that is far away from the material because they didn't do anything. They didn't do the liberal resistance like they put on a front in the same ways that they did last time around when they gave a show for people to you know, rally around. This time they're playing dead. And when you don't actually mobilize the masses in a direction against Donald Trump, you don't get to be the leader of the message that is the most salient. So in a way, Democratic ineptitude has been quite beneficial for people like myself. I recognize that. So shouts out to Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries for not really putting on a fight at all, showing their bellies over and over again, which not only added on to the discontent that working class Americans are feeling, but it also caused them to try to identify what their real problems are rather than the problems that Democrats are telling them they should be focusing on. And of course, in this environment of instability, with no reasonable counter messaging initiative coming from the National Democratic Party, you see a lot of grassroots, populist, left flank candidates rise up to prominence. Zohran Mamdani's campaign was nationally significant. So we got to continue our fight. We have to continue making this message be known that we care about improving people's material conditions, that we care about the working class, that if the Democrats won't, we'll fight for people regardless. It doesn't matter if they're Republican, doesn't matter if they're lifelong Democrat voters. It does not matter if they don't vote. We want everyone to have health care. We want everyone to have college education. We want everyone to have a jobs guarantee. We want everyone to have housing, no matter what. And that's it.
It is so difficult at this time to provide gas, food, clothing.
No, not except Nazis. No. Get that poison out of your fucking mind. No. Universal means universal. Everybody gets health care, including fucking Nazis. I have always stated this position. I will always oppose Nazis. I will always oppose fascists in general. But when it comes down to universal policies, there is no cutout. Everybody gets it. It's non-negotiable. I don't give a fuck what you say. The goal, when it comes to the legislative agenda, is to ensure that there aren't new Nazis that are new soldiers of the Nazi movement that are being born every day. When you solve people's material issues, they are more likely to listen to you, okay? They're more likely to listen to you. They're more likely to be charitable to your message, okay? They're more likely to be on your side. They're more likely to vote for you. They're more likely to fight for you.
Houses, everything is so expensive, and our wages haven't changed.
I would like Trump to speak on immigration, being the fact that there has been a lot of mass deportations lately, and there has been a lot of incidents going on about how ICE is handling them.
I'm struggling with.
That's liberal thinking. You need to address the institutions that produce Nazis. Man, it's not fucking liberal thinking at all. What are you talking about? Liberals are the first to be like, healthcare for all, for everybody except for Nazis. Like, no, get the fuck out of here. Universality means universality. If you're working class, we are going to improve your material conditions no matter what. Okay? What is the highest likelihood of eradicating the scourge of Nazism? trying to actively isolate people on the point of their fucking ideology, which is impossible to do anyway, or trying to eradicate the underlying material inequalities that they experience that cause them to be angry, resentful, infinitely more malleable to the Nazi argument. There is no ideological means testing. The MAGA voter in that More Perfect Union vid literally experienced class consciousness after receiving a semblance of universal health care in Japan law. Exactly.
I never expected at 75 years old. Everything has become so expensive. I have very little left for food or basic household items.
So today is the State of the Union speech. What do you think the state of our country is right now?
I'm just kind of bewildered and like disgusted at the same time. So it's like a fun mix.
Troubling.
We're giving them free healthcare does not remove their ideology. We have free healthcare and Nazis. Okay. What's better? No free healthcare and Nazis or free healthcare and Nazis? There you go. Harm reduction.
Are on a bad path.
Absolutely fine. The people are very hardworking. It's a nice atmosphere.
Horrible.
Why is that?
Our food industry is absolute garbage. The way that everything is going with our finances, eventually it's going to be really hard to own anything, own any property.
Too much money in government, gerrymandering, lack of true democracy, worries over the election being messed with.
The cost of living is honestly appalling, but I think more than that, I mean, I just seeing everything going on with ICE right now, I think, yeah, I'm just really like horrified.
I think the state of our union is secure, keeping our borders secure. I think that's our nation's top priority.
I don't like what I saw about immigration. I don't like how we treated our immigrants. And I'm from El Paso, Texas. So I think I have a differing point of view than the president on that. But I think he's really trying to keep our borders safe. So I have to give him credit for trying.
People are being pushed against each other, and I think you guys need someone that can gather people rather than divide people.
You know, we're Americans. We're pretty tough, and we'll make do.
All right, Jared's here live with us. Jared, great to be with you. While you were out talking with folks out there, what are the key themes that kept coming up for you?
Yeah, well, to start, the state of New York City is a lot colder than where you are right now, as you can see by the snow. But the big things that people talked about, to answer your question, and you heard it there, federal immigration enforcement around the country right now. People stood on either side of the issue. Affordability, the price of groceries and housing, and younger people being able to buy houses as they get older, and also political division and democracy, both right now and in the future, the future of our country. What I found to be particularly interesting, though, is we were able to speak with some tourists who were here from outside the country, from the UK, from Australia, and ask them, what do you think about the state of our country as an outsider looking in? They said that, every country around the world is dealing with their own thing and everyone gets through it. Back to you.
That's a really interesting perspective to hear from, because I think when we're in this country, we're hearing about all the problems. You're hearing about the polarization, a lot of people with differing opinions. But to hear somebody from the outside say, hey, each country has their own bag of bricks that they're dealing with here. And I'm curious, Jared, when you talk to people out there, how many folks were going to make it a priority to actually watch the State of the Union tonight?
A lot of people we spoke with didn't even know it was happening tonight.
Really?
So some were grateful to hear that. But after we mentioned that, they said they're going to tune in. And I think that the lesson that you just taught us there is that we all need to take a vacation to another country to get another perspective on what's going on.
The grass is always greener.
Exactly.
All right, Jared Ochacha, really.
We have a country that's now doing well. We have the greatest economy we've ever had. We have the
Bro, everyone in Australia thinks America's cooked, which means we are too. Yeah, when America fucking sneezes, the world catches a cold. And also, the entire world is looking at us in abject horror.
most activity we've ever had. I'm making a speech tomorrow night, and you'll be hearing me say that. I mean, it's going to be a long speech because we have so much to talk about.
The president tonight will address both chambers of Congress, the U.S. Supreme Court justices, and members of his own cabinet. The most important viewers of the State of the Union address are the American voters. President Trump is only 1 year into his second term with an aggressive policy agenda for the next 3 years. And a recent Fox poll shows his approval rating on par with Presidents Obama and George W. Bush to this point in the second term. A bit earlier this morning, I sat down with the Faulkner-focused voters' voices ahead of President Trump's big speech. Welcome. Let's meet our voters, left to right. First in the front row, we have Dwayne, a Republican and New York committeeman. Marie.
Law, Hassan got so many viewers now that Asmongold is offline. Brother, I have like 6,000 more viewers. That means I have 6,000 additional hogs, which I love, you know? That means his true viewership is like maybe 10K at most. Yeah.
Maria, a Republican voter, and Kevin, an independent.
But yeah, welcome to the roaches. How do you know it's still not bots? Would it be exaggerated? We can check the chatters. Yeah, there's 34,000 chatters. So no, it's not bots. There's 34,800 chatters in here and 42,400 total viewership, which is fairly consistent.
Left to right in the back now. Dylan is here, Republican, Adam in the center, an independent, and Jay on the end, a Democrat. Again, welcome to all of you. Look, I just got some good notes about what the president will be talking about or focusing on in the State of the Union tonight. And the big theme is going to be affordability. And from the prep that you did with my team, I know that that's a big issue with all of you. Jay, I'm going to come to you first and talk with me specifically about what you'd like to hear from the president on that issue tonight.
What I'd like to hear and what I think is going to happen are two different things. What I'd like to hear is the president say, I understand the tariffs have cost the average American person an additional $1,700 a year. I'm going to rework this. If I'm going to really stay committed to this, I'm going to rework this so that we can lower that number, because it is actually being felt, and it hurts a lot of families.
So as a Democrat, you had affordability, no doubt, on your list already with former President Biden. It was a big issue toward the middle to the end of his term. Inflation at one point was 9.1% on his watch. We are almost at the target set by the Federal Reserve of 2%. We're still hovering at 2.3. I just put that information out there. Do you want to hear how he gets us closer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I think under the Biden administration, we went from 9.3-ish% to about 3%. So I think that was a great reduction. And I do not think that we have gone as far as we should have. But, you know, as always, I hope that the president is actually listening and actually making plans to address these things.
Maria, what do you want to hear from him on affordability tonight?
How would universal health care help us achieve lower bill for us on lower income? Asmongold viewer here. Hey man, won't universal health care drive up everyone's bills across the U.S.? Brother, if you're a low income, if you're a low wage worker, you don't even pay anything in health care. Like, you understand that, right? Universal health care lowers the burden that you have from the amount that your wages take. Top of the hour got him. Wait, what? I didn't see that this was a 13-month subscriber. I mean, it's a good question regardless, and I'll answer it, right? If you're a low-wage worker, there is a percentage of your income that your boss takes from you to pay for your private insurance if you're actually fortunate enough to even have a job that pays for healthcare, okay? Under a universal healthcare system, your tax burden is going to be far lower than the percentage that is taken from your salary. Therefore, you'll have higher wages that and more disposable income, so you can subscribe to the HasanAbi broadcast at the top of the hour, in the middle of the hour, whenever you want to. If you want to support the show, that's all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $6, $7, or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Subscribe now, chatters. The Piker broadcasting service is paid for you by you. Yes. I would go to your funeral. Thank you, Ramen44. Sorry, Chudwig. Take it away. Someone save us from the soundboard. Listen, every time you say this, the soundboard gets more powerful. That's right. Chatters, show your support for the soundboard right now by subscribing if you like. If you like the soundboard, let your voice be heard with your subscription. If you say more soundboard, please subscribe now. Give subs now.
I'm going to come.
Seems to me like the people have voted once again with their dollars. They want to hear more soundboard, not less.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
I wrote my econ thesis on this. The best way to describe it is healthcare wouldn't be a part of the labor package, so more wage paid or paid vacation will have to fill that benefit void. Yes. Midwest Nice, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. As always, as is tradition, when we get a fucking influx of new subscribers, that love the soundboard, we got to hit it one time.
We are Charlie Kane. We'll find his name. Charlie Kane.
It's so funny that Kaya knows when I'm getting a drink, she immediately lifts up her leg to get a belly scratch. She knows she's going to get a drive-by belly scratch. There's a sequel, by the way. Wait, what? To what? What? They made a second one? Bro, you already reached perfection. You already reached perfection. Why would you tarnish it? Ida's mom, thank you for the 10 gifted. Drop Dead Lexi, thank you for the 5. Tits and Macaroni, thank you for the 5. What the fuck is that? There's a part 2? They made a... That's crazy. Last, I promise, private healthcare plans have a deductible amount you pay out of pocket before insurance pays. Universal healthcare pays on day one. You don't have to avoid going to the doctor because you're short on money. Indirect, but still lowers bills. Yes, universal healthcare is the best policy. Straight up, is literally cheaper. It's only a little bit more expensive in what you pay for in your taxes than you would literally pay for right now if you're like super duper wealthy. You don't have to worry about that though. None of you motherfuckers have to worry about that. Okay? It's literally cheaper. It's cheaper across the board. What is this? He did it. Save us like rotisserie chicken. I can't get over it. That's crazy. That's crazy. She does look like rotisserie chicken. Saskatchewan is thinking of getting rid of public health care and moving 100% private. That's fucking devastating.
I would like to actually hear that the positives. I think we have a lot of distractions that have been going on towards the president. So I feel like he has to come forward and take that energy into that room and not make it sound like a lecture about what's going on in the world, because we are so close with the Democrats right now with just 3 seats to overturn midterm elections. So I feel like he really needs to take that with affordability, what we're going to be doing. Gas prices are down. Things are changing. As much as people are very much against the tariffs, they are working for us. So I feel like the affordability...
Like... it's Fox News. There's not going to be a follow-up on this, but like, I just want to know when a Republican MAGA hog says that, I need to understand, like, what do you mean? Because the Trump administration doesn't even make you feel like it's helpful to you. Like Howard Lutnick and Scott Besson have made it very clear, especially Howard Lutnick has come out on television and been like, yeah, we're going to bring industry back. We're going to onshore industry, but it's not going to lead to like actual jobs. It's going to be factories filled to the brim with robots. So while there will be economic activity, it won't be helpful for you. So like, how could that be beneficial for someone like yourself? Are you going to get a job in the factory? No. For the record, this is the hypothetical scenario where there are any new jobs or any new factories being built on U.S. soil at all.
He will address it and that he will make it a positive one for us, because everything that he has said so far for us has come to fruition in some.
So you want a little bit of a victory lap.
Right.
Interesting. Okay, I want to show you something. It is a recent Fox News poll showing voters want to see the issues of the economy, jobs, inflation, and prices as the president's top priorities going forward. So you guys are right on key. He obviously hears voters from every ilk because he's going to hit that hard tonight. I want to make a quick shift now, since you kind of went there a little bit, and you were sort of talking about, you know, in the president's speech, what he should do, but what you think he'll do. What about the protesting? Because that's something that Democrats have said that they could do. Dylan, I'm going to come to you. Do you anticipate that Democrats will protest, and what message does that send to the country?
I do anticipate that they will protest. I think the message that they're intending to send is that they're at odds with the president's policy and his administration, but this isn't something new, and I think voters may be tired of the theatrics, and I would say to them, let the president say his message and let the American people decide for themselves after that.
All right, real quickly, at least 36 Democrats in Congress are protesting by skipping the president's address altogether. Some are instead attending a rally today sponsored by the far-left groups Move On and Midas Touch. So just to give you an idea, the protest from them will be they're not going to show up. Adam, I know you have some strong feelings about whether that room breaks out in Democratic protest tonight.
Yeah, I don't expect much of that at all. As you said, there are actually not only the
People's State of the Union, but there's yet another protest event simultaneously called the State of the Swamp. And I think most of the representatives who don't want to be there won't be.
What am I like from the perspective of a person that says Midas touches far left? I want to know what they think I am. Like, if they think Adam Mockler is like an extremist, like, do they what could I possibly be? Like, what's more extremist than the far left? I mean, they're saying like Midas touches far left extremism. So like, what am I? Am I just fucking Stalin? Is that they literally think you're a terrorist? But like, yeah, I guess that's true. They're saying like Midas touches far left. Hasan is just a terrorist. Like he gets to operate as a domestic terrorist. That's got to be so funny to live in that world where you're literally like, if you encounter my analytics and you're like, oh, that guy Hasan Piker is a terrorist, and then you find out that I'm the largest leftist broadcast in North America, like, what does that say? What does that say to you if you're like, this guy's a fucking terrorist, like a literal domestic terrorist? He's not even on the political spectrum in America. He also happens to routinely collaborate with like members of the Democratic Party, and he's like working to get Democrats elected. So like they're all obviously in on it. They're all a part of this like grand terrorism conspiracy. And he happens to be this like unfathomably popular figure in America. What does that say? What does that say to you about the electorate? Nah, they don't conceptualize it as much as we do. They barely have a superficial understanding. Because like I've spent a lot of time on this part of the equation where it's like, what does it say that there are a shit ton of Asmongold fans? Like, what does that say about what the market wants, right? Because bought it or not, Asmongold still has like a fairly sizable audience, and especially on YouTube, it's massive, right? So that to me says that like Republicans are looking for that kind of commentary. They're desperate for a guy who will just go, yeah, based, Donald Trump is awesome, we should be killing migrants, right? Or whatever the fuck he says on a daily basis. And all of your problems are because, blue-haired feminists exist. So it made a lot more sense when I found out that Asmongold's audience is like primarily European. It made me realize that like having a universal fascist message that a lot of European right-wingers respond positively to, like that makes a lot more sense. My audience is mostly American, right? Overwhelmingly American, and a little bit in Canada too. So what does that fucking say? Zach is extremely liberal. He is not GOP. He's pro Bernie Sanders senator. In parentheses. Oh, thank you. Thank you for telling me Bernie Sanders is a senator. I didn't, when I was interviewing him the other day, I had no idea that he was a senator. That's what they think. You are bringing about the downfall of American values. You are a psyop to radicalize our children. Yeah. Zach is extremely liberal is so funny. One, First problem here, mentioning Asmongold by his government name as though you know him. Put batteries in the fire alarm. I'm not going to do that. Shut the fuck up, okay? And secondly, no, under no circumstance can you say that a person is liberal if they're literally fucking demanding the mass deportation of all migrants, claiming that like, black and brown individuals of migrant background are a parasitic force on American soil. These are not liberal values at all, okay? I think it's still the Red Scare for the normie world. You're either seen as a communist or just wanting to completely shatter the USA system. So ironic, I know. No, I don't think most normies think of me like that. We're talking about the right. For the right, they think I'm a terrorist. And I know for the pro-Israel liberals, they also think I'm a terrorist. But for most people, they look at me and they go, okay, he's making some reasonable fucking points. Even if they don't know who I am or if they've never actually encountered my perspective at all, there are so many Americans out there from all different backgrounds that unironically recognize that feel that same anger that I feel, right? That feel that same exact anger and frustration that we all feel in this community. The resentment that they have towards Donald Trump, the anger that they feel towards the duopoly, towards both parties seemingly never really putting working class individuals first and foremost in their campaign and in their legislative agenda, but instead constantly getting money from the machine and constantly defending the interests of the super wealthy corporations and the like. An anger and resentment that they have towards the Epstein class, anger and resentment that they have towards not getting the democratic wishes across no matter how hard they fight for it, right? There are a lot of issues where we unite on, no matter how far right an individual may be, right? Unlimited support to Israel is a great example of this. Nobody fucking wants it, yet it happens all the time. Seemingly, both parties are completely united on that message, right? Another one is obviously taxing billionaires, taxing mega corporations. People don't want that. Another uniting message is lowering the cost of housing in this country. Whichever way it gets done, most people don't give a shit. They want it. They want it really bad because it's something that they need for survival. Universal health care is another value or another issue that we can all unite on. Asmongold is not MAGA. He's a fucking grifter. He goes where the money goes. This is from someone that's watched him for years, since the early days of WoW. You only noticed this when you followed him for a very long time. I mean, I've said that already. He is MAGA right now. What? Ayo, sorry, but you accuse Asmongold's chat of being dead with 30,000. This shit got the chat of a 10K stream, not gonna lie, not being a dick, just saying. Do you really want the chat to start spamming? Because you understand that I'm pausing the chat, right? Now that you said that, everyone's gonna start fucking spamming. Good job.
Be there, and so I don't expect to see.
Now
much
you
in
bricked
way
the
of
fucking chat.
Do you think that's okay? Are you good with the patriotism that's obviously different for those people?
Yes, I think that there's a way that patriotism as a concept is wielded so that it forces you to behave a certain way when everything in you screams to that what you're seeing up on that podium is just wrong. And then somebody brings down the hammer, oh, but patriotism. I don't see what you're doing for the country by sitting there and applauding dutifully at every third sentence.
I grew up a military brat. I see patriotism as love for the country. It's a little bit different. It's not a concept. It's a dedication and a feeling. But Dwayne, what do you say to Adam on that point?
I think we're just falling into tribalism, to where if you don't agree with the president, it's okay to be disrespectful to the country. It's okay to be disrespectful to the Constitution and not to act to have civility. As a person that was a teacher, students would say things that other students didn't disagree with. I didn't say it was okay to just walk outside the classroom, because we expect a certain decorum and a certain level of class and civility that we all have as Americans. And what we're seeing now with the left is because they didn't get their way, even though Barack Obama deported as many people more than President Trump, even though he talked about tariffs. Now a lot of things that were common sense before they disagree with because it's politically advantageous, they think it's okay to now scream and leave the room. And we're seeing a collapse of what we just consider civility in our country.
Yes, I understand, like the civility and decorum of January 6th. That's
okay.
That was
or we could talk about
as
many times as agents have came under attack in Minneapolis, and they've done nothing about that.
Agents,
so
yes,
federal agents, federal agents,
right? Who
are masked and running around,
right?
Okay, so I guess it's okay.
Brutalizing people who don't deserve it.
How many people have been killed? How many people have been killed by illegal immigrants in this country? Does that matter?
Not that many.
Okay.
In fact, of all the...
We have an Angel Family Day as of yesterday, and so this network, I don't know what the others did, carried live those family members. And so those numbers are detrimental to the reputation of what you're saying.
We're not saying that it doesn't happen.
Don't
So
pull out
then,
what you're saying. Real quickly, Jay, I want to get you in, and then we're
thrilled
gonna
when
move
their
on.
family members get killed by white Americans, right? I mean...
Adam, I said you had a lot of...
Ooh, fight.
Strong feelings.
We're not saying that it doesn't happen.
I want to hear from Jay.
We're not saying that it doesn't happen. What we're saying is that numbers so small that the response is not proportional. The amount of money that's being poured into it is not proportional.
So we had north of 11 million, some estimates much more than that, come in. Those people...
Bro, Trump is fucking cooked, dude. I'm sorry. He's so fucking cooked. He better hold on to that cult, man. I mean, dude, this past weekend, a 21-year-old white American from North Carolina traveled from his home in North Carolina, went into a Walmart, and purchased a gas canister and a shotgun. His final destination was Mar-a-Lago. His attempt was to kill the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump. This didn't even make a blip in the news because a lot of white boys are trying to kill the president, seemingly. The other reason why I'm bringing this up, however, is because he was once again a fucking Trump supporter. Okay? He was a Trump supporter. He was mad about the Epstein files. He got shot and killed by Secret Service before he could make his way into Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump wasn't even at Mar-a-Lago. He was in the White House that weekend. This is now the fourth former Trump supporter turned into a likely Trump assassin situation. Okay? Ryan Ruth obviously was a NATO defender and wanted to kill Trump because he loves NATO and Trump was going to break NATO. He wanted to defend Ukraine. Also a former Trump supporter. It's crazy. Wait, it's not four. Sorry, it's the third. How do you make this make sense? The most annoying line in MAGA world, and there are a lot, is that they tried to kill Trump. They, who is they? The president keeps getting attacked by his own supporters. Breaking, the 21-year-old man shot dead after entering Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun and gas canister on Sunday was an outspoken Christian, a strong Trump supporter, and obsessed with the cover-up of the Epstein files, according to people who knew him. He, like, even in his own cult, at the edges of his own cult, are people who are, very invested in conspiracy theories. And when those conspiracy theories became reality, they wanted to take action. So where does this go? Where does this go? How do you build a movement? How do you keep your movement when you're not offering them the treats or even the material improvements that you claimed you were going to bring about? When you are just very clearly going, I love the Epstein pedophiles. I am one of them. I will defend them unconditionally. You deserve less. You deserve less if you live in the American heartland. Like, it's breaking people's fucking brains. They never want to admit that it's always friendly fire. I know. It's always friendly fire. It really be your own stance, being your biggest ops. Listen, this is an experience that I am very familiar with, intimately familiar with. A lot of people who become massive fans of mine, become parasocialists, and spend months and months in this community giving $5 in subscriptions, voluntary subscriptions they don't even need to give. And then one day they say something because they disagree with me, and they say something that is outrageous, and I respond to them and I say, you're a fucking idiot. And then from that day on, they are my number one ops. Okay? It happens. It happens all the time. Okay? I'm sure there are some who have actually experienced a change in attitude towards my commentary because of my usage of the soundboard. There's new fans coming in every day, and there's new haters coming in every day. The moment you yell at me, it's over, buddy. I would never yell at you, Sarah Rattay. Imagine not being able to get called a fucking idiot multiple times before without becoming the Joker. Couldn't be me. Well, I also have a consistent message that I have championed for the last 13 years. Donald Trump does not have a consistent message that he's championed for the last 13 years. That's the other side of the story. And the message that I have consistently defended is one that benefits the working class. Trump's consistent message is one that, at times when it is consistent, benefits his pedophilic elite buddies. And as the president, if he's not actually doing things that improve people's living conditions, they're going to start getting mad. How do you continue a movement like this? You just can't. Obsessed with you, bro. I just learned you exist today. 58-month subscriber. More than 70 House Democrats and one independent have announced they will skip President Trump's State of the Union address tonight, and that number continues to rise as additional lawmakers join the boycott. I love you, but you have yelled at me so much, less than average Joe. And you're mean. Yeah, sometimes I'm mean. It's hard, man. There's a fucking arena full of people in here, and they all can talk to me at any given moment. And sometimes y'all do say some dumb shit. Sometimes I can't be my cheery self. Okay? And I apologize for that. But the uniting principle in this community is our advocacy, is our worldview, is not whether you like everything that I'm saying at any given moment or not. It's about the broader message, the broader movement. You have to remember that. You can't just drop your worldview, your perspective, your advocacy, the things that you believe in because, the streamer yelled at you. You got to have a moral backbone. You're cheerful usually. Sometimes I am. When I'm hitting the fucking... That's when I'm at my most cheerful.
Should not be in the country if they are here illegally. And I know on the left what many of you will say, and I look at you, Adam, because you say you're a progressive. You say you're independent, but progressive isn't a party. So you're much farther left than the moderates in your party. And you agree with that. That many illegal...
You're a little too right-wing. True.
Aliens coming in who were not vetted. This is what we have been handed as a nation. And we must think of it that way, not as an individual party, one way or the other. And if some of us are hurting and being killed, that hurts all of us. right? And so it takes a force to.
Yeah, not when ICE is doing the killing, though. When some of us are hurt, we're all hurt. Only when it's like some random fucking undocumented migrant that's responsible for one murder in a nation where there are thousands of murders happening, 1,000 specifically in the hands of the police, and many more thousands in the hands of American citizens, American-born citizens. But that one murder is significant. Why? Because it actually corresponds to a policy agenda that we're trying to design here to do propaganda over endlessly. Of course, when it's ICE that kills random American citizens that are protesting against ICE activities, that are kidnapping 600,000 plus American neighbors, you know, living on U.S. soil, some of which are documented, some of which is documentation is expired, you know, that sort of thing. Then it's fine. It's just, you know, it's the cost of doing business.
Do that. Barack Obama had 57 deaths on his watch, and never talked about it in those incidences. You're nodding. You know this. That's a fact, right? Never talked about it.
No,
5 billion people.
Bro, this is supposed to be a panel. Dude, this is supposed to be a panel where she's supposed to ask questions and hear what their perspective is. And it turned into a fucking debate because she hates what some of the panelists are saying. That is awesome. Lady, this is not a lecture. This is a panel. The fuck are you doing? Bring Frank Luntz in.
Illegally
Barack Obama was the
left.
deportingest president we ever had.
Deporting us. I'm going to let you take your vocabulary and challenge it that way. All right, let's talk patriotism in a different way. The U.S. hockey team. Did you guys watch that game? Show of hands? Oh, my gosh, it was incredible. I lived in the state of hockey in Minnesota for a while, so maybe I'm overly joyed. But talk about patriotism. They are now going.
Yeah, bring it back. Bring it back. Remember, we won gold. Come on, hockey. We won gold. Remember that. Doesn't that make you feel better? I know you're talking about irrelevant shit like, you know, cost of living, ICE murders happening in fucking in American cities and stuff. But like, remember hockey? Hockey was sick, right?
To the White House to see this president taking some criticism for being invited to the State of the Union tonight. I want to go around and just get an idea. Kevin, I haven't come to you. Your thoughts?
Well, I think, again, it comes back to decorum. If you're invited to come to the State of the Union, to the White House, you have to set politics aside. It's just the way we should function in this country, and decorum has been in check for a while, I think. So I think it's okay that they go. You know, there shouldn't be a debate about that.
Like, what is this conversation? They ask, like, what are some of your top line issues? Okay. And everyone's universally saying affordability. And in order to land this fucking plane and avoid a plane crash, she's like, well, what about people yelling at the hockey team for visiting the White House, going to the State of the Union address? It's like, who cares? What the fuck?
I think it really comes back to our start of our conversation, which is about the economy. Everybody's focused.
Say fuck Jack Hughes or don't come back to Canada. Listen, I am an American, okay? So I will say, as much as I love Canada, America did actually do the damn thing. They were the underdogs. I love an underdog story. I apologize, but, you know, they fucking did it, bro. Turn this shit off. It's so ass.
What are we going to do about that? Healthcare, food, everything is going
And
up.
he'll get to that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the hockey team. Maria.
I think my favorite part.
Yeah, let's get the entire panel's take on the hockey team.
Towards the end, I just caught a clip of it. I did not actually get to watch the game. Was when they went and got the children onto their teammates who had passed away from a drunk driver. They made sure that those kids were actually involved and made that a huge part of them, you know, that just said that we're one, we're together, we're here. And I think it's a great thing that they're going to the White House for this. Outside, we do have a lot of sports, and it's a big part of America.
I work for Canadian Border Patrol. You ain't coming back after that, brother. I am not even remotely worried about you because I know there's going to be like 8 Asian baddies that are also working next to you, and I will rizz them up to be able to enter the country with ease. Someone's up. Look. Hello. Are we bored? What's going on? What's going on? Okay. What the fuck, you millennial? Yeah. How much did you guys like Kash Patel, the FBI director, chugging beers with the boys?
Whether it's football, whether it's baseball, hockey, absolutely. If you're invited, you should go.
Dylan.
Well, first of all, what a game. And
I know, right?
second of all, I think this...
Can you explain why you're a pro-sex worker again? It's not a gotcha. It's a genuine question because it feels a bit out of place for the rest of your commentary. It's not out of place for the rest of my commentary. It's labor. All labor should be protected.
Back to an earlier point, may dampen some of the ability for the Democrats to protest because we're bringing in American patriots, and I think that to celebrate America, especially on the eve of having won such a big game, should unite us left and right.
Do you think it will, Jay?
I don't think it will unite us, but I think that they're...
In that room, you don't think they'll get a standing O?
Oh, I'm sure they will. I'm talking about the country at large. I don't think it will unite us, and but in that room, yes. And I don't have any issue with them going. As mentioned, like, if you're invited to the State of the Union, and you can put the politics aside, if you have adverse, go. If you cannot because you are so inclined or you feel that that is your patriotic duty to not go, don't. But I don't have any feeling either way to
come on, man.
Or not.
All right, show of hands, who's watching the State of the Union tonight? Oh my goodness. Well, that brought you all together. Look at that, everybody agreed on that. Great to have you all. Thank you. Voters' Voice is always a pleasure.
Thank God we got united on the hockey situation. New CNN poll shows record low Trump approval ratings. Now, I love that CNN is forcing their anchors and shit to do these like vertical videos in the age of Twitter where they're like desperately trying to get Jake Tapper on to do like vertical videos. It's fucking hilarious to me. It's got to be humiliating for these guys.
New CNN exclusive poll shows Donald Trump hitting a record low job approval rating with independents. It is a huge warning sign for the president and his party. 26% of independents approve of the job Donald Trump is doing. That's the lowest score he's gotten with that group, not just this term, but across his first term as well. That's not the only rough number he's facing in this poll as he prepares to address the country at the State of the Union address this week. Nearly 7 in 10 Americans say that he is not focused on the right priorities. Nearly 6 in 10 Americans say his policies would put the country in the wrong direction. And he's losing support among key demographic groups that helped him win the White House in 2024. Among Latino voters, his job approval rating is down 19 points in just 1 year. Among young voters, 18 to 34-year-olds, down 16 points in job approval in just 1 year. And that precipitous 15-point decline.
Chat, is this good? I can't tell. Is this a good thing? Like, is he doing fine? I can't tell.
Among independents. His overall job approval rating is at 36%, also on the low end of Donald Trump's history as president. And what do Americans want to hear from him in the State of the Union? Overwhelmingly, 57% say they want most to hear from him on the economy and cost of living. No other issue comes close.
President Trump's State of the Union address is just hours away. He's promising it will be a long one. With me now is CNN chief data analyst Harry Enten. A long speech to Congress by President Trump isn't that unusual, is it? I mean, but now he's telling us it's going to be long, so it could be really long.
It could be the greatest, longest speech in American history. You know, I'm going to paraphrase my cousin Vinny when I heard that Trump was going to give a long speech. What a freaking surprise that was, because I mean, just take a look. I mean, hello, President addresses to Congress. The term average, the average.
Come on.
Holy Toledo.
Come on now. Holy Toledo, it's Harry Emden. Will Trump set the record for the longest State of the Union? You know this is a Kalshi ad. I kind of don't even want to watch this because I know this is going to fucking pivot to a Kalshi ad and I'm going to freaking lose my mind.
For president since 1964, 54 minutes. Donald Trump, over the course of his 2 presidencies, look at this, 80 minutes. He goes on average more than 26 minutes, more than 25 minutes longer than the average president. So when he says, oh, it's going to be a long one, well, that fits with history, Sarah Seidner.
I thought you were going to do the Marissa Tomei thing. My biological clock is ticking like this. Anyway, is there any sign that Trump's speeches are actually, though, getting shorter? Obviously, he says this one's going to be long, but
Can you get Harry on the stream? I wonder if he knows that he's a character on our stream. I wonder if he has any idea. I will, however, say that I don't think he's a fan of my worldview and my politics. He's going to cut off early so Howard Nutley's kids can profit on Kalshi. He seems very normie-coded. He 100% knows. He quit saying "Holy Toledo" after the soundboard.
Holy Toledo.
You're wrong. He still says it. I honestly think he doesn't give a shit. He is literally just a TV character. No, I mean, these guys are also like, you know, educated and have their own fucking political convictions. And I know I don't agree. I know he doesn't agree with me on a bunch of stuff. I still like him regardless of you know, his worldview. I think he's just like a regular ass lib.
Over time or no?
No, there's no sign that it's getting shorter. He's telegraphing exactly what's been happening in the past, because why don't we just take a look here? Hello, President addresses the Congress. The average speech, 55 minutes. Look at this one. The last one was more than an hour and a half.
Yeah, here's another Harry Emden quote.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Past the previous record belonging to William Jefferson Clinton. Look at this, 99 minutes. He went 99 minutes last year, which wasn't technically a State of the Union address, by the way, but it was still an address to a joint session of Congress. So we'll see if he's able to break the record for any address to a joint session of Congress that he himself set a year ago. Donald Trump likes to break records, and when it comes to making us listen to him for a longer period of time, he does a very good job of breaking those records.
He's going longer while people have shorter attention spans. So who is going to be watching this exactly? Because we know some Democrats are not even going to show up for this in person. Who typically watches State of the Union speeches?
Yeah.
No one. Us. Fucking losers. Let's be real. It's just straight up. We're fucking losers, objectively. I'm sorry. It's not even the rowdiest of Trump supporters that fucking watch that shit. It's boring as hell. It's utterly meaningless. No one gives a fuck. The State of the Union address was a significant political moment at a time when, like, there was 8 television channels. You know what I mean? Like, back in the day when people didn't really have a lot going on, when they didn't have a diverse media diet, when they didn't have TikTok and all this other shit, and you just kind of camped around the TV and watched it in like the 60s, 70s, 80s, and onward. Yeah, that was when it was popping. Nowadays, nobody cares. I'm in a group chat with with my childhood friends from Staten Island, most of whom voted for Donald Trump. None of them watched the State of the Union. Yes. And they will not be. They will not be watching the State of the Union.
For Democrats, sometimes less is more when it comes to President Trump. But for Republicans, sometimes more is more. And those are the people who actually tune in to watch these speeches. It's the partisan crowd. He's not actually going after independents. He's talking to his base, and we can see that from last year, right? Okay. Share in 2025 who identified as GOP. Look at this. Watch Trump's speech to Congress. 48% of those were Republicans, compared to just 32% of Americans overall. So what you're dealing with is an audience. You're speaking to the home crowd, and the home crowd loves to hear Donald Trump talk, and that is probably what he'll be doing tonight, is talking to that home crowd and go on for a very, very long period of time. It's Trump hour when it comes to State of the Union. If Donald Trump likes to do one thing, it's he likes to hear himself talk. And as someone who likes to hear himself talk, I can empathize with him.
I cannot believe that they have an entire news coverage piece on the length of the fucking State of the Union. But this is my favorite type of, like, you know, boomer lib. Without lies, it would be over in a minute. Oh, God. I fucking love that shit, dude. I really do have a soft spot for you know, George W. Bush era liberalism. That's why I have a soft spot for Midas Touch. That's why I have a soft spot for, like, a lot of these liberals who are like lifelong Democrats who just say stuff like that. That's my favorite. It's my favorite type of American. The orange man bad Americans. They are right. Okay, they're right. They're wrong on a lot of stuff when it comes to American foreign policy, their lack of interest, and not having a clear-cut vision for the future. Many of them are actually radicalizing in real time in front of our eyes. Yeah, you can tell when he's lying because his lips are moving, brother. Exactly, that type of guy.
Let's get to CNN's Elena Treen live at the White House this morning, where I have to believe, Elena, preparations are underway.
Oh, absolutely, John. And he also spent a good portion of yesterday, I'm told, the president preparing for tonight as well. I do just want to go back to that clip you played of the president with him saying it's likely to be a long speech. I'd remind you that last year he gave an address to Congress. It wasn't an official State of the Union address, but essentially it was. And that was 99 minutes. Him saying that this is going to be a long speech tonight. it could have ultimately hit the 100-minute mark. We'll have to see. But look, he's really planning to tick through what he deems as his administration's biggest accomplishments from his first year in office. A lot of that is going to be him talking about his policies that he ushered in last year with Congress, you know, the tax cuts included in that. I'm told he's expected to talk about what he's been doing to try and lower prescription drug prices. But a lot of this as well is going to be kind of marking a big milestone this year for America. America's 250th anniversary, something that the president has been very much hyped up about in his second term. And a lot of that is going to be him trying to say that he's ushering in this new era of exceptionalism. However, one of the key questions, of course, is how he actually talks about the issues that Americans want him to be talking about. And the big one is going to be the economy and affordability. That is an issue that his team here at the White House, his top advisors in that building behind me, John, have been trying to get him to stay not only on message, but on the right message. And I'm very much keen to see how he talks.
Good luck.
About that tonight, particularly when you see recent polling showing that a lot of Americans are not happy with his handling of the economy. A recent poll from CNN actually said 57% are very much eager to hear about him talk about the economy tonight. From what I've been told from my sources, he's expected to kind of talk through and specifically actually talk about American stories that he believes kind of props him up on this issue. But another thing I'll be watching for, of course, is the people that he's going to have in front of him. You mentioned the Supreme Court, that tariff decision on just Friday where they really rebuked him. A lot of those justices are going to be in front of him. He's going to have to deal with that, as well as a lot of Republicans who have been pushing back on some of his key policies. All of that, though, will be wrapped into this speech tonight as he tries to tout what he believes was a great first year in office.
Some Democrats are going to boycott the speech, and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says he expects those who do attend will show some decorum.
God, I fucking hate you, Hakeem Jeffries, so much.
That's my expectation. That
I want to
members
just like
who
shove my
choose to
fist
attend
in my
will be
mouth.
there in silent defiance. Of course, skeptical of the remarks that the president is going to try to deliver in terms of his spin. But he's not going to be able to spin his way out of the failures that have occurred over the last 400 days or so.
Joining me now are Margaret Tlaib and senior contributor for Axios, and Jackie Kucinich, the Washington bureau chief for the Boston Globe, where it has been freezing, but luckily you're both in D.C. So first to you, Margaret. The latest CNN poll has President Trump at 30.
God, he's so fucking hot. I'm still thinking about how sexy he is, dude. Real sexual dynamo.
6% approval rating. Trump says it's going to be a long speech because he says we have so much to talk about, and he praised his own economy. What do you expect to hear in that speech?
Well, on the issues, certainly, I expect him to make a forceful defense of his approach towards the economy and towards tariffs, and to blame other people, namely his political opponents, for things that aren't working, and to position successes in terms of numbers that we've heard him talk about already, the Dow, so on and so forth. But I think the question is, how much will he stick to the facts, and will those facts check out with the fact checkers, and how much will it become personalized? How quick will it turn personal, and how will that impact Republicans who are standing for office in the midterms? I think a lot of the Republicans in the room are concerned that he may go off track and lean into arguments that are unpopular with a very important group of independent voters. He's lost some important voters in that most recent CNN data, and they do include.
I swear to God, Donald Trump's approval rating could reach like 15%, and the Democrats would still be like, hold on now. Now, what we shouldn't be doing is criticizing the president. When we said we needed a strong Republican Party, what we meant is we need a strong Donald Trump. We need to offer a lifeline to the administration. There's unfortunately too much pushback coming from not only our base, the independents, but also the Republicans too now. And we need to make sure that he's strong. It's fucking crazy. The Democrats' uniting message in 2026 is basically going to be, we are the controlled opposition party. Like, they're going to be like, no, you guys don't understand. Like, we actually do want to defend Donald Trump. Like, you should still vote for us because we're not Donald Trump, but like, we have to do it with civility.
Men, independents, and Latino Americans. So these are three big areas that are really important for him to stop his losses and try to turn things around. And whether he can do that the way Americans currently are experiencing the economy is a very big question indeed.
Yeah, I mean, I remember a time when Biden was saying things are going well and Americans were screaming, no, they're not. And you seem to have the same thing happening here. So I guess to you, Jackie, if this is the unofficial kickoff of the midterms, what is Trump's core argument to voters? Is it the economy is strong, trust me? Or is it...
Yeah, it's everything sucks. You're all going to die for Israel. I don't care. 8 of my closest pedophile friends are going to make hand over fist buku bucks. And you're all going to sit there and you're going to like it. Why? Because I'll keep saying, fuck trans people and fuck Guatemalan migrants, and you'll all eat it up because you're all unwashed swine. That's right, baby. Woo! We're going to the fucking moon. That's literally the message. That is the message. That's been the message.
More about drawing this.
And Chuck Schumer's going to come out and be like, thank you, Mr. President. Will you bomb Iran one time for me? Yeah.
Contrast with Democrats on things like immigration, crime, and foreign policy.
I think it's both and, Sarah, because you've seen him somewhat make this argument. He seems to end up in different places, but his advisors want him to make the affordability argument, talk about how he's trying to make the economy better, and contrast it with Democrats.
Look, man, I'll keep it $1.50. What gives me confidence in the darkest chapter, okay? Maybe not the darkest chapter of American history, but certainly the darkest chapter in modern American history is the fact that people are frustrated, and because there is no real opposition coming from the Democrats at all, that there's no uniting message around a controlled opposition party. People are fucking mad at the Democrats too. Our movement keeps growing every single day, okay? Because regular people are coming to terms with the reality that neither party is representing their best interests. And there are those, at least on the Democratic Party side, that are closer to where they're at. And we got to lean on them, okay? We got to lean on them. We got to do whatever we can to keep organizing. And as long as this movement continues, as long as we can continue mobilizing the masses, we will be fine, okay? That's it.
The question is, can he do it past tonight? I'm a little skeptical about the weight of this particular speech because the State of the Union used to be the one opportunity where Americans really were plugged into the president. He had everyone's full attention. This president in particular is kind of at the center of a lot of things. He isn't someone who isn't shy about the media, being on camera, being front and center in everyday Americans' lives. So I think a lot of people are kind of used to him talking. He gives speeches all the time. Now, this one is one that historically he's been able to stay on script, which is
Neek Skid. Is there a time not to criticize the president, though? Like, obviously, generally criticize the other team, but the State of the Union historically bigger than base politics? Patriotic leftists, so sometimes it hurts to see things that should be bigger than politics get pulled into the mud, even if criticism is fair. Neek Skid. No. He don't believe that. No. He don't believe that. He's faking. No one is like this.
Liberal.
No one is like this. No one is like this. Ain't no fucking way. Oh, I'm glad to have unbanned Neek Skid. Come on, dude. That's a bit. He's trolling too hard right now. Criticize Trump. Thought he is still on the what? Criticize Trump, thought he is still on the bad team. Criticize Trump, though he is still on the bad team. Kyle is using a soundboard too now. Let's go. My corrosive influence on American political discourse.
deviation from some of the things he does on the stump, or even in and about the
2 things that I did that were incredible successes, even though there was tremendous pushback from the chat. The soundboard, and also unbanning Neek Skid. That's 2 for 2. Chat 0, HasanAbi 2. Okay, let's be real.
White House. So we'll see how he drives these themes home that we know his staff and his political people want him to do.
A planned snowball fight in Washington Square.
Okay, we got to talk about the snowball saga. This is Snowball Gate. It's fantastic. It's incredible. I'm really glad it's happening. I want to issue a trigger warning for all of the cop-friendly members in the community. What you are about to see is a total brutalization, a total annihilation of our boys in the blue. As you guys know, I get down on my knees and suck the cock of every police officer I've ever seen. That's what you're supposed to do. They are the bravest in the United States of America, perhaps around the world. This was basically an October 7 packaged with 9/11. Our brave boys in the blue were trying to keep the peace amidst a snowball fight that was taking place. And unfortunately, they got pummeled. That's right. They got fucking pummeled. They got destroyed. They got owned. This video cracks me up because you know their PR department wishes this could have been one of those touching viral clips that are supposed to make cops seem like humans, but they're so juiced up and stupid that they couldn't help but escalate. Guys, this is what we were all worried about. Zohran Kwame Mamdani, the Musliman, okay? During Ramadan, mind you, as the mayor, which is somehow kind of like a president, but of New York City, decided to allow a 9/11 style incident to take place as our law enforcement officers, our boys in the blue, were entangled in a kinetic incident with rowdy urban style teenagers. I'm going to show you the video. I know it gives me no pleasure to show you this video. It's terrifying. Okay. Mamdanistan has been taken over by rowdy urban style teenagers, and they're doing their bidding, and they're doing it Muslim style. Wait, he lost his beanie? No. I didn't even realize he never had a beanie on to begin with. That's terrible. Our boys are so defunded. This law enforcement officer didn't even have a tactical beanie to save him from the cold.
Okay.
Wait, are they brothers? Do they just look the same? Because they're both thumbs? Like, what's going on here? Is this AI? What the fuck is happening? They look the same. Officer Los Pollos is down. Officer Los Pollos is down. Ladies and gentlemen, it brings me no pleasure to tell you, Officer Los Pollos was in a tactical kinetic style incident. Why do they go back for a second serving? It makes no sense. They're getting pummeled. They can't do anything. They're surrounded. They thought they could get one of those, like, look at our beautiful cops, like, enjoying this wonderful afternoon and the harmful, harmless fun. It was not harmless. Wait, what? It was not harmless fun as they walk away unharmed while everyone else is having fun. The Detectives Endowment Association statement from DEA President Scott Monroe. What we saw in Washington Square Park today was not harmless fun. It was deliberate, outrageous, and dangerous attack on uniformed police officers. The Detectives Endowment Association is calling on Mayor Mamdani and District Attorney Bragg to ensure every individual responsible for this illegal behavior is prosecuted. No free pass. No get out of jail free card. Make no mistake. Detectives will do what they always do. They will identify those involved and they will apprehend them. We will kill you. We will kill you in your fucking sleep. Our men and women in the blue deserve to be safe. They deserve to be protected, and they deserve to be respected. They earn it every single day. Oh, it's so fucking awesome. The amount of crying about NYPD cops getting hit with snowballs out here is hilarious. Do you morons even realize you're making these cops look like even bigger pains as they already do in the videos? By the way, found another angle. I love this, dude. Top Ghoul herself, Jessica Tish, crying about it. The NYPD is aware of certain videos taken earlier today from Washington Square Park showing individuals attacking cops. I want to be very clear. The behavior depicted is disgraceful and it is criminal. Our detectives are investigating this matter. Oh, it's so awesome. They have a wanted for assault suspects video. Wanted for assault on a police officer. Two uniformed police officers were inside Washington Square Park when two individuals intentionally struck the officers multiple times with snow and ice, causing injury to their head, neck, and face. Oh, this is a fucking hilarious story, dude. I love this so much. I love it so much. It's got everything, okay? More context clips. This is what the kids were doing before the police came, having fun. I think they were still having fun when the police came too. They just had more fun, this time with the police. Anyway, let's watch the media coverage of this big news story.
Park on Monday is now drawing sharp criticism after some people began pelting multiple NYPD officers with snow. Tim McNicholas is live in our newsroom to explain. And Tim, what are you hearing?
Cindy, this snowball fight was planned on social media and drew a large crowd to Washington Square Park. A similar snowball fight happened during the last big snowstorm just weeks ago, but this time around, Commissioner Jessica Tisch says some people went too far. She's calling it disgraceful and an illegal attack on officers. Videos circulating online show how multiple cops were repeatedly pelted with snowballs. The Detectives Union says people who threw the snowballs at cops should be prosecuted. The Police Benevolent Association agrees.
This was disgraceful. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't a game. It was a vicious attack, an assault on 2 New York City police officers that landed them in the hospital.
Mayor Mamdani also reacted on X, saying, I've seen the videos of kids throwing snowballs at NYPD officers in Washington Square Park. Officers, like all city workers, have been out in a historic blizzard, keeping New Yorkers safe and cars moving. Treat them with respect. If anyone's catching a snowball, it's me.
Dude, oh, come on, dude. He's not. What is he supposed to say? It's base to pelt the officers with snowballs? He can't say that. He's the fucking mayor. He's responsible for the cops, too. Okay? This is literally the best possible response that he can give, okay? Basically undermining the argument that they're fucking making while simultaneously, like undermining the argument that they're making while simultaneously saying, like, you know, don't do that. It's not a great look for me. Come on, guys. Literally not a better physical fucking statement that he could present as the goddamn mayor. You guys are fucking delusional. And of course, the Police Benevolence Association blasted him, saying, PBA President Patrick Henry, the mayor's response is a complete failure of fucking leadership. This was not just a snowball fight. This was an assault by adults throwing chunks of ice and rocks that landed 2 police officers in the hospital with head and face injuries. By ignoring their injuries and dismissing the incident, the mayor has sent a disgraceful message to every police officer who serves the city, and a dangerous message to every person who might be looking to attack a police officer in the fucking future. Some of the cops got snow inside of their ears. Do you know how terrifying that is? Fun or felony? New York police investigate snowball fight after officers got pelted. You are snow moss. I say no mas to snow Hamas. Do you know how hard our job is? Walking around playing fucking Candy Crush every damn day. Breaking. New Yorkers are shocked after Mayor Mamdani refuses to push charges against the criminals who hospitalize NYPD officers. Oh.
That I've seen, it looks like a snowball fight. I think that there were 2 officers who were facing lacerations on their face.
Call for prosecution of those who pelted them?
Look, I've seen the videos of this snowball fight. I think that it was a snowball fight.
The NYPD says no arrests have been made, but the investigation remains ongoing. Election.
Oh, come on, brother. You can't do that. You can't be fucking serious. Like, this is not serious commentary. This is the type of shit that you lean into when you got nothing else, right? Like, they are so desperate to hit the dude on anything they possibly fucking can. So they're like, they were, last time there was a lot of snow in New York, a couple weeks ago when I was there, everyone was talking about how unacceptable it is that, like, they plowed the snow, but there was still snow on the side and it wasn't melting, right? Like, they were mad at the weather and they were just basically trying to make that Zohran Mamdani's fucking problem, right? It's like, why is the snow not melting? I don't fucking know, dumbass. Maybe because it's fucking sub-zero temperatures post-blizzard, right? And Politico is doing it too. Now is Zoran responsible for this snowball fight? Yeah, they can't do anything, so they're trying to spin the block on a fucking snowball fight. Yeah, last time this happened, by the way, they were like, it's adorable.
And go. Not him.
Snow instead of bullets is a big improvement. Good for these NYPD cops. There's also other videos of NYPD. There's other videos of NYPD being like, posting on Twitter being like, oh, like, it's snowball season, that kind of thing. Sounds like workman's comp to me. Jesus, just give them some health care, a day or 2 off, and a hug from their mommies at a pacifier. It's just so fucking stupid. Yeah. Israel Heritage Foundation also had the most Israeli message of all time for these brave law enforcement officers, which I will show you in a second. It's fucking hilarious. But let's get back to this video.
Governor Hochul just posted on X as well, saying it's never acceptable to throw anything at a police officer. No major injuries were reported, but police say at least 2 officers took themselves in for treatment. We're also waiting to hear back from the organizers of the snowball fight. Cindy.
All right, Tim McNicholas live from the newsroom. Tim, thank you.
That should be taken.
Snowball incident. Are people overreacting, you think?
You know, I'll leave it to others to share their opinions, but I've shared mine.
Mr. Mayor, I want to follow up on the snowball incident. The head of the PVA says that the people who were involved in attacking the police officers should be charged criminally with assault on a police officer. I wonder if you agree with that, if those people can be identified.
You know, I don't. From the videos that I've seen, it looks like a snowball fight. So I've seen videos of kids throwing snowballs at members of the NYPD in Washington Square Park. And first I want to say that officers have been on the front line of helping our city respond to this blizzard. They have been keeping New Yorkers safe, and they have also been at the heart of our efforts of digging New Yorkers' cars out of these kinds of conditions and ensuring that our ambulances, our MTA buses can keep functioning across this city. They and our entire city workforce deserve to be treated with respect. The only person in our city's workforce who deserves to be treated with a snowball is me.
Esta es la última semana para que los padres registren a sus hijos para el año escolar 2026-2020.
Dude, what the fuck? This just came out of nowhere. Dylan Saba, breaking. Numerous NYPD officers report finding kick me signs affixed to the back of their uniforms with Scotch tape. Mayor Mamdani and Commissioner Tisch have entered the Situation Room to coordinate a response. As of now, all options remain on the table. Luckily for us, I have a bunch of blue Post-it notes that I will be putting behind the kick me notes. I have a bunch of leftover ones from my Stop Anti-Semitism campaign. Obviously, it's a little bit anti-Semitic of me not to use it just for, anti-Semitic Post-it notes that are being stamped all around. But, we're going to do it because cops also, attacking a cop is basically like attacking the nation state of Israel. And attacking the nation state of Israel is basically like attacking every Jewish person. So, in some ways, I will be combating against these egregious acts.
Así que, para dar un último esfuerzo, decidí atraer una amiga.
Hola.
Mi español no es el mejor.
No te preocupes, alcalde. Si su hijo o hija está cumpliendo 3 o 4 años en el 2026, usted puede registrarlos gratis en el programa Kinder 3 o Pre-Kinder de la ciudad de Nueva York. Pero debe registrarse el 27 de febrero, que es la fecha límite. Cualquier padre de la familia de la ciudad de Nueva York, sin importar su ocupación, ingreso o estatus migratorio, es elegible para registrar a sus hijos.
Por mucho tiempo las familias de la ciudad de Nueva York han sufrido una profunda ruina financiera por el costo del cuidado de sus hijos, pagando hasta $26,000 por niño cada año. Eso no es sostenible. Eso no es sostenible, no es justo y no es inevitable.
Hemos hecho el proceso de aplicación fácil, sin importar quién seas. Hay 3 maneras de registrarse. La primera, puede aplicar en línea a través del sitio web en su pantalla.
¡Nueva York!
La segunda, puede llamar el número 718-935-2009 y recibir servicios en más de...
Casey Neistat was there. Of course, he had to add in that it was unacceptable at the end. Of course, Casey Neistat. Casey Neistat, I'm shocked, is still surviving in Mamdanistan because, he is a big Israel supporter. For those of you who don't know, sorry to fucking shatter your childhood dreams. Casey Neistat also famously left Los Angeles and went back to New York because someone broke into his car and he was like, this is Bedlam. We need to kill every homeless person now. So I'm a little bit confused as to how he's actually surviving, if not thriving, in Nueva York, which is obviously territory that has now been given to the Islamic Caliphate.
The last snowflakes are falling and the blizzard of 26 ends with a small snowball fight here in Washington Square Park.
You ready? You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. 9, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
if Zoran doesn't arrest Casey Neistat as the primary reason for this law enforcement incident that took place, he truly is Zoran Mossadani. Time to do the right thing and protect our brave law enforcement officers and apprehend the criminal Casey Neistat. Clearly the agitator here. Okay?
Got more breaking news tonight related to the blizzard. A tense scene this afternoon when several New York City police officers were injured when they were pelted with chunks of snow in Washington Square Park. They were responding to a call about people who got on a roof inside the park.
You see, New York, this is why we can't have nice things.
Oh, shut up.
Great blizzard, though. Otherwise, great blizzard.
God, he's such a bitch.
200 idiomas.
Another important part is
Oh, this is the other wait, I need more snowball shit, dude. I need to see more snowball shit because I feel like it's hilarious. Oh, Andrew Cuomo also hit the "this is disgraceful," but with the mayor who has a history of calling the cops racist, evil, wicked, corrupt, he set the tone. Words have consequences. We are seeing that in the growing disrespect for law enforcement, just as we've seen it in the rise in anti-Semitism. Real leaders understand that. The mayor does not. This is the whole point of the extremely forced, ridiculous, hysterical, coordinated snowball outrage cycle, and it's desperate bad faith because these losers have nothing and they're very mad about being irrelevant. Yeah. New York City's plutocracy is very mad that he won in spite of their intervention, and there are a whole bunch of losers eager to cater to the appetite of very insecure, paranoid rich men who would rather blow a fortune opposing him than pay a fraction more in taxes to improve life. Nobody truly offline cares about this as outrageous. It's this crazy far-right bubble thinking on here, trying to show force, and it comes across as desperate, pathetic, and extremely fake. What's heartening is that by swinging at every petty grievance and trying to turn it into a post-outrage cycle, they've desensitized the public for when something real comes along, but they can't help themselves. Eric Adams, watching officers get pelted. Yeah, they're all fucking crying about this. I think for normal New Yorkers, they don't give a shit about this at all. But the best possible response media message came from the Israel Heritage Foundation that said, "We, the Israel Heritage Foundation, strongly condemn any acts of disrespect towards New York's NYPD officers. Those who engage in harassment like throwing snowballs should face consequences and understand the importance of respecting law enforcement. No second chances, no apologies acceptable." I think this is a parody account, right? There's no way that there's a real Israeli Heritage Foundation account that's genuinely fighting for this. I don't want to believe it. But yeah, it's fucking idiotic. It's not a real story at all, and it's awesome. They have nothing, so they go with this. Anyway, now we're going to talk about a real story. Hunter College professor under fire after hot mic remark about black students branded blatantly racist.
For me, is our speech program. I've been receiving speech services since first grade. I attend Mr. Bowman and 2 other students on Fridays. He delivers lessons and helps us fit those skills into our lessons.
Schools that like they're too dumb to know they're in a bad school. I mean, apparently Martin Luther King said it. Like if you train a black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore.
Allison Friedman, what you're saying is absolutely hearable here. You've got to stop.
I'm sorry, sweetie. Go ahead, baby. I'm sorry.
Me and many of the students in our classes and with that students might not be able to have these safe spaces and supports. We should be able to keep our school open. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Miles Mason. Remind people at home to mute yourself. Remember, as Stephen Sondheim said, the children will listen. As Roger.
The kids that are speaking are blurred because they're kids. Hunter College is a part of CUNY, the City University of New York. CUNY's already under fire for the way that they have dealt with pro-Palestinian students and pro-Palestinian teachers. She also says, CUNY cannot apply one standard for political speech and another for explicit anti-black racism. A university that moves swiftly to discipline pro-Palestine activism cannot turn around and excuse racist vitriol directed at black children. As a child was speaking about not losing her UWS school, an adult cut her off, unaware that the whole meeting could hear them. They're too dumb to know they're in a bad school. If you train a black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. And then literally said, Martin Luther King said this.
And Hammerstein said you have to be carefully taught.
Good evening, CEC. My name is Miles Mason. I'm a sixth grade student here at CAS Community Access School, MS 258.
The Hunter College professor who made a racist remark during that Zoom about the Upper West Side School. Can you talk about what you say about the underlying...
Just before I pass it over, there's a reprehensible comment. And I think it is indicative of the exact kind of language that makes students feel as if they don't belong within our public school system. We are looking to build a public school system that is home for each and every person that calls this city home.
Do you think she should be fired?
I think that's part of what the chancellor said in terms of...
That was strange. Incredibly strange. My internet just completely went out. Can you guys see me? Am I back? Hopefully you can see me. Yeah, the internet just randomly went out. And I don't know why. I don't know how. Very strange behavior right as I turned on the Charlie Kirk video. And so I now have I mean, I'm using the backup. I'm using my backup internet, and the internet's been really good for the past couple of days. It's not raining, and the internet, ever since they fucking fixed it, ever since the stream is down. Wait, what do you mean the stream is down? Can you guys see me or not? I can't tell. The stream is not down. Okay, because I can't see or not. It's still going. It's my end, and there might be cuts. It's fuck. There might be some lagging. There might be some drop-offs. It's going to lag a little bit because I'm on the bag now, and the bag is not good enough for... the bag as a router is unfortunately not as good. Hold on. I'll also lower the bitrate on my end. I'll lower the bitrate to 5,000, so it's like a little bit easier to watch. Time to pay that 100K for fiber, big dog? Yeah, it's not going to happen.
President Trump says that Kirk has died after he was shot from a nearby building.
After being shot at Utah Valley University.
The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
I didn't even get to give him a kiss goodbye.
I forgive him.
Fuck. The download is so ass, it's not going to download any fucking videos. God damn it, dude. They got to fix this shit ASAP. God damn it. I can't believe. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. This country is embarrassing. I hate this shit.
Take your time.
Erica Kirk has been named the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
It's weird to say excited. Describes your husband's funeral as the event of the century.
50,000 plus orders.
Nobody knows why she's wearing glittering pants in a reagent that her husband tragically was murdered in, throwing merch out.
Everyone grieves differently, so if someone's acting weird, don't read into that.
Zionists, the Prime Minister of Israel, all lied through their teeth about Charlie Kirk.
Her operation was in Constanta, the epicenter of Romania's trafficking scandal.
All the heroes are on this story. Is it effing a little bit? Guys, bro, this operation is falling apart. I have a related problem with the ISP. They're saying it's like a area-wide outage, potentially. Hopefully they'll be able to fix it by the time. Fuck! Get away.
Weird conversations to have with a 15-year-old. I'm gonna touch your butt.
$8.6 million to their own shell company. What is going on?
We have nothing to hide. My aunt used to tell me, never do something that you don't want on the front page of a newspaper.
Fuck. I just fucking dabbed myself with sauce in my hand because I was trying to kill a fucking fly. About a 15-second delay. Yeah, there's not really much I can do about it. Hopefully it's going to be fixed by the time the State of the Union comes around. Nah, stop the cap. You left to get food. What? Can you not see me? I hate myself right now. It's just like, it's fucking awful. But anyway, Candace Owens made this video series. I will be seated watching it. I am very excited to watch it. However, a lot of people are not so excited, it seems.
You go yourself.
One of those people that's not excited is Dan Bongino.
You demonic fucking scum. This just can't be what this movement is. And if it is, I just don't want any part of it. Erica didn't choose this, man. Imagine sitting there in your house and you find out from Twitter or, I don't know, a text or a phone call or that your husband was just shot in the neck for the entire world to see on social media at a public event. I can't imagine that. I know you can't either. Then you got to go through this. Then you got to absolute fucking lunatics sending her emails. You did it. You go fuck yourself. You demonic fucking scum. For as much as I hate what just happened, I wish ill on no one. And everyone should restrain their emotions from the other side because they are not on our side. Once you go down the road of violence, there's no turning back. And I'm sorry if the language distracts from you, but I can think of no other New York way to say it than fuck you, motherfucker. You deserve to feel the little licks of the flames of hell in every inch of your body. If there's an afterlife, I believe there is. I believe in this creation. I don't pretend to be the judge and jury, but I know you're not in it.
There is a side that is basically pro-America, basically pro-freedom, that's a little messy and some problems, and there's a side that wants the whole damn town, and they're telling you, and they are making it happen.
It's so funny that all the people that are mad at Candace Owens are no motion. Like, no motion whatsoever. Guys, I know it's laggy. Okay, there's going to be a little lag. I know. It cuts in and out. The bag is unreliable. Okay? I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do.
Me?
Ben Shapiro came out and said Candace Owens is evil. We'll be looking at
And
that
this is
too.
why one of the things that I'm going to really focus on over the next 9 or so months is making sure that the right, to whatever extent we can hold this wide tent MAGA thing together, we'll go ahead and do it. That the ex-libs will find common cause with the more traditional conservatives, and that you could have a party that would bring in, you know, mushroom-eating Joe Rogan that would still be on the same side as, I don't know, somebody like evangelical Charlie Kirk, who unfortunately is no longer with us. That is the challenge for all of us. So this, I thought, was it's kind of depressing, to be totally honest with you, but Seth Dillon from the Babylon Bee, he put this up. What would Charlie Kirk have to say about this? And what would he think of his so-called friends who can't summon the courage to say it for him? And what he's showing you there is that Candace Owens this morning released a new documentary, or at least the trailer for this new documentary called Bride of Charlie. And in it, she is, if not outright saying, certainly putting innuendo that Erica Kirk, Charlie's wife, had something to do with the death of Charlie Kirk. She also, in the last couple of weeks, has called Erica Kirk a lesbian groomer. She has said, the most absolutely psychotic things. And the only reason I'm even bringing this up, because I have no desire to talk about her, and I know that that's what she wants more than anything else, is that how are we going to keep this thing together as a certain portion of the right is going nuts? That is going to be the challenge.
Every part of the story is
conspiracy
about Israel. That's it. Like, yeah, Candace Owens is like going crazy mode, but Candace Owens has always been crazy. The only reason why they're mad is because not only is she being crazy, but she's also getting people to be anti-Israel, getting the right to be anti-Israel. Okay? Candace Owens is always trafficked in conspiracy theories. Candace Owens is trafficked in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. What about Candace now isn't that she's doing all of those things. What's different about Candace Owens currently is that she's also anti-Israel. Okay? Make no mistake. That is the fucking problem. Like, yeah, of course it's not great that she's like shitting on Erica Kirk or whatever, but the real problem, the hidden underlying problem here that no one wants to fucking admit is Israel. That's precisely the reason why Christopher Rufo, who spent years and years training the right to see halftime shows of civilizational threats, is now shocked that the right has become conspiracy-brained on slop. Christopher F. Rufo of the Manhattan Institute has the audacity to say, the guy who is like, we are going to use CRT, critical race theory, as a primary vehicle of animosity to drive voters to vote against the Democratic Party, the guy who highlighted the Haitians are eating cats and dogs conspiracy theories, the guy who's at the heart of like so many of the modern right-wing conspiracy theories and racist vitriol, is now mad that the right's collective brain is getting melted in a vat of slop, conspiracy, and algorithm chasing. An intelligent man will guard himself against all of it. I know from people who know Chris Rufo personally. I have talked to people who know Chris Rufo personally, who used to be friends with Chris Rufo, who have told me that he doesn't even fuck with Israel that much personally, but his boss certainly does. And that is the only reason why these guys are all super mad. They're super mad at Tucker Carlson. They're super mad at Candace Owens. They're super mad at conspiracy theories on the right. They all played a role. Not only did they play a role in Candace Owens becoming a household name, like Ben Shapiro personally played a role in that, but they all played a role in trafficking in conspiracy theories, not realizing that eventually there would be plenty of actors at a time when Israel is receiving unprecedented amounts of hate, okay? That at a time when, like, you know, the fuck Israel method is like giving you an algorithmic boost in independent media circles, of course they were going to start shitting on Jews. Like, it's so funny to me that these very same guys, yeah, Rufo is the godfather of paranoid conspiratorial fantasy, starting with his attack on the Race and Social Justice Initiative in Seattle, where as an expert witness, I helped prove his case had his friend had no case. The judge tossed it out. Rufo is exhibit A for how we got here. I need you to understand something. Chris Rufo would not give a fuck about the anti-Semitic conspiracies, for the record. This is a guy whose wife is an undocumented immigrant, chat. He doesn't give a fuck about anything. He only cares about the bag. It's his bosses that are panicking. Conservative Jews that work at the Manhattan Institute that are super pro-Israel are freaking the fuck out about the right decoupling from Israel, especially younger right-wingers. That is the main cause of concern here. Do you understand? The main cause of concern is that anti-Semitism on the right, not anti-Semitism on the left, because that's whatever. The left is already anti-Israel, so no one gives a shit, right? But anti-Semitism on the right is causing young American Republicans to despise Israel. For the longest time, no matter how much people hated Israel on the right, or not Israel, sorry, no matter how much people shit on Jews on the right, and there were plenty who did, with the exception of a couple prominent conservative individuals, they never touched Israel. They never said anything mean about Israel. Israel is life. Israel is the most important nation, all this stuff, right? And there were plenty of people who were anti-Semitic, but they also loved Israel. They never really thought about Israel. There were some in the edges, like Nick Fuentes, who were both anti-Semitic and also anti-Israel, but they did not make a movement, okay? A movement they could not make. Now we live in a very different reality. And that is precisely the reason why you're hearing from the likes of Christopher Rufo complaints about conspiratorial elements within the right. A conspiratorial right that they designed.
At the top of the show is an evil, twisted human being. Now, the reason I say that today is because Candace has spent the last several months attacking the widow of Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk. It took her just a few days after Charlie's sick murder in order to start casting aspersions at Turning Point USA, people who work there all the way up to the highest levels, up to and including Erica Kirk. She was doing that very, very quickly, and she's been doing it for months. I mean, truly for months. I mean, yesterday, she came out with something that she had announced she was doing, which is a series. This is a trailer for a series, a teaser trailer that is titled Bride of Charlie, which is supposedly now an expose on the evil, nefarious, predatory nature of Erica Kirk.
I promise you, these people are not dignified human beings. Even if they had major opposition to Candace Owens, like shitting on Erica Kirk like this, if she was a pro-Israel voice, they would not be talking about it. They'd be talking privately. Every now and then they'd be like, well, we got to hold our coalition together, but it's fine. I promise you they're using this because they think this is a solid attack line against Candace Owens because Candace Owens has become a fucking monster, a behemoth, a force on the right to make the right anti-Israel. Yeah, Israel is spending millions aimed on an effort aimed at Christian right in the U.S., allegedly as a part of an attempt to combat anti-Semitism. Haaretz reveals a network of pro-Israel sites. They are trying to hold it back. They're trying to hold back the wave of not only anti-Semitism, but anti-Zionism, anti-Israel sentiment on the right. And that's all they're fucking doing.
The widow of Charlie Kirk, who again was shot in the neck, not by some sort of vast conspiracy involving French intelligence and Egyptian airplanes, but by a trans-loving gay man who is a furry. That is the actual story. And because Candace Owens is either going through the throes of mental illness or because she is a sick human being or both, she has decided that she is going to turn her fire on the widow. Don't believe me? I know. Listen, there are a lot of people who listen to Candace. She has a huge audience. This is what she does. This is who she is. She is a conspiratorial, evil person.
Dog, you built this. It's Subway, bitch. My brother in Christ, you built a sandwich. You know? Enjoy it. You built the shit sandwich. You fucking hired her. Candace Owens said Adolf Hitler simply wanted to make Germany great. Okay? That's what Candace Owens said. A year after she said that, Ben Shapiro hired her for the Daily Wire. Miss me with this fucking bullshit. You did that shit. You did her. You made her. But back then, she was super pro-Israel. She was anti-Semitic, but she was super pro-Israel. When she became anti-Semitic and very anti-Israel, all of a sudden, oh, we got problems. It's the same principle with conspiracy theories. You guys trafficking conspiracies all the fucking time, but all of a sudden it's an issue when those conspiracies stop you from putting together a reliable narrative on how Charlie Kirk got shot and this is the fault of trans Antifa. That's it. You made this. Your uncle's destroyed on Piers Morgan about Iran.
Talking about a country.
We'll do that.
Because that's who would do something like this. A conspiratorial, evil person. Now, the only reason that I'm playing this trailer is so you understand the extent of the evil that Candace Owens is perpetrating here. Because obviously I do not wish to promote her propagandistic horror that she is now pushing on a grieving widow with small children. The entire purpose of this is so you understand what Candace Owens is and what she is doing. I have to show you this thing so you understand that I'm not exaggerating, that I'm not making it up, that the thing that I'm saying is a thing Candace is doing. Because otherwise it would be kind of unbelievable. I get this all the time with regard to Candace. I get it with regard to other personalities too. But what happened to her? Does she really mean this stuff? Does she mean the kind of stuff that she says? Take her at her word. Here is what she is doing. Here is the trailer for her hot.
We get it, bro. Oh my God, he's such a bitch. He's like, here's a trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. I'm only showing this video to show you how bad it is. We got it, bro. He's bad.
Garbage fire of nonsense conspiracy mongering defecation.
I think one of the funniest parts about this is that Erica Kirk is, unfortunately for all of these people, insufferable and also looks crazy. There's a reason why people respond to Candace Owens' message, no matter how fucking crazy that message might be. And that's because when you watch Candace Owens talk about Charlie Kirk and you watch Erica Kirk talk about Charlie Kirk, one objectively seems closer to Charlie Kirk, and it's not the wife. Okay? That's it. So there are a million different reasons as to why this media cycle was foreseeable for anyone with a fucking working brain and eyes to see. People like myself, I've been talking about this. I've been warning about this for years, about the dangers of right-wing conspiracies and misinformation cycles. I never would have foreseen the right fully leaning into anti-Semitism and anti-Israel, though. I never thought that the right would actually do that. That certainly has been a shock to even myself. I mean, I've always talked about the right's anti-Semitism and whatnot, but I never thought that they would be fucking anti-Israel ever. Sorry. No, right after you drink the water. Now, right after she drinks the water, she comes over and plops her wet ass jowls on my lap. She's like, no, this is the time. Classic Mastiff behavior. If you guys have a Mastiff or anything, if a dog like that, and they get like really wet and slobbery, they love They love stamping your pants, basically. You're just a napkin to her. Yeah.
Here is the trailer she just released for her series of attacks. It's going to be an entire series of attacks on Erica Kirk. Again, she's been retailing and implying and basically saying out loud a lot of this stuff on her show for months. 4 months. People cannot claim that they were ignorant that this was happening. They know it was happening, and they let it go. We'll get to them in a moment. But here is the trailer that she released yesterday.
President Trump says that Kirk has died after he was shot from a nearby building.
After being shot at Utah Valley University.
The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
I didn't even get to give him a kiss goodbye.
That young man, I forgive him.
Take your time.
Erica Kirk has been named the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
It's weird to say excited. Describes her husband's funeral as the event of the century. Merch, hats.
We have 50,000 plus hat orders.
Nobody knows why she's out there in a glittering pantsuit in a recreated tent that her husband tragically was murdered in, throwing merch out.
Everyone grieves differently, so if someone's acting weird, don't read into that.
Zionists, the Prime Minister of Israel, all lied through their teeth about Charlie Kirk.
Her operation was in Constanta, the epicenter of Romania's trafficking scandal.
Weird conversations to have with a 15-year-old. I'm going to touch your butt.
$8.6 million to their own shell company. What is going on?
We have nothing to hide. My aunt used to tell me, never do something that you don't want on the front page of a newspaper.
So that's what Candace Owens has been spending her days doing. And millions of people, of course, have been watching her as she's been doing this. Apparently, she is calling Erica Kirk. She has been calling Erica Kirk a lesbian pedophile, grooming a 15-year-old.
We will
she
be
is
seated.
Suggesting, of course.
That is a fire promo. W promo, Ben. Ben, W promo. You fucking did it, King. I'm sat, locked, loaded, moisturized, ready to fucking receive, dude. Ready to receive some hard to hear truths about how Erica Kirk is responsible for the assassination of Charlie Kirk. It is pretty funny that like he's literally offering it free promo, which I love. I don't know why he did this, because like he already has a minuscule audience in comparison to Candace Owens. And what remains of his audience are probably going to be switching sides after this. So wonderful stuff.
She has been suggesting for a while that TPUSA was complicit, if not in the murder of Charlie Kirk, then in the cover-up of the murder of Charlie Kirk. This is the stuff that Candace Owens has been doing, because Candace Owens is a true vampire when it comes to conservatism and the conservative movement. She finds prominent people, and then she grifts off of them, and then she does more grifting off of them, and then she grifts them until she's done grifting them. Then she moves on to the next thing she can grift off. Sick, truly evil. You lack for words. There is a biblical injunction for those of us who actually care about the Bible. There's a biblical injunction in Exodus.
For those of you who care about the Bible, I don't. Yeah, these guys thought they could train their audience to somehow only resent Muslims and black people. And the reason they're all flailing now is that they lost the cultural momentum, and the monster they created is looking back at them. The fact that Candace is unhinged was obvious from day one. We've covered it in detail, in great detail. Conservative media made her a star anyway. If there's anyone to be blamed for what she's become, it's themselves for building her profile in the first place. One of the funniest, darkest ironies here is that Candace Owens is there are two people most responsible for Candace Owens' career. They're both Jewish. It's David fucking Horowitz and Ben Shapiro. Isn't that crazy? They are both incredibly reactionary, incredibly conservative, okay? And they literally made her. They made her. It's wild. David Horowitz, who is fucking dead, rest in piss, by the way, massive scumbag, another turned neon, and this behemoth of, I know, it's effing for a second. Hold on. It's not Spectrum. It's not. It's going to be fine. It's going to get back. It's going to be back. Hold on. It's just a little stutter. Just chill. Oh, it's not even small F's. It's big F's. Were you silent or silenced? You know what it is. Okay. We're back. No more issues. Service reconnected. We're good. And I'm on the Ethernet again. So it's not the It's not the backpack any longer. It won't, hopefully, unless there are more service disruptions like area outages or something like that, I should not have any issues any longer. So that's good. You with your Wi-Fi issues remind me of Michael Parenti and his mic issues. I mean, I want a refund on the sub I was gifted 4 months ago. You will never get it. You should subscribe right now, actually. Subscribe right now! Anyway, is there a delay? Let's do a delay check. Let's do a delay check. Chat, delay check. What number am I holding up? Everyone's spamming ones because I didn't even fucking say anything. I just said delay check. 2. Okay. I am going to fix the ingest real quick to hope to let it catch up to where I'm actually at, because there's like a 10-second delay, it seems. So you will see this F in a brief moment, right? Okay. So I'm back and no longer delayed. Subscribe to fix the delay, chat. Subscribe with a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime to fix the delay. Subscribe to the HasanAbi broadcast. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your voluntary contributions in the form of a Twitch Prime, which is $0, is free. Your voluntary contributions, your gifted subs are what? F this thing. It's the same effing lag every effing day. Can't effing fucking take it any fucking more. Okay, calm down, dude. Calm the fuck down. All right. All right. Thank you, Hex Effect. Thank you for the 5 gifted. He effing can, bro. What if my sub is involuntary? Then you got to get that checked out. I don't know how that works. I don't understand that. Candace responds to Dan Bongino and Ben Shapiro. Candace Owens has a response immediately. Says, PSA, we won't be taking any lessons on what evil is from people who protected Jeffrey Epstein raping children and or looked the other way as Bibi Netanyahu committed a genocide in broad daylight. She got him. This anti-Semite is technically correct. Zionists are putting in real work hours promoting our upcoming series. I would like to extend them all my deepest gratitude. We are a small team and couldn't do it without your steadfast commitment to hysterics. See you tomorrow. This was my $10 super chat to Candace Owens was probably one of my greatest donations of all time. It is paying back dividends, okay? The infighting that we are experiencing on the MAGA side would not exist if it wasn't for Candace Owens, okay? So for that, I have to thank her. She never read my comment, but my point still stands. I like to think in my mind that I played into the fissure. I leaned into one side and helped tilt the scales, one $10 super chat at a time, where I said, Candace, I love you, longtime fan, first-time subscriber, but I don't think you should trust Erica Kirk. I would like to know about the private conversation that you guys had. We all played our role as clandestine operators. We did. We played our role, and now the right is on fire. But as Jared Holt, who is a long-time right-wing watcher, literally used to work in an outlet called Right Wing Watch, says this sort of thing is happening all across MAGA media right now. Why are people saying F? Don't fuck with me. They poured gas on the fires of conspiracy, hate, and division to gain audience and power. Now they're staring down the inevitable consequences of doing that, losing control, coming under attack, and looking insane. Now, there are, like I said, there are some people who look at this and go, oh, conservatives are mad at the realm of conspiracy. They're not. They traffic in conspiracies. The correct analysis here is not necessarily that Candace Owens is a rabid conspiracist. It's that she is anti-Israel. And not only is that the problem, but the most effective way of making young right-wingers anti-Israel is through anti-Semitism. Because obviously they don't have any sort of like universal anti-Zionist, anti-fascist, anti-genocide principles that they hold on to. They're fucking Nazis half the time. Or at least close enough to being Nazis. Maybe they're not anti-Semitic, okay? Initially, but then they become anti-Semitic because they realize, like, wait a minute, if we're going to shit on all non-whites, why would Jews get a pass here? Some of them literally will tie back the pro-immigrant agenda to Jews, which is ironically what Adolf Hitler also did, right? Why are people spamming cum and like all these other random letters, man? Please stop. I don't know why you guys are doing that. Please stop. Stop being silly. No silliness allowed, I say. You want to know why? Because we're covering some really important stuff. We're covering Candace Owens right now. It's the most important part of my broadcast. That's why I wore the suit, not for the State of the Union.
Conspiracy theorist Candace Owens has unveiled yet another addition to her list of controversial podcast series, this time focusing on Erica Kirk, the widow of Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk, who was shockingly assassinated during a public event last year. The dramatically edited trailer mostly features short sound bites from the widow with little context, as well as clips of other podcasters and personalities criticizing her in various ways. The short snippets focus on Erica's reactions to her late husband's tragic death and her appointment as Turning Point USA's new CEO, and even insinuate her being connected to conspiracies involving Israel and Romanian human trafficking. The announcement of the self-proclaimed investigative series titled Bride of Charlie, which seemingly plays on the horror movie title Bride of Chucky, drew intense backlash from the right online.
Notice no mention of Erica's numerous lies. I have to watch the evidence before judging. Bogino doing the Bojingles dancers. Anyone with a brain has never been more excited for anything their entire lives. Bring it, Candace. Dan Bongino chiming in lets me know she might be onto something. She forgives the shooter but gets mad on Candace. Why is she mad at someone trying to find out who shot her husband? So weird. Careful, your bias is showing. None of them, and I mean none in the conservative spectrum, are on the side of Erica Kirk. Okay? They're not. It's all the commentariat, and a lot of these guys don't realize that the more they lean into this shit, the more they defend Israel, or the more they even like try to fucking come after Candace Owens, the more their real organic audiences are going to move away from them. It's fucking spectacular. Okay? Now, Donald Trump is going to try to do his very best. He's bringing Erica Kirk to the State of the Union, and I suspect that he will try to revitalize Turning Point USA, try to defend Turning Point USA. This is the real testament to Candace Owens' power. We will find out tonight, depending on what Donald Trump does with Erica Kirk tonight. Normally, he's a very good room reader. If Donald Trump hugs and kisses Erica Kirk or tries to defend Erica Kirk actively or actually calls out Candace Owens by name or some shit like that, because this has become a major problem, this will be a true testament to which side conservatives will lean into. I know it sounds incredibly inconsequential. I know it sounds so stupid, but I need you to understand something. This is what American political discourse is about nowadays. Okay? We are a brain-broken nation full of Hitlerites, and that's just the unfortunate reality of it all, especially the conservative movement. The MAGA movement is extra Hitlerite. And if there's one person that can fucking untangle the Trump base of support, it is Candace Owens. So we shall see.
22. You ought not to oppress any widow or orphan. Now, the reason that I focus in on this is because aside from the fact that Candace drives huge numbers through slandering people, truly slandering them. And yes, Erica Kirk absolutely should sue the living hell out of Candace Owens for this sort of stuff. The reason I bring this up is because there's been a wide and vast silence by people who should have spoken out about this months and months and months ago. In fact, some of us were calling this out from the stage of TPUSA in December. Here's what I had to say about Candace doing exactly this thing. This is back in December. Okay, it is now nearly the end of February, and the same people who I suggested were silent then are silent now.
So, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erica Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name. Erica Kirk and TPUSA never should have been put in the position to have to defend themselves against such specious and evil attacks, particularly...
God, you're such a fucking nerd, dude. Clandis clears. We're clandestine operators. Your career is over, Ben. I love this, dude. I fucking love this so much. It's like a gift for me and this community. You know what I mean? all of these like pivotal figureheads of the conservative movement for years and years. I watched from the sidelines. I was like, why the fuck are they doing this? How are they leaning so aggressively into conspiracy theories, trafficking some of the most vitriolic sentiment, the most toxic, repulsive ideologies you've ever seen, attacking people of different faiths and different backgrounds. And now all of that is looped around and is ass fucking every single one of these like major drivers of hate and animosity. It's fucking awesome. Yeah, a black woman is speaking, Ben. It's time to sit your white ass down and listen, okay?
In a time of mourning. And the people who refuse to condemn Candace's truly vicious attacks, and some of them are speaking here, are guilty of cowardice. Yes, cowardice. The fact that they have said nothing while Candace has been vomiting all sorts of hideous and conspiratorial nonsense into the public square for years is just as cowardly.
When the signs are there for years on end, and people say nothing, and people continue to say nothing today, that's cowardice, obviously. Where are Charlie's friends? Where are Charlie's closest friends? Where are all the people who proclaimed solidarity with Charlie and with Erica today? What are they doing? And for all the people who are watching Candace stitch together a bunch of specious nonsense because they like the gossip of it, because they enjoy the tawdry Maury Povich silliness of it, because they're watching a car crash at the side of the road, please have some more respect for your own brain than that. Please have some more respect for yourself than that. Truly. Truly. Because what she's doing is evil. And when you watch her show, she gets paid to do that.
Don't watch. Don't watch. You dumbass. You just fucking played the goddamn trailer. The only reason why nobody gives a shit about this is because nobody gives a shit about you. So you are probably only promoting this to, you know, your tiny audience. But don't watch. I'm going to watch. I'm going to fucking watch, dude. You know I'm going to watch.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Do not come.
Oh, yeah.
That evil. That is how she is making her money. She is making money off the murder of Charlie Kirk by literally implicating his widow and everyone else at TPUSA in that murder, and then trying to dig up pseudo dirt on the wife of the person who was murdered. I don't know what to call that other than evil trash.
Real Candace Owens is Evil got 16K likes on here, 1 million views, but it's fake because it's on Twitter. Let's take a look at what he got on YouTube. Let's see if they botted this one or not. Oh my God, Ben Shapiro's got 1.3 thousand viewers watching. Friendly Fire State of the Union address live, 1.3K watching. Oh, he's so fucked. Oh my God, I never thought I would see this fucking day. Candace Owens is Evil, 149,000 views. Probably his highest performing video. Yep, one of his highest performing videos, dude. Incredible. Oh, it's so awesome. All right, let's see what Dan Bongo had to say. 1K Andy is crazy. Yeah, he's cooked. I don't think you guys understand. Every single one of these clowns that fucking went face first into defending Israel lost gigantic chunks of their audience, from Tim Pool to Ben Shapiro. Republicans didn't even care that Tim Pool was like being funded by Russia. But because he was not aggressive enough in calling out Israel or the genocide, they just went, okay, you're paid for by Israel. And the ones that were at least smart enough to recognize it's time to be fucking anti-Israel, like Candace Owens, were able to clean up the entire audience. The only reason why Asmongold has an audience is because he's both anti-Semitic enough and quote-unquote based enough, and he's not as invested in like defending Israel. He'll attack Israel's critics like me, but he won't like dick ride Israel into oblivion in the same way that fucking Ben Shapiro does. And also he's not Jewish. So like a lot of people watch him and they're like, oh yeah, he's based enough. You know? That's it.
Erica didn't choose this, man. She didn't choose this. Imagine sitting there, house,
pack watch,
and you find out from Twitter or, I don't know, a text or a phone call, or that your husband was just shot in the neck for the entire world to see on social media at a public. I can't imagine that. I know you can't either. Then you got to go through this. Then you got a bunch of absolute fucking lunatics sending her emails. You did it. Comments, tweets. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. You demonic fucking scum. For as much as I hate what just happened, I wish ill on no one, and everyone should restrain their emotions from the other side, because they are not on our side. Everyone. Once you go down the road of violence, there's no turning back. There's always someone stronger than you, man. Always. There's a whole lot of people stronger than me. But I'm sorry if the language distracts from you, but I can think of...
Were they teaching him how to fake cry at the FBI? Oh, no.
No other New York way to say it than fuck you, motherfuckers. You deserve to feel the little licks of the flames of hell on every inch of your body. Fuck you. If there's an afterlife, oh, and I believe there is, I believe in the second creation. I don't pretend to be the judge and jury, but I know you're not in it.
Guy who covered up billionaire child rape ring wants you to know he's judging you for correctly pointing out how sketchy Erica Kirk has acted since her husband was killed. Bro, they're all so good. It's so fucking good. It's so goddamn good. Oh, I wished for times like this.
Mr. Naftali.
What is this?
And in fact, I followed up with the former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, and what he told me is that Mossad has not been active in the United States or against the United States since the Jonathan Pollard scandal of 1987, when a U.S. Army contractor who's actually working for the Navy revealed classified information to the Israeli government. He was prosecuted by the United States government and ended up in prison for almost 30 years. And so Israel since then has not spied on the United States with Mossad. And in fact,
yeah, I wonder why people fucking hate Ben Shapiro, dude. Must be because he's Jewish. I mean, there is definitely a lot of people who hate him because he's Jewish. Let's be real. But like, it's a lot more people that hate that in his audience. And once again, I cannot stress this enough. I need you guys. I'm going to keep hammering this point over and over again. You fucking did this. You did this. Okay? You thought you could hate every black, brown, and Muslim person and organize around your mutual hatred for every black, brown, and Muslim person, hating women, hating gay people, hating trans people, only to fucking turn around and assume that this would never come back to you. Not you, chat. Come on. I'm talking about Ben. I'm talking about these people. This chat is basically...
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Yeah, it's not you guys. Why would you have ever thought that this kind of everyone but white people are my enemies narratives, why would that never go back to Jews? Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are so popular because of the culture of silencing. It makes them seem like brave truth tellers. If you stop deporting, firing, besmirching, and destroying the lives of anyone who criticizes Israel, they will lose their power. It's true. It's true. And because of the way that the media ecosystem works, the right always have been champions of like anti-cancel culture, shit like that, right? They're seen as like bona fide heroes when they get attacked for their speech. This is just how the right-wing media ecosystem is designed, right? And what's interesting is no such situation exists, no such dynamic exists on the left. And another part of the another way that the censorious nature of a lot of Zionist institutions have created this market where Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson have become fucking behemoths is because they were able to effectively stamp out people like myself, people who aren't anti-Semitic, but people who are anti-Israel, people who are anti-Zionist. They did this. They carved out this niche piece by piece. First, by allowing all matter of hatred to go on, unchecked and uncontrolled, and all matter of conspiracy to be trafficked on the right. And then by actively trying to deplatform people on the left. You're still a loser, buddy. I know you saw my comment. Wait, what? You're such a fucking loser. You're such a fucking loser. You're such a fucking loser. You're still a loser, buddy. I know you saw my comment. I'm leaving. Don't you dare. I'm leaving. Giat aware. Giat. MILF destroyer. Very mentally well. I mean, I didn't fucking ban him. I think he got timed out because he kept spamming it. FaZe ain't never gonna sign you, lil bitch. True. Good luck, though. They might. I'll put in a word for you, okay? Just realize, what if Roachman is not live because he's actually at the State of the Union? That would be awesome. That's a biological weapon against the Republicans, dude. I don't think that a person who believes in Jewish exceptionalism has the presence of mind to fully understand what they did technically. What do you mean? Elaborate. Yo, little bro, I'm a sub just to clip that, little bro. Lamau, stay mad. Yo, little bro, I don't want to be a part of your little cuck fest. Yeah, TTV Malone, thank you for not being a part of our little cuck fest, bro. You are fucking epic. You are epic and based. But yeah, as I was saying, they designed this environment, and now it's an uncontrollable behemoth. It has snowballed into this massive issue on the right, and I'm here for it. I think it's fucking awesome. Speaking of Dan Bongino, a whistleblower just disclosed that FBI experts were delayed by at least a day in deploying to investigate Charlie Kirk's assassination. Why? There was an FBI plane and pilot shortage because Kash Patel was using them for personal flights. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. It's so awesome. It's so fucking fire. God, everything is collapsing. Everything that they've built is collapsing. It was basically the House of Cards anyway, but fucking amazing. Now their top content creators are like Nick Shirley. And the other half is complaining that the previous Nick Shirley, before Nick Shirley, Tyler Hitler Vera, is going full Hitler and talking about how Jews are invading New York and Jews are invading New Jersey.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
You want regime change in Iraq?
Hasan, you embarrass yourself in front of 40,000 people daily? Dude, I know. My life is so fucking embarrassing. Yeah, they took his Patreon out. He came out hot, talking about Jews are invading New Jersey after his Jews are invading New York video, and Patreon got snipped. You're a clown? That's cool. Come on. What do you mean? Be a cool cultist? Yes. Like someone is literally trying to get a point off Thanos snap? Haha. Okay. Okay, chatter. Calm down. It's just funny because it's like even this kind of shit, it literally will only foment more anti-Semitic conspiracies. They're like, oh, this guy has been hated. This guy's been making videos against like Somalis, Haitians, everybody else. Makes videos about Jews. Boom, his Patreon is gone. Okay? Tyler Hitler Vera is Adolf Hitler. He's racist. He's equal opportunity racist. I don't think these guys know what's coming. I don't think older conservatives know what's coming. Okay? Older conservatives have a decent degree of philo-Semitism. Younger conservatives, on the other hand, have a maximum amount of anti-Semitism. So they don't even understand it. They're like, what is going on with the youth? Like, did they watch too many TikTok videos? Like, they have no way of comprehending it, where they think like, oh, these guys, I think, are being woke, right? They keep talking about, oh, these guys are, I guess there was a James Lindsay attempt to try to disparage or try to like keep the conservative movement together, where they were saying like, oh, these guys are being woke, the woke right, as they called it. No, dumbass, it's a Maximus conclusion of fucking fomenting hatred, okay? It is obviously the maximum amount of hatred. Who gets to be a part of the in-group of whiteness is dictated by the whitest of the whites. Well, and Nick Fuentes, who happens to be Mexican. But that's besides the point. Basically, right now, the conversation that's taking place, where there's a generational divide between the youth wing of the party, the Hitler youth, and the older boomer conservatives is, are Jews white or not? Okay? That's it. That's it. The younger wing of the party do not consider Jews to be white. The older wing of the party do. This is the main dynamic that is playing out and is also causing this massive fissure in the Republican Party. Yeah, the Jewish question, one might say. Exactly. And they're not going to be able to figure it out. They're not going to be able to figure out like a way to be like, oh, you guys are being too woke. Like, it doesn't read that way. It doesn't read that way to the anti-Semitic right. It feels like you're being woke, and they're technically more logically consistent. If their worldview revolves around hatred, if their worldview revolves around fascism, they're technically more logically consistent than you are. You can't, like, cat's out of the bag. You can't literally put it back, okay? You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can't do it.
Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen. If we could get it settled for once and for all, that would be good.
Frankly, Canada should be the 51st state, okay? It really should.
And by the way, you have to do something with Mexico. Mexico has to get their act together. My administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. We're renaming the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America.
No, we have the Gulf of America now. It's great.
All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history. There's nothing wrong with it.
I actually stopped the war with Congo and Rwanda, and they said to me, please, please, we would love you to come and
take our minerals, which we'll do.
And in Nigeria, we're annihilating terrorists who are killing Christians. They've killed thousands and thousands of Christians. What's that all about?
Look at South Africa.
Dropside is just identifying all the places that he's brought peace and prosperity to, it seems. What the fuck is this?
What's going on?
We feel there's persecution or genocide going on. These are articles over the last few days. Death, 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 horrible death, death. White South Africans are fleeing because of the violence and racist laws.
The next question is who's in charge of Venezuela right now?
We're in charge. We're going to run everything. We're going to run it. We have a very sick neighbor. It's not a neighbor, but it's close to a neighbor. And that's Venezuela. It's very sick. Colombia is very sick, too. Run by a sick man. He's not going to be doing it very
So there
well.
will be an operation.
You better not fucking come after my goat, Gustavo Petro. Okay? That was a really delicate moment for me, at least, because I am in favor of leadership with swag, and Gustavo Petro has it by the ton. Okay?
By the U.S.
It sounds good to me. If you take a look at Argentina.
Luckily, Gustavo was able to rizz him up with one phone call, and Donald Trump was like, Colombia, viva Colombia. That's what he said.
If the president doesn't win, we would not be generous with Argentina. If he does win, we're going to be very helpful. And if he doesn't win, we're not going to waste our time.
How is this Argentina rescue package America first?
It's really meant to help a good financial philosophy like Venezuela.
Is there a message for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba's an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. Cuba is right now a failed nation. Cuba is ready to fall. Yes. Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they're going to hold out.
Look how excited this fucking demon is. Oh, God, I hate him so much.
Cuba and us, we are talking.
If a deal isn't made, would you consider an operation like the one in Venezuela?
If I was, it wouldn't be a very tough operation.
Yeah, Gustavo Petro, more like Guntavo Petro, by the way. A real-ass gooner.
We're going to straighten out Gaza. We're going to make Gaza very successful and safe. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. The Riviera of the Middle East.
Is it time for Ukraine to hold an election?
Yeah, I think so. It's been a long time. They talk about a democracy, but it gets to a point where it's not a democracy anymore. Ukraine better come to the table fast. That's all I'm telling you.
Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war?
Yes, they will. Yeah, there will be very severe consequences. And Somalia is it's not a nation. Got no government, got no police, got no military, got no nothing. Somalia, filthy, dirty, disgusting, ridden with crime. The only thing they're good at is going after ships. We don't let them take ships anymore. You know why? We use the same exact missile on them that we use on the drug carriers. Do you notice that ships aren't being taken anymore? The pirates are.
That's right. I hadn't thought about
the pirates aren't. Well, no.
No Somali pirates.
It's actually very easy. They head out. We say, guess what? There's pirates. Bing. That's the end of the pirates. I'm doing it worldwide. I'm helping Europe. I'm helping NATO. They loved me. NATO calls me daddy. They called me daddy. He's our daddy. He's running it. Most European nations, they're decaying. They're decaying. Your countries are going to hell. The United States is keeping the whole world afloat. Without us, most of the countries don't even work.
You've been a kingmaker in a lot of Republican primaries. A lot of people...
Including foreign nations. I was very honored to see that a very wonderful prime minister in Japan won by a landslide, and she attributed my endorsement for that. I've endorsed Viktor Orban. I endorsed, go back to South America, Latin America, South America. Turkey's an example. Erdogan is a friend of mine. Whenever they have a problem with Erdogan, they ask me to call. And I do call him, and I always work it out with him. What we did for Israel was amazing. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. I authorized the spending of billions of dollars which went to Israel's defense. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the White House probably almost more than anybody. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I could think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. And as soon as I give them something, always for Israel. As soon as I'd give them something, they'd want something else. I'd say, give me a couple of weeks, will you please? They were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights. I gave them the Golan Heights, and they never even asked for it.
Are you involved in the rift between UAE and Saudi Arabia?
They do indeed have a rift. and we can get it settled very easily. I settle wars. I settle a lot of rifts between countries. You've been noticing, right? That's an easy one to say.
Like a public confession, bro, the less accountable he is, and he is maximum unaccountable at this point, right? The less he feels the need to restrain himself. And also, why should he? It's not like the pigs give a fuck. They love it. His stupid ass, pig ass audience loves this shit. They're like, yeah, bro, I don't care as long as the libtards are being owned, or whatever the fuck they're thinking at this point. Yeah, there's also the dementia. That's also probably another factor here as well. I can't wait. For me personally, I can't wait. This State of the Union is going to be boring as fuck, but it'll be worth it for at least some of the different instances where he'll just say something so truly fucking unhinged. Can you acknowledge this isn't normal and we aren't this? What is this 2016 liberalism? We are this, chatter. We are 100% this. Okay? Before we overthrow the Jeffrey Epstein pedophile class, we are just this. Like, what do you mean we aren't this? There's a fuck ton of people that are this, okay? They're not the majority, they're not the plurality, but there's enough of them that this shit's still holding on. And until the actual left flank presents a serious opposition towards this, we are this. The real acknowledgement should come from the fact that we've always kind of been this, okay? This is not new. 2016 liberalism dictated Trump as an aberration. They decided that Trump was an aberration that must be excised. They made it seem like Trump was unique. The reality of the matter was Trump was the logical conclusion of the failure of liberalism and the logical conclusion of fascist, Republican, reactionary politics. 2024 Trump is an evolution past that point, where they're moving beyond liberalism. We can't go back to liberalism after this. We just can't. Because liberalism yielded Donald Trump. It produced Donald Trump. We have to do away with it. And yes, I will be tuning in
Border Patrol agents in
as the time nears to SOTU.
Started the beginning of a very stark change
NBC,
to Trump's immigration policies. They've now
ABC.
at any moment.
And Julia, I only jumped in here. I don't want to interrupt you, but we saw the president's chief of staff
CNN.
walk out of the White House, which suggests we're getting close. Some other aides and advisors as well. As we expect to see any second now.
Oh my God! Look, this is what I mean. This is what I mean, dude. I'm sorry.
Peter, you've done.
We can't defeat fascism with a media ecosystem that still feeds the mouths of the likes of Rahm Emanuel. Okay, it's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. Like, if you think Rahm Emanuel is going to be the solution to Trump's fascism, we're fucked. We're totally fucked, especially when, like, Israel is, whether these guys want to admit it or not, whether they want to see it or not, a major fucking part of this problem. Rahm Emanuel's a huge Israel dick rider.
It's going to lose
these guys don't understand it. They don't understand it. They don't get it at all. They think, like, they can just, like, just as the Republican Party thinks they can brush this conversation to the next election cycle, maybe, or build a coherent movement without addressing some of these major questions, like whether on their side it's whether Jews are white or not, obviously, but on the Democratic Party side or on the broad left side of American politics, the question is, who do you care about? Do you care about the American working class, or do you care about the billionaire elites? Do you care about the Epstein class? Do you care about Israel, or do you care about democracy? People like Rahm Emanuel, people like Gavin Newsom, people that are definitely on the establishment wing of the party, are openly saying, no, we care about maintaining business as usual politics, maintaining liberalism. We care about Israel and we care about the billionaires, and we will do everything in our power to preserve that. And it doesn't matter if that project fails once again. We are going to fail with our own design. We're going to do it with you or without you, is the attitude. If that's the attitude from the establishment liberals, the establishment Democrats, we're fucked. They need to step the fuck out of the way.
Framing, and in his Trump style, pivot to what matters to the American people. What matters to the American people are energy prices, what their take-home pay is in comparison to how things cost, affordability. How does he frame that? And how does he frame his tariff agenda, his deregulatory agenda, his tax agenda in a way that benefits the American people? He's got to start owning those policies that the Republican Congress, Republican majorities put in place into law, and that they need to remind the American people the benefit thereof between now and Election Day.
Patrick, you would agree. No president thinks they get credit for what they've done.
So that will start as his premise that I got to justify. You don't, if you only knew what I have done for you.
Okay. I don't care about the commentary ahead of time. We will be watching it unfiltered, unvarnished, the truth, right out of Donald Trump's mouth in a brief moment. But one of the things that I wanted to cover here also was two polls. One, Graham Plattner is absolutely fucking cooking. Okay. As I told you, when there was a big fucking atom bomb that exploded in this community where all the people were like, he's a right-wing reactionary. He's a Blackwater mercenary. Turns out the Janissaries, all of us, we were wrong. Okay. Graham Plattner is still very much cooking. And he deserves it. He has said all of the right things on virtually every single issue. Okay. On every single issue, he's been out there saying all the correct things. Over and over again. Whether you trust him or not, it doesn't really matter because the people of Maine have decided this is our fucking guy. Okay? That's number one. Out of all of the left flank candidates out there, all the Bernie-crats out there, he has the best message. Like he communicates it with clarity. He does a very good job at it. And he's being rewarded handsomely for it. In the general election, it says he's going to get 49% versus Collins at 38%. And Mills has a 1 point advantage over Collins as well. But in the Democratic primary, Plattner gets 64% as opposed to Janet Mills, Pill's Mafia. It's very obvious to me that the people of Maine believe in the electability argument favoring Graham Plattner's politics. Okay? The fatal part of this poll for Mills isn't even the massive lead Plattner has, is the 10 points more electable against Collins, which is the real priority for Maine voters who don't want her in office anymore. Exactly. Also, for those of you who kept saying Graham Plattner would likely be a John Fetterman, you guys are wrong. As I told you before, the likelihood that Graham Plattner would be a John Fetterman is very low. It's just entirely dependent on whether he gets stroked out or not. Okay, that's a unique situation with John Fetterman. He could potentially be a Tulsi Gabbard, but I don't think he will. Okay? The other side of the story is also Gavin Newsom. Regarding Newsom, it's a downright clown car mess for the Dems ahead of 2028.
They're all running, and this is just a downright clown car at this point on the Democratic side. I mean, just take a look here. Top choices for the 2028 Dem-Pres nominee. You have a leader, but it's not really a clear leader. It's within the margin of error. You have Newsom at 19%.
You've endorsed Mills? What? It's a fucking joke, man.
Then you have former Vice President Kamala Harris at 18%. Quite a weak number for her, given that, of course, she was the nominee last time around. Pete Buttigieg, who, of course, has run before, 13%. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez at 12%. This is just a total clown car. It is a total mess.
It's not a joke. I'm a Janissary. It's Mills Mafia. It's Pills Mafia time, baby. No jokes. I really hope you're right on Plattner. As I told you guys ahead of time, when you were all yelling at me, when I was trying to describe to you that Graham Plattner, in spite of all of his red flags, seems to have a real clarity in his commentary, in his vision, one that actually a lot of voters respond positively to, trying to show you the fucking positive side of this story. And you just kept saying I'm a reactionary, imperialist, America brave warrior that wants to murder and do unlimited genocide in Iraq. Turns out none of the fucking voters have your fucking dumbass concerns. Your concerns are not even wrong, technically, but most of the voters don't think that way. I know I did say those things. I was wrong. Okay, well, I'm glad. I think you were right about him after all. He's clearly just not hella smart, which does explain a lot of being duped in the Nazi military service. He passes my checks as an honest dupe and not a malicious poser. There you go. Motherfuckers were trying to tell me his brother-in-law is an IDF soldier, and therefore he himself is in the pocket of Israel, not realizing that fake story, which wasn't even fucking fake, but that story, you know where it came from? Jewish Insider. It was Josh Krautner or whatever the fuck, or Matthew Cassell that wrote that story because they were trying to fuck him over. People in Maine love him. It's obvious that a very white electorate also doesn't care about him getting a fucking Nazi tattoo. Okay? So was it fake or not? No, it's not fake. Sorry. I meant like it's bullshit. It's real. His brother-in-law is like a Zionist or whatever, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, so, okay. We have relatives that are fucking MAGA, don't you? You know what I mean? What do you mean they? Like, as in Jewish Insider, the institution, the news publication. You know you can use they after you signal, like in normal conversation. It doesn't automatically imply Jews, right? In this case, it's Jewish Insider, a newspaper, an outlet, a Zionist outlet. They just admitted to being bad, trying to use the IDF as a bad thing. Yeah, of course they will do that. Of course. They don't give a shit. They just don't want someone who is anti-Zionist to be elected. Hello? Yes, they will go so far as to say, they will go so far as to recognize that Israel is an unpopular entity in American politics and use that to try to fuck someone else's chances up. Of course. The Israeli lobby and the outlets that work at the behest of Israel have been doing this for a long time. Jonathan Greenblatt, not available.
There is no clear front runner at this particular point on the Democratic side. Who the heck knows who the nominee is going to be in 2 years?
It's been a long time since we've had a Democratic race like this.
Yeah, it has been a long time. This is very unusual for the Democratic side to not have a clear front runner at this point. National early poll leader at least 25%. Look at this. This year, we get the giant question mark. No one. In 2020, when there was no incumbent, it was Joe Biden who was there, Hillary Clinton in both 08 and 16, and Al Gore in both 2000 and 2000.
No, Joe Biden wasn't like definitely a shoo-in. That's not true.
2004 at this point, we're at least at 25% of the early polls. You have to go all the way back from when I wasn't even in elementary school yet, not even in pre-K yet, to 1992. That was the last cycle in which there was no clear front runner at this point. Very unusual.
Just to be clear, this isn't predicted because she didn't win in this primary and he didn't run, but this gives you a sense of a year out. So what about Newsom? What are the prediction markets saying his odds are?
Yeah, okay, so it seems to me that Gavin Newsom is flailing a little bit, at least compared to where he was prior. Because just take a look here. Okay, Chance Newsom is the 2028 Democratic nominee. 3 months ago, according to the cash prediction market, look at that, it was a 37% chance. Now, it's just a 28%. Down he
They call that the HasanAbi effect.
goes. He's definitely flailing a little bit. And I will note, John, that it also seems to me people are a little less interested in Gavin Newsom than they used to be. Look at this. Google searches for Gavin Newsom down 63% from the August peak. You remember back then it was when he started that social media, right, going after President Trump. There was a lot of interest from Democratic voters. But maybe that interest is waning off just a little bit. And, of course, you don't necessarily want to wane it off just yet because I think we still have a lot of time till the votes are
There is still some time to go. Harry Etten, thank you very much.
If you had a slowed down version of FA, I'll sub. Okay, well, these are just Kalshi numbers. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking bullshit. He got me. He got me to respond to Kalshi numbers. Fuck you, Harry Emden. I want to point to something here, by the way. Quick shout out to Wemba Mao. We're never going to let the talent of one guy take away from the collective. In modern basketball, he said, we see a lot of brands of basketball that don't offer much variety in the dangers they pose to the opponents. Lots of isolation ball and sometimes kind of forced basketball. And we try to propose a brand of basketball that can be described as more old school sometimes. The Spurs way as well. So it's tactically more correct basketball, in my opinion. Bro, I joined DSA and that shit is so much work. No joke. You never mentioned that shit's like a second full-time job. What do you want to do, man? Organizing is tough. Okay? It's difficult. But I'm proud of you. Wemby is my GOAT, my new GOAT. It's no longer Hebron James, Likud James. Anyway, let's take a look at what Cassie Hunt is saying.
The Joint Chiefs of Staff yesterday and their concerns, and we just saw Senator Lindsey Graham a couple minutes ago. He's been someone in the president's ear urging him to take the strongest possible military action. We're watching, that's Jack Reed is the top Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee as well, right there. But for Graham, I mean, he was aggressive.
By the way, I'm sorry to interrupt, but two of the president's least favorite Republican senators are in the same shot right there. Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, who voted to impeach him after the assault on the Capitol in 2021, and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, who also voted to impeach him. President Trump, it is said, can withstand a vote against his tariffs, can withstand against a vote against his tax cuts, but impeachment was a bridge too far.
Facing a significant primary challenge.
His controversial HHS secretary confirmed with Cassidy.
Okay, there's also another Republican who called him Adolf Hitler, and he happens to be his vice president, so he doesn't really give a shit that much. I think he hates Thomas Massey the most.
Own kind of political bona fides that, you know, it would be almost impossible to beat her in her home state of Alaska. But to circle back to, you know, the Iran conversation, and I do think this is something that is hanging over this speech tonight, right? If there's this big question, if usually the speech or often the speech is used to announce a new policy proposal, there have been a few policy initiatives that the White House has put out there ahead of this, but nothing with the scope and scale that we sometimes see with an address like this. Iran, however, and what is going on in the region is such a
John
huge
Fetterman's wearing a
question
suit.
mark.
Oh, God,
And
I hate
there
him
obviously
so
were
much.
conversations about whether we would have seen action by the time we were all sitting down here tonight.
he's such a piece
there are
of
questions
shit.
about what, if anything, the president is going to say about his intentions in this address tonight. They seem to telegraph that actually the timeline was a few weeks out. But when I was in Munich, I mean, there are definitely people in the president's ear who are urging him, and Lindsey Graham is one of them, to take the strongest possible action, to take aggressive military action in Iran, to try to send a message to Putin and to Xi. But there are clearly also others, and you heard Rubio telegraph this when he left Munich and went on to other countries, Slovakia and Hungary, which sent its own message, by the way. But he was talking about the deal that they could potentially craft. And there's our Manu Raju there on that special shot that you get for a few seconds on the balcony.
One of the things, Caitlin, about what exactly President Trump wants out of an Iran deal, it has been telegraphed that they obviously want and a commitment to end Iran's nuclear weapons program as opposed to the nuclear program. But there's also talk about whether or not they want regime change. Not just do they want it, of course they want it, but is that part of the deal? And I've heard
God, I hate the
conflicting
fucking media
messages.
so much. Oh my God, Jake Tapper, fuck you. Oh my God, Jake Tapper, you are such a piece of shit. It's crazy. Unbelievable
Watching this
monster you
chamber
are.
tonight, and to Casey's point, which she was just saying, one thing I'm thinking about is remember 1 year ago when the president was addressing Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene was there. She's wearing a red hat that says Trump was right about everything. She was one of the president's biggest supporters. And now they've had this major breakup, this huge falling out, not just over the Epstein files, of which survivors of his are in the room tonight, but also on issues like Iran, where she says the president isn't doing what MAGA wants them to do. He's not doing what the base wants. He's not paying attention to affordability and domestic issues. He's paying far too much attention to issues abroad than he is at home. And just to think of her there 1 year ago wearing that red hat, cheering for the president, and now obviously they've had this massive breakup. He's walking into a chamber where there is no Marjorie Taylor Greene. Is something that just stands out, and how much can change in a year.
Let me bring in Kristen Holmes for 1 second, just because
We
we
miss
were
her.
talking about 2028 possible president.
We miss our woke warrior, Marjorie Titan
We
Green.
talked about J.D. Vance. We talked about Tom Cotton.
This is the waiting
there might
screen
be
while the
others
White House
in
YouTube
the
channel
Trump
is up?
administration, I would think, or at least thinking about it.
Yeah, Ted Cruz, Kristi Noem, these are all names that have been floating around. Obviously, Ted Cruz isn't
What
in the
the fuck?
administration, but he is close to the administration. And when I see here J.D. Vance sitting there, he's talking to Mike Johnson, the question that I can't help but wonder is, when does he actually get to launch a presidential campaign? I mean, all of these Republicans are on the sidelines right now. They have to get an okay from President Trump. And whether or not President Trump is going to give that to them remains to be seen. I mean, one of the things you have to remember is that President Trump understands that the second that he gives the go-ahead to run a presidential campaign for 2028, he officially becomes a lame duck. Yes, he is already a lame duck, but he has consolidated power. He believes that he is still wielding that power over these various members of his administration who do want to run for president. Once he gives that up, that really is the moment that we see a turn in the MAGA party and a turn from his tenure in the White House.
Interesting stuff, Kristen. Thank you so much. And we saw images there of Senator Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat of Minnesota, who is going to run for governor of Minnesota. Tim Walz, the incumbent governor, who obviously there's Steny Hoyer, senior Democrat in the House, who is not running for re-election. And Tim Walz not running for re-election, even though there are no term limits for the position in Minnesota. But all that Somali fraud allegations against him, against the massive Medicaid and other fraud in that state took a toll. And that was a big topic. I think that's one of the reasons why the administration surged immigration officials, immigration guards into Minneapolis, which obviously resulted in some really ugly scenes and the horrible deaths of 2 U.S. citizens, Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And President Trump is planning on talking about Minnesota tonight, but not necessarily to talk about those horrible deaths that really shocked the country. But he's going to say, quote, when it comes to the corruption that is plundering America, there has been no more stunning example than Minnesota.
Why did they fucking leak the whole speech, bro? Like, I don't want to hear it from Jake Tapper before I hear it from the GOAT himself, okay?
Actually correct, but that's going to certainly be a controversial moment in the speech, Kayla.
But one irony is that because of the deaths of those 2 Americans at the hands of federal agents, because of the surge of federal agents there over these claims of fraud, which is a real thing and should be addressed.
I don't know if it's $19 billion, but yes, absolutely.
Exactly.
Although, by the way, the main guy prosecuting it
but that's
in
my
Minnesota
point,
resigned.
But that's actually my point, is that because of the deaths of those 2 Americans and how prosecutors there were told to handle that, the prosecutors who were handling those fraud cases and had been leading on a lot of that left that office. And so to the administration's point that that is actually what they are trying to root out, what they want to get at, it actually didn't bear out that way, given the prosecutors who have been handling this actually left.
Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much. I want to check in with our Dana Bash, who is in Statutory Hall. Dana?
Yeah, Anderson, I was in this hall as the senators were filing in. It definitely felt different this year because there are a lot fewer senators who are going because so many Democrats are boycotting, doing other things, having a protest outside. I was kind of surprised to see Elizabeth Warren walking in, and I asked her, why are you going to the speech? And she said, I'm here for the people of Massachusetts. I know the president, is going to lie, but let him lie to my face. And so, that was certainly
I'm looking at some of the conservative commentators. They've fallen off. Ooh, show me how many viewers they have. I suspect this will be a big Midas Touch night, okay? Midas Touch will probably do LeBron numbers tonight. A lot of liberals are going to go tune in there. I mean, the White House's own fucking broadcast got 25,000. Not very good. Let's see what Ben Shapiro is at. Ben Shapiro, 2.6K views. And it's a star-studded cast nonetheless. No fucking motion. Tim Pool. Let's take a look at Tim Pool. Let's see what Tim Pool's at. Tim Pool, not even live. That's crazy. Motherfucker's not even live. Midas Touch, the people have spoken. Midas Touch has 121,000 people watching. Much higher. Oh, Timcast IRL is 22K watching. Oh, holy shit. Let's see what Crowder's at. Let's see what Patrick Bet David's at. Steven Crowder, 10K watching. Patrick Bet David, 30K watching. Everyone is fucking cooked. Total. Nick Fuentes currently 42K on Rumble. That's fake. Rumble numbers don't mean anything, for the record. Like a lot of, as we've seen this past week, numbers can be botted, both on YouTube and on Twitch. A lot of numbers are botted on many of the other platforms, but Rumble is Rumble is unbelievable. You cannot believe Rumble numbers ever. Republicans love going on their shows and promoting them. YouTube also gets pretty aggressively botted too. I know that from my first YouTube stream that I did. When I did my first YouTube live stream, it was botted. That's why it got up to like 140K or something.
In 2018, none of them could do it.
By the way, the Supreme Court is members of the Supreme Court justices are.
There's a Dave Cheeto in the White House.
The president to be able to resist saying something directly to the Supreme Court
Another
justices
fall off.
Tariff policy.
Let's just assume the fact that
That's
this
not a
speech
fall
is
off.
over
Brian
an hour,
Tyler
and
Cohen's
they're
not.
staring right in front of him in the front row. One is I don't think
Brian Tyler Cohen having
does
16K is not a fall off. He doesn't live stream that much.
He goes off script, and he always does. He just emotionally cannot manage himself not to say something to their face.
Well, this is why we have to watch, and this makes it interesting. But the initial tease here is that the president's going to be talking about America 250, right? That could be an energizing pivot. And the assumption that we have here that he's going to just all be about the past and all the aggression of blaming every one of his predecessors may not actually be true. If he actually pivots and talks about the things that matter to the American people, reframe the tariff discussion around China and our strategic competition there, reframe national security around what is in America's national interest, and reframe the immigration challenges.
Oh my God, unbelievable, dude. Yeah, here's how Trump can salvage his reputation is so funny to me. I'm sorry. Let's see what ABC's saying.
Given the green light, at least temporarily. And let's not forget that decision
Thank
in 2024
you for
when
the
court
20 gifted subs,
gave
Dave
the
B.
president sweeping immunity from criminal prosecution and limited the ability of lower court judges to block his policies. So as much as he may be angry and agitated by the tariffs decision, he certainly has gotten a lot out of these justices, including the 3 that he's appointed.
Mark, just because we're reaching the top of the hour and we are minutes away from the president.
A 60-second ad break. Just kidding. I'm not going to do an ad break, but you can still subscribe at the top of the hour to the Piker Broadcasting Service. We are near the beginning of the State of the Union. This will be the longest State of the Union in the history of States of the Union. You can subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, for tomorrow's news today. Usher, kind of glowing. That's right. She is my queen. My queen Usher and my other queen Ivanka. Why long? Because Donald Trump never stops yapping. He never shuts the fuck up. Dane is insane. Thank you. Ashwin Chicago. Thank you. Hassan's New Pharmacist. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Then Donald Trump's at this point in his presidency for the same reason.
I will spam the soundboard for you, King.
You've got to move on that issue.
We're looking at the First Lady coming in to the chamber now, kissing her son, Barron, and her stepdaughter right next to him. And now it'll be, of course, the President of the United States will be coming in just moments away now. And as they all have special guests as well. We know that guests of the President will be Erica Kirk.
I would lose my mind if Asmongold is invited.
Also,
that would be fucking
Gary
awesome.
Beckstrom, the parents of Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom, the West Virginia National Guard member who was killed in that D.C. ambush just a day before Thanksgiving. The First Lady has a 10-year-old upper school student, an AI advocate, and TEDx speaker that will be with her as MC of the Secretary Besson.
Sorry, I had to do that.
There that just walked in. We're seeing our Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You see Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and now moments away, we will see the President of the United States. I think Attorney General Pam Bondi as well.
I really hope Asmongold's there, bro.
House chamber. We are now minutes away from the start of President Trump's State of the Union address. The president will make his way.
They got like a plastic wrap around him.
Some of the most historic
plastic wrap around the chairs. They put him in a bubble.
Capitol. When he walks
Stink
onto
clouds
that floor,
and all.
we will take that speech live. Our special coverage continues right now.
Tonight, President Trump's State of the Union address.
Now, First Lady Melania Trump enters the House chamber.
Speaker, the president's cabinet.
Just heard the president's cabinet is now
SOTU
entering.
soundboard bingo card.
Talking about the role of Marco Rubio, he certainly seems to have risen, or I mean, how is he being perceived, do you think?
Who would Barron invite? Nick Shitley or Aiden Ross?
That of Marco Rubio sitting in the Oval Office wearing the hat of every possible job that there could be in the government. That is his role right now, is that he is the fixer of everything that President Trump wants to get done, whether it is
Nick Shitley is there, by the way. It's not even a joke.
It is. And for him, that actually is probably a great thing because it speaks to the confidence that the president has in him. It speaks to his competency and his ability to navigate this complex, MAGA ideology with real foreign policy, and that is not easy to do.
And there's Kristi Noem entering the House, where she served. I served with her in Congress. But look at the visual here. So Democrats boycott, and what do you have? You have Republicans lining both sides of the aisle, which is not the norm for a State of the Union. You usually have Dems that are there super early and Republicans there super early, camped out.
They have their REI tent.
Oh yeah, and it's like they bring their breakfast, lunch, and snacks. It's a ridiculous thing. But they're all lined up there, and Republicans on both sides. You're going to see an enthusiastic response from that chamber that, had the Democrats been there, they could have actually delivered a separate message in this moment, and instead they're leaving it to be much more of a rally for Republicans. I think that's an interesting visual that the Democrats gave away.
Russ Vought, who's a very important
Tulsi Gabbard
member of the cabinet.
And there's Jameson Greer, the U.S. Trade Representative.
I still think, going back to this, there's an anxiety that's palpable in the country about the economy. There's an anxiety about the fact that the president is distracted from dealing with the economy, that his policies have set people behind. And then you have this thing, given both what happened in Venezuela, what happened in Nigeria, what happened in Iran before, and what's about to happen in Iran, and it's never been explained. And this is a country with a nervousness and an anxiety that we're not taking care of business for tomorrow. And I think the President of the United States knows that given this election, and given that if he doesn't turn the dynamics around with this speech and other actions, he's going to have a Democratic House and Senate. And that will change his final 2 years of his presidency. So a lot is riding on this for him, and I just think that's a dynamic that is almost impossible to succeed at.
I do think to this point about what Democrats are or aren't doing tonight, the leadership's decision to send a clear message that if you can't sit down and behave, don't come, that probably might end up being the right call, because creating a scene in that room, I don't know that that works for Democrats. So for the people who didn't think that they could sit there without reacting, them not being in the room,
well,
I'm not sure it's going to make a difference to the people.
I think the people that are likely to stand up on the Democratic side will be there in force. We noticed my friend and former colleague Al Green. He showed up. He made a scene last time. Dating back to my time, sitting in the same row with my calm, quiet colleague from South Carolina.
You Schumer and Lutnick shaking hands.
Joe Wilson says,
called him a liar.
Yeah. So
two people that are both
there will be some.
Two people that have been involved with Jeffrey Epstein.
I think this will be a bad precedent for the Democrats, that they will rue the day they did this by not showing up. It's JV.
There's the White House Chief of Staff right next to Kristi Noem as well. Jake, let's go back to you.
Thanks so much. Yeah, Kristi Noem, who is, I think it's fair to use the term controversial and possibly even embattled, the Secretary of the Department of Department of Homeland Security. There is the president's family. We have Tiffany, Don Jr., Eric, Ivanka, and Barron, who is in college. There is Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Is that correct, Caitlin?
That is.
Okay. And there's, of course, the First Lady, Melania Trump.
Everyone hates us for
First
watching
Lady and
this.
Producer of a documentary about Melania Trump.
What do you mean? Midas Touch is watching it.
Controversially run on Amazon. And we're playing the parlor game, right, of trying
You're
to figure
behind,
out who the
skip forward. No,
survivor.
CNN live feed is always on like a 2-minute delay. I know. When the thing actually starts, I'll move away. Holy shit, he's here. Asmongold spotted. They brought him out, dude. Predictably, it's late.
Viewers and, more importantly, our voters at home, you're going to see something you maybe have never seen before on live television, which is parts of this chamber empty. More than 30 Democrats are protesting the State of the Union. Lawmakers, both senators, members of the House, and they decided not to show up. So we are thinking at some point we're going to see empty seats once everyone sits down. Ryan Nobles is live for us right now inside the chamber. Ryan, what do we expect to see with all those Democrats out protesting outside of Capitol Hill?
Do you think you'll ever get to attend the State of the Union in your lifetime? Like, if a HasanAbi head ever becomes president and invites you, I'll probably be dead before that happens. Let's be real.
Gets in this room and actually takes to the lectern whether or not those areas will begin to fill out. But we are now talking more than 30, perhaps as many as 40 members of the House and Senate on the Democratic side choosing not to attend this speech here tonight. Many of them participating in what they're calling the People's State of the Union down on the National
There's the
Mall.
goat.
This is a different form of protest for Democrats, and one that is definitely
President of the United States.
You see that the president has entered the chamber. He knows this moment is a pivotal moment for him. He was saying, we should point out, John took us behind the scenes here, it is customary for the anchors of the networks and some of the cable news hosts to be invited to the White House under Republican presidents, under Democrat presidents. On the day of the State of the Union, the president did invite a few of us for lunch, and he made it very clear that he will address the economy tonight. Obviously, the polls, this White House, very aware of his handling of the economy in terms of the American people, that they can look at the stock market, but also can look at their grocery bills and recognize that they're not feeling this quite yet. You can see the very warm welcome that he's getting from his Republican colleagues there in the chamber. Let's go right to Rachel Scott, who's also in the chamber tonight. And Rachel, what do you make of what you see so far? And
why do these people like him? The reason why people like them is because they're also pedophile defenders. Like, that's it. They all serve the same masters. They are all servants of capital at the end of the day. And as long as the Dow is over 50,000, they're going to be fine with it. You know, that's it.
Post that the president had on his social media account, a racist post that was offensive. That clearly a sign of protest there. Also notable as the president's making his way down toward the Supreme Court justices, David, is some Democrats didn't even bother to turn around as the president entered the House chamber tonight. And Democratic leadership, notably Hakeem Jeffries, was seated.
We just saw the president obviously shake the Chief Justice's hand. There's Justice Elena Kagan, Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett. Of course, he chose Amy Coney Barrett for the bench. She was one of the justices who did not vote in his favor and did not shake her hand there. Did interact with the Chief Justice.
Oh my God, the drama.
With none of the other justices. And John Carl, this was a question for the president today. Obviously didn't want to go on the record, didn't offer any answer to us.
Fuck
but
you.
It was clear to
you
us
stupid
at the White
fucking
House
ogre.
That he didn't quite know how he was going to handle the justices when he got there tonight.
Yeah, interesting, that shake, very quick shake with John Roberts, and then going right by Amy Coney Barrett, who he put on the court.
My dad just said it's disrespectful for the Democrats to not be there. Yeah, you know what's disrespectful? Every single thing that Donald Trump has done so far in his second term and also his first term, down to the insurrection, but not limited to the insurrection, okay?
Which included in that, though, Gorsuch, Justice Gorsuch, not there this evening, along with the other justices who are not there.
Every single one of these fucking lizard monsters wearing suits today are all pedophilia defenders alongside Donald Trump.
This president knows this is a critical midterm election year and that the Republicans hold very slim majorities in both the House and the Senate.
David, tonight is the president's best chance to defend his first-year back and try to sway skeptical voters to back Republicans in the upcoming midterms. He needs to convince Americans that he is laser-focused on that issue that is top of mind for them, the cost of living. He's going to argue his policies are working, but as we know, the polls show...
Bro, you couldn't have had a sign that said like you're a pedophile protector or something. Like that's, I mean, the energy's there. The energy's there. Scalise tore it down. Al Green just held up a sign that said black people are not apes. As Trump walked by, Scalise pulled it down. I mean, I love Al Green.
Utilities and housing and what have you. I just want to point your attention at home.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
There you have it, the Speaker of the House with George Washington's gavel tonight, introducing President Trump. Let's listen.
That's just going to blow up, dude. He's going to slam it one time and it's going to explode like an ominous sign. It's so funny to think about like the average age in that room, which is like 854 years old, and they're all chanting USA like they're a bunch of fucking drunk frat bros.
Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States, Second Lady of the United States, members of Congress, and my fellow Americans. Our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
They're getting up dick riders, bro.
When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
Yeah, he did. He turned this car around, all right. He fucking turned it around, drove it right off a cliff.
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today our border is secure. Thank you. Today our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, We now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far.
You think some of the older people in Congress train for this moment, like by sitting up and standing up and sitting down over and over again so that like they're prepared for this moment? Because like I'd assume if you're like 80, you probably don't, you know, this is the most exercise you're ever getting.
We will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred.
Did they used to stand this much in previous states of the Union? No, right? Like only in the beginning and end.
It's a long time ago.
Right?
You wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago.
I feel like it's a new thing. Like this is a post-Trump era
Congress gave us the worst
situation.
Inflation in the history of our country.
Also, if you're tuning in today to the Parker Broadcasting Service, don't forget to follow and also subscribe. Use your free Twitch Primes
to the
here.
Lowest level in more than 5 years, and in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%.
Choose to in the future, you can still use them to avoid the ads in the future. Twitch Primes are free.
Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states.
Thank you for the 20.
And in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast. And the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office.
Bro, this is okay. No, they couldn't even get a standing clap for that one because that's so fake.
Will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both, and we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president
What's the Dow
makes.
at? Below 50K, we're fucked. Time to remember that this guy is protecting pedophiles
we were a dead
again.
country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. The hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector.
Dude, it's so crazy that there is literally 2 different Americas. Like, this is America B shit, right? Which is not real at all. But there are, like, 10% of the population truly believes every word that's coming out of his mouth right now. And they're like, oh, yeah, we're fucking killing it. Like, they're like, yeah, the economy is great. It's like, bro, they literally openly reveal that there's recession happening in numerous states in the country right now.
4 million Americans, a record off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
I mean, the kicking people off food stamps and then taking credit for it is normal. That's like Democrats have done that as well. Republicans do that all the time, where they act like kicking people off of food stamps means that they like actually became wealthier. That's not the case, obviously. They just made it harder to get food stamps.
We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, no, no. You're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
They're going to be like, the Democrats hate America because they didn't clap for the fucking hockey team. That's what they're going to do. They love doing this, where they'll bring up like victims of like immigrant crime or whatever, and they'll be like, see, Democrats fucking love when, people die in the hands of immigrants because they weren't sufficiently patriotic in that moment. It's either to force their hand into clapping as though that fucking means anything, or if they don't sufficiently clap, they'll say Democrats are sufficiently patriotic. By the way, real shame for the fucking, this will be remembered. That is an unironic shame for the hockey team. It's not an honor to be there for Donald Trump. I will say it. I don't really give a shit that much. But straight up, you are fucking pawns, okay? You are 100% pawns for the Nazi government. And the fact that you're willingly participating in this song and dance implies that you don't really give a shit. You don't really see it. You'll turn around and try to hit the apolitical line and go, oh, well, it's the American government. Like, this is for America. We did it for America. No, the fuck. It won't be read that way. It will be remembered not as fondly as you think it will be.
So, as did the American...
like those black and white photos that you see from, like, Nazi rallies and shit like that? This will be in history. This will not be remembered fondly if we have a future at all.
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
Wait, Asmongold is there. The women's team is not allowed to show up. I don't think the women's team would come if they were invited.
Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. Do you practice that, or was that?
Oh, the women's team declined?
He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given, and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Dog, the last guy that got was Rush Limbaugh. Last guy that Trump gave that to was Rush Limbaugh. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best. And I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no. And every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics. And it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country.
Uh-oh, that's a threat, bro. He said we're going to invade Los Angeles.
And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur.
Dog, you're literally a Nazi.
Battle of Manila.
You're literally
so
a
hard.
Nazi.
He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon.
Like, oh, wow. Remember the last time we fought fascism? Well, fascism won. You know, they're inside of the White House now.
One of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
Bro, you think he's aware of what's going on? That motherfucker is oblivious of the fact that it's the Nazis have won, okay?
So, buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you.
We should make him a senator while he's there, you know what I mean?
The spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something.
Wow.
Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate.
Wow. Hey, maybe it's just me, but I would not bring a child there. I'm just saying, this is probably the least safe environment for a child to be in.
And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history.
And now he announces the new tax cuts for corporations.
Delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans.
For the Epstein class, another tax cut for the Epstein class. It's so big, it's so beautiful, it's the best.
Every single one of them voted against these really important and very necessary, massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's
Chatter, who just tuned
happy
in.
to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and her expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. When I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school and I made computers and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling. And pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops. So I congratulate him on that. But I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to TrumpAccounts.gov. TrumpAccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country.
Today we
both
mourn the loss of
economically and on a
tariffs
national security basis.
because
Everything
of
was
the
working well.
disrespectful
Countries that
Supreme
were
Court.
ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done, and they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court, it just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling.
He's like, you should kill them. They're here right now. Republicans, fight them now with your fisticuffs.
That they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president,
the traitors to the nation are in the room. The Supreme Court.
And therefore, they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful, country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes, and they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love, right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt
Debbie
partners
Wasserman
in
Schultz.
Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly used the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices.
Zohran Kwame Mamdani made it up. Nobody cared about affordability before him.
You caused that problem.
God, my sexual dynamo, Hakeem, he's so fucking hot.
They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%. Madam Secretary, thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year, as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal.
Oh my God, that's really gonna do it, dude. I love having maximum price transparency when I negotiate which emergency room I want to go to with a fucking bullet wound in my gut.
Doing a very bad thing for the people. Of course, we're gonna
after Ice Ages shoot me.
I'm bringing them way down on healthcare and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action. But I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price.
That's literally not real. That's so funny.
So in my first year of the...
It's free. In many countries, it's free. So I don't...
Strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500. A reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom.
We are going to breed the American heartland. White women!
So now I'm calling on Congress to...
We're calling on white women to be bred!
...program into law.
We will fight back against white genocide.
It's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up into thousands single-family homes.
0% chance this is a thing that they materialize. Yes, I saw the guy sleeping. I didn't miss it, chat.
And now
who isn't fucking sleeping through this? This boring as shit.
Permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Rachel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. as we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
This looks fine, dude. This looks great, really. There is a blob growing from his hand.
They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay.
It's boring and he's saying nothing, but it's far more coherent than I was expecting. Yeah, of course, he has to be locked in on that teleprompter.
But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance. He'll get it done. And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem.
Damn.
We are not playing games. Delilah.
She's a fuck ice cream. God, I love Rashida so much. And Ilhan, too. This is a fucking Nazi rally, man. What do you say?
Coleman was only 5 years old.
Remember, fucking 90% of Somalis are American citizens. He's just shitting on American citizens.
To her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
Please stand up, bro. She can't walk. Yo, this is one of the grossest things that the Trump administration, the Trump camp does, like where they bring up like victims, right? Where they bring up victims of like car crashes or victims or family members of like people who have been murdered to drive home a point that like undocumented migrants are a scourge on U.S. soil. And it's
many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
Just like the Lake and Riley Act.
And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Lizbeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they
This is
ever
my
got elected,
this
they
is
would
like
open up
the
those
most
borders
like unbearable aspect of the State of the Unions is shit like that is when they do these
The only
like
thing standing
unique
between
individual heinous
Americans and a
crimes,
wide open border
and then they just
right now
decide
is
like
President Donald J.
tens of
Trump
millions of
and our
people
great
living on U.S.
Republican
soil are
patriots in
responsible for
Congress.
the
Thank you.
heinous crimes of one person. It's such a fucking it's such a clear cut racist bullshit mode of propaganda. It's unbelievable. If you want to understand it, it's like imagine if he was like, imagine if he brought up like victims of a Jewish person to be like, this is why we got to bar all Jews, or victims of a black person. A victim of a black person to be like, this is why we got to ban all black people. We got to jail all black people. Like, it's exactly the same thing, right? But because they're migrants, people don't have the capacity to understand that like this is not the adequate measure to take here at all.
Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice, we'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Yeah, and then it's like, oh, the Democrats don't stand up. They obviously care about only supporting illegal aliens. Like that sort of thing. It's a childish ultimatum. It's literally, it has the same effect of being like, child abuser says what? And if you say what, you're like, oh, got him. Like, it's literally the dumbest technique of all time. And Republicans use it. They spam it, dude. They love spamming that shit. Yeah, Trump be like, you're gay if you're sitting down. Everyone who's not standing is gay. You see? Look at all the homosexual congresspersons.
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country. They're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Up there and beat his ass on! The people stand with you!
And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act to stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. The cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%.
It's polling at 200%.
And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Want them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good.
Yeah, he's paying them, brother. The city is paying them. If he didn't do that, you'd be like, oh, he's giving undocumented illegals money.
And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated, and their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it.
She was shouting, "You have killed Americans" at Trump. You have killed Americans.
And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up.
What is this? Of course, it's fucking Liberty University.
Thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately.
Chat, I know what the fucking finger gesture is an indication of. I'm saying, like, this is black queer culture, and she's doing it at the fucking Nazi rally as a detransitioner that is, you know, playing a role as a prop at the Nazi rally against trans people.
Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we?
I think they should be way more fucking loud. It's free ball. Any Democrat that disrupts the proceedings right now is going to get endless amounts of praise, dude. You have nothing to fucking lose.
Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that?
Oh my God.
Year,
this is literally Erdogan. We are straight up a third world country. I'm sorry, no disrespect to developing nations and shit, but like this is literally developing nation shit. This is literally third world. This is like dictatorship in the third world shit. Like, look at my beautiful wife. I made her a movie star.
Bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none.
We have Turkified America at an alarming rate.
Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the
You're insulting your own country.
AI challenge,
I'm insulting
keeping
both of my
America's
countries.
next
They deserve it, both of them.
Succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God.
Over the Epstein files?
Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man.
Oh, it's time. Come on, give me something good, baby. Come on, baby, give me something good.
So
give me
last year,
something good.
Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
I want to point out that they are spamming the name of a fucking podcaster.
Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
For the kind that I do to all of my enemies.
We love religion, and we love bringing it back.
We love religion.
And it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zarutska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer,
wait, this is the only time he's going to mention Ukraine? Ain't no fucking way, dude.
The train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget there were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zarutska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
I thought they said they didn't want their daughter's death to be used as a political prop, by the way, which is crazy because, like, Irina was woke.
How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there.
Oh, that's not the father? That's a different person? It's just the mom that showed up? How do you not stand? You see? You're not going to stand? If you don't stand, you're gay. Over and over again. That's it. That's one
to
line.
restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success. New Orleans, Louisiana, big success. And our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Eva Lee. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her that never see anything like her. So sorry. Thank you very much. She's a great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night.
It's kind of weird to be like, oh, one of them made it, by the way, and he's awesome for making it.
But his mother said, no, Mr. President.
Both of the families are there, you know what I mean?
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance.
Also, Trump is the opposite of Joe Biden. Like, Joe Biden is the griever in chief, right? Like, he's so good at grieving. Trump is so violent with the way that he describes these sorts of incidents. Like, I'll never forget when he had the hostage families on him, behind him on stage, and he was like, they were ripped away and they were being decapitated and raped brutally, you know. And he's just like such a psycho because they're like, their family members are like right there. The nasty things they did to these hostages of the family members right behind me.
But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right.
He is truly, unambiguously the most unempathetic person you can be. If you don't stand up for this guy, I'm gay and Lebanese. You're gay and Lebanese. Look at the Democrats. They won't stand up.
I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you.
Not the
We're
Democrats.
proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank
We're officially at 1 hour and 20, and it's fucking so bad.
Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best.
Oh, yeah. Bernie Sanders looking right at you, big dog.
Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back, but we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug, and they dug, and they dug. It's a tough thing to do. Going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the 9th war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb.
It's coming. Hold.
And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protests. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from.
I wonder if Daniel Dale will do a fact check on this one.
The threat of serious violence, but this is some terrible people.
Everything he says is a lie, but when it comes to foreign policy, all of a sudden we're all in agreement, right?
And our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue. They're starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never.
Yes, you have. They've said it so many times.
My preference.
They've literally nonstop said it. Let's see if the Democrats clap for this one. Oh, Democrats are getting up for this too. Oh, Democrats are getting up. Elizabeth Warren got up.
My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy.
Fuck this
country. But one
country.
thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed at my very strong request to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 4. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently, And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for $1 more we can have $1,776. It's going to... I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. $1 more. I said, $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction.
Get Mexico out of your fucking mouth, you son of a bitch. Do not bring Mexico into this.
And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. Very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore.
How is that funny? How is that funny?
We've also taken down one of the most sinister
We're such
cartel
fucking
kingpins
assholes,
of all.
dude. This is
We saw
why
that yesterday.
I really hope there is a God. I really hope there is a heaven and hell, because these guys will be punished forever. But shit like this makes me feel like there isn't one. You know what I mean? Like, look at all these fucking animals. Look at all these fucking animals celebrating the murder of random boaters, talking about how we've destroyed their fishing industry. You fucking piece of shit.
In world history, no one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very impressive. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force than we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby is becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice.
What the fuck is that, yo? Oh.
And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter, a big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy.
Bro, it's so much more boring that, like, he's a reality TV guy, so the expectation is that he's gonna cook, right? But this shit's boring as fuck.
Swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a
It's just
major
ass.
military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter. To deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine guns stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission, we probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy, Eric, and Amy. Come on in.
Yeah, I'm still young. The State of the Union's happening.
So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Oh my God, I'm so fucking bored. Not only am I bored, but like this shit doesn't move me at all. Obviously, because, you know, it was a totally and utterly illegal action. Like, this dude didn't need to have his legs chewed off by machine gun fire. And the only reason why that happened is because he was the helicopter pilot on an illegal action on a fucking sovereign country soil. It's Clavicular's dad. El Hasan. Yeah, you're right. Oh no, Donald Trump is using wounded soldiers as a fucking prop. I have to sit here and respect it.
Well, thank you very much, Eric. And
how dare you, Hasan?
Great to get to know you. I met with them and
what are you
with a lot of
saying?
their fellow warriors.
Like, what are you saying?
Recently.
That like American military members should not be shot at if they're invading a country? What the fuck's wrong with you?
World War I, and then they decided to change the name, so we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too.
Yeah, thank God he was there. Now we can reroute all that oil to Israel.
Incredible night of victory. We'll also be receiving
The
medals
fuck?
at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets. And
what's going to happen when the last, like, 8 World War II veterans pass away? How are we going to farm World War II?
63 bullets to his own.
The last honorable war America engaged in.
His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition.
Buddy, World War III, unlimited cheat code. Buddy, we're going to be the Nazis in World War III. I hope you understand that. Just so you know, it won't be an honorable war. Or rather, we won't be on the honorable and the righteous side on that one, okay? 100 years old, someone tell Nick Shirley about this voter fraud. If this guy better not even think about voting, unless he wants Nick Shirley coming knocking down his door. Barron is mogging the shit out of that 100-year-old World War II veteran, by the way. Barron is height-mogging the fuck out of this guy. This guy's definitely dropping in the chat rankings, okay? Sorry, no disrespect. He just got fucking frame mogged, son. No, he was a World War II veteran and a Korea veteran. So he fought to stop a genocide, then he conducted a genocide. He got both sides of the genocide spectrum. That's usually, yeah, that's how it works. Life is about balance, yeah. If you don't hit the one and done after World War II, you very likely also contributed to a genocide.
I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you.
Wrong war, Demi. We stopped the genocide in Korea. Yeah?
Thank you.
Is that right? We stopped the genocide in Korea by blowing up 60% of all standing fucking buildings in Korea, melting like more than 10% of the population.
This evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent.
There's a reason why they call it the Forgotten War.
An unforgiving
so we don't remember the heinous war crimes we committed.
Settled a boundless frontier and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
2 hours.
And there we have it.
A little
Trump
under
in the
2
State of the
hours.
Union at 1 hour, 48 minutes. That's a record even for this president.
I'm gonna keep it $1.50. That was under 2 hours. It felt like 2 lifetimes. Okay. And now we get into the good shit. This was the most boring State of the Union. Okay. Even though he tried to beef it up, even though he tried to like pad it up with like reality TV fanfare, there was a poly market bet. Yeah. I'm sure his boys made a good ton. He had a fuck ton of money. This was awful. I mean, it's a lot of lies up and down, total fucking bullshit.
The stock market hit more than 50 all-time highs.
But now the real interesting stuff comes when, you know, Van Jones goes on television and talks about how a presidential Trump was.
The Dow hitting 50,000.
I can't wait to watch a grown man nut on live television, Van Jones, because Donald Trump is going to strike Iran soon. Insane. One of the worst lies was also saying we're not going to touch Medicaid. Pretty creepy how tens of millions of Americans just had their health insurance premiums doubled or more last month, and it's totally ignored by the elites, Trump's, Dems, legacy media, Trump smugly bragging about all the money he's throwing in every branch of the bloated military. And on top of that, he said he's not going to touch Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security when he absolutely did. He molested the fuck. He molested the fuck out of Medicaid and Medicare. He cut the shit out of it with that last tax cut. So,
even if it isn't the one that...
On that note, let's hear what Jake Tapper and Van Jones have to say. I can't wait to hear Van Jones talk about how sick it is, how he popped a fucking rock hard boner when he heard about Donald Trump saying we're going to do something to Iran. We got to do something about it.
And some populist economic proposals. The president taking time to make healthy use of stories both sad and illustrative and inspiring. Stories
what are you
fellow Americans.
He literally used props like he does every time to be like, immigrants are raping and killing. They're bad drivers. He literally at one point said, immigrants don't know how to read traffic signs and they're murdering Americans all the time. Here is a murdered American. We brought the lifeless corpse of a murdered American. He did not actually paint a tapestry of stories about American existence. You fucking animals!
Yeah, and what Americans wanted to hear more than anything else was about the economy. And the president certainly did what we hear a lot on a daily basis about how he thinks it's the greatest economy in the world, and you know all of the sort of hyperbole that is.
This is why I watch. This is why I watch. I watched like a mauled at CNN. This is the whole reason why I watched the SOTU, so I could mauled at CNN and Jake Tapper being like, he was really presidential tonight. Remember when he said immigrants do rapes? Here is an American rape victim, raped by an undocumented migrant, an animal. I, Jake Tapper, sign off on this vitriolic racial animus.
Get the AI companies to pay for, and the tech companies to pay for how much energy they are using, which American consumers are now paying for largely. Housing costs, he got a proposal in on that. Is that going to make people feel better tomorrow? No. But a lot of the concern that people who are going to go out and vote or not vote this election year
is that they don't think that he's paying attention to that. And is this speech going to solve that? No. But at least they all have clips and some talking points that they can go back on the campaign trail and start talking about.
Yeah, and I just want to note there was Thomas Massey standing over as the president was exiting. Of course, the president and Thomas Massey have feuded. He's not been happy with him. He backs him to lose his job as a member of Congress. I think what stood out to me as we were watching this is, this is not unfamiliar territory for the president. He has delivered many of these addresses. He's now broken his own records on how long he has spoken. But these moments as he was in there and at the beginning, obviously getting started, he was largely looking over to the left side of the chamber where a lot of the Republicans were sitting. Then he began looking at the right side as Democrats obviously were not standing for what he believed should be applause lines during his speech. And he was getting increasingly irritated by it, at one point stopping and saying, these people are crazy. I can't believe they're not standing for this. The one thing that I saw them all standing for was when they were talking about insider trading and banning that. He made an offhand joke about Nancy Pelosi.
No, they were standing for Iran too. They were standing for Iran. I saw those motherfuckers stand for that. Elizabeth Warren standing the fuck up, hitting the standing O when we're talking about bombing Iran. More unlimited war, please.
There's voters at home. How do they feel about this? Does it make them feel better about making their mortgage payments and paying down their credit card bills? That remains to be seen ahead of the midterms, but they certainly had those moments.
Well, and of course, big picture.
Elizabeth Warren didn't stand for the Iran part. We literally watched it happen in real time.
His polling, his approval rating is lower than it's ever been. He was speaking to a room full of Republican members of Congress, many of whom stand to lose their seats. The president stands to lose part of the power that he currently has in Washington. And I think the speech reflected the way this president often deploys the strengths that he has. Yes, he spent some time defending his own record. He spent some time blaming his predecessor. He spent some time, at least one of my Republican sources pointed out to me, trying to convince people it wasn't as bad as maybe they feel that it was. But he spent far more time during this speech on offense, right? Ticking through places that are culturally inflammatory in some cases. He put Democrats on the spot repeatedly. I mean, he almost goaded Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar at one point into shouting back at him when he asked the crowd to stand and clap if they supported American citizens. That is where this president often tries to project strength, and he did it again tonight.
And for those at home who are wondering what exactly happened when Congressman Al Green, Democrat of Texas, why he was ejected, he was holding a sign saying, quote, "Black people aren't apes," an allusion to the video that President Trump tweeted a few days ago in which President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama were in fact depicted as apes. Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much here with the panel. John King, what stood out to you?
I think it's important to remember that, sadly, in my view, most Americans live in their silo. And so people watch this from their perspective of choir practice for the most part. President had a lot of challenges coming into this speech. His approval rating overall is down. His approval rating in the economy is down. His approval rating on immigration is down. I mentioned early on one of the big glaring problems for Republicans, because it's a midterm year, is his approval rating among Republicans is down some too. From 90% to 82% in our most recent poll. I would not be surprised at all if he helped himself there. That's not enough. That's not enough. One speech is not going to change anything. But the Republican Party needs its base enthusiastic heading into the midterm election year. And there was a lot in the speech from the president, both from a policy perspective of what he's done and what he's trying to do, and the few skirmishes he had with the Democrats. That if you're trying to get your base to say, okay, I've been sort of pulled back. Washington's too loud. I don't like the fighting. I don't like a lot of Latino Republicans I talked to. I don't like seeing ICE in the streets of America. You might get a little bit of them back in the fight.
And that is what was so important about tonight. He nailed the Republican base, brought them back in the fold with a solid message.
Oh, nobody will remember this speech by Friday night, the latest? No, no one's going to remember this speech by tomorrow when he fucking decides to strike Iran. No one's going to, dude, this is the least memorable State of the Union. State of the Unions are already fucking not very memorable, but this one is like extra not memorable. All these panelists that are like, wow, he did the right thing. He talked about the economy. He talked about how undocumented migrants are raping and pillaging.
His strategists and aides there. But the question, I mean, I think he did well from their perspective for the reasons that you say, John, and he used the gallery very skillfully to kind of simulate empathy, which is a thing that he's been lacking, and that's sort of a surrogate for that. The question is, he started off the speech by saying, this is the turnaround for the ages. Right. And as you know, because you're traveling around the country, people don't think the direction is right. And I don't think this cured that. So we'll see. But I don't think a lot of the people who needed to be persuaded probably were watching this speech.
I also just want to quickly point out, in about a minute or so, we're going to be hearing from the Democratic response from Governor Abigail Spanberger of Virginia, newly elected.
Yeah, I mean, I think stylistically, this speech really told us where the president is, which is that the way that he wants to see the country may not be where the country actually is or where the country sees itself, but he utilized almost like these game show type moments where you're seeing awards being presented to really.
I think you're seeing it like that because you cover politics so frequently. Much of this country is legitimately unaware. They hear a strong speech and believe it. No, much of the country doesn't fucking watch. Much of the country doesn't watch the State of the Union, okay? Why would they? They're not fucking nerds.
The FBI is raiding election offices in Georgia. Students are being disappeared for protesting tyranny and genocide in Palestine.
I'm going to tune in to Abigail Spanberger when she goes live. I think she's about to go live soon. Yeah, oh, here it is, yeah.
Session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly.
It's important to hear what the fucking centrist Democrats have to offer, okay? Shut up.
3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? Is the president working for you? As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs.
Yeah, Oliver Larkin is great.
Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable. And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again, is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent working money laundering and narcotics cases. I worked side by side with local and state police to keep our communities safe and to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community.
You know what it is?
And
You know what it is? Kamala Harris is a cop. That didn't work, but this time is different. This time it'll work.
Where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans. And they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far-off detention centers. And they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability. Every minute spent sowing fear is a minute not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer.
Yeah, if we had a warrant for that little boy, it would have been fine to apprehend them and detain that scumbag.
Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities.
Also, no emotion whatsoever. It's like fucking so one
After
note.
working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer, working undercover to protect the United States and our allies from global threats, terrorism, nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe.
Protecting Jeffrey Epstein.
But as the president spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran. Here's the truth. Over the last year, through DOGE, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our president has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force
The
for
president
good.
is too
So I'll
conciliatory
ask
to
again,
China.
Is the president working to
Russia.
keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer is no. In his speech tonight, the president did what he always does. He lied,
hold my
he
hand.
scapegoated, and he distracted.
Hold my hand.
And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be
Oh,
benefiting.
Dems are customer service reps
He's
to the
enriching
Republican
himself,
Party is so good.
his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption is unprecedented. There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams, cozying up to foreign princes for airplanes and billionaires for ballrooms, putting his name and face on buildings all over our
It's going to be unbearable when every fucking commentator is going to be like, Elisa CIA Burger. Or this is no, that's Elisa Slotkin. What's Abigail? Abigail CIA Burger is cooking in her response.
We all know the answer
I
is
fucked
no.
up the name of the other
But here's
CIA
the special
agent.
thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them. We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up for their communities, from peacefully protesting in sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-aged daughters, I am inspired by their bravery, but I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points. And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature. because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between, because they knew as citizens.
Bro, the president is a pedophile. I can't be alone in thinking that. Am I being too harsh? I don't know, but I feel like we need more energy. Like, you're a fucking CIA agent. Be like, I'm gonna use the heart attack gun on Donald Trump. Like, we have it. We have it. I have it at my disposal. I got it from my CIA buddies. You know?
Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run.
We're going to use the discombobulator
Of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know the story well.
Chat, you don't have to say it's in a video game. It's not a real thing. You fucking idiots.
Dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping.
It's like saying, I'm going to use a weather machine on Washington, D.C., and you're like, don't say in a video game.
First Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November, because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more, and that we are working to lower costs.
Soundboard sucks. Post the poll. The real poll, the people's poll, is subscriptions. Subscribe if you like the soundboard, chat. Bruh. Subscribe with the Twitch Prime for free if you like the soundboard. Right now.
Ambitious and unprincipled men.
Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service.
But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward. That is our charge once more.
We need to see more movement.
Is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and it is how we ensure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 250 years as well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more of our nation.
You're afraid of a Democratic poll? This is not a democracy.
May God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.
There you have it, Governor Abigail Spanberger of Virginia, the first woman governor of that state, winning in a decisive.
Like, I think she should be more, I don't know. Like, in order to meet the moment, you got to be way more aggressive, right? Like, woke up in the crib sipping Dr. Perky. Oh, dude. Oh. Let's see the glaze. Let's see the glaze.
But the Democrats are ready to earn the trust and votes of the American people this fall.
With just a few seconds left, I want to go back to President Trump leaving the chamber here tonight. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy with us in studio. Great to have you, Kevin. I'm curious, did you think the president did what he needed to do here tonight, especially on the economy, where you've seen the poll numbers?
He did. I think he did a really good job showcasing the greatness of America, starting at the 250th anniversary, showing us from Olympic heroes to war heroes to everyday heroes, going down and making his case by using these guests from Delilah. So on the case
Why
of
is Kevin McCarthy on ABC News?
Her car and harming her. I think what he made the case, though, too, when he said about the economy, he raised the point
It's a cult?
of where he's been successful and then where it's just turning the corner. He's only been in 1 year. I think when you see this new tax bill and others moving, the economy is going to be much stronger than people even imagine.
All right, former Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
All right, let's hear from John King.
That was our first sign of what we have seen consistently since. The Democrats have not only done well, but they have overperformed in just about every election in 2025 and so far in 2026. That's the momentum they hope to carry into this midterm November. That's the momentum the president was trying to stop, or at least slow, in his speech tonight. That's always a thankless task. She did a pretty good job. She has a crowd in the room. I think it was Christy Whitman of New Jersey tried that a few years back, giving a speech with a crowd in the room to give you a little bit more energy. But you're never going to match the power of the president and the Congress and having the big, huge audience. So you do your best you can. So what did she do, essentially? Get back to that affordability message, essentially say, don't believe what you just heard from the president. Check your
the reaction to Trump's Iran threats. He's nutting.
What he just told you is not your life's experience.
Then
she got, essentially, don't trust him. Right? Do not trust what he tells you. And then she, I think, quite deliberately brought up the Epstein files and tried to bring up some things the president hasn't said. Essentially, if she held the audience on television, which is another challenge after the president speaks, to say, just give me a minute to pick on a few things that, why didn't he talk about those things? That's what you always try to do in the rebuttal. Again, it's a pretty thankless task.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that, as John said, she did a pretty good job. I mean, there were no drink breaks or excessive sweating or some of the stuff that makes these things kind of comical. None of that. Fine. I think that was
What did you think about how the president did?
You know, I thought President Trump actually delivered a higher energy speech than I think even his speech last year. He was much more engaged, and I think part of that was because they had planned the speech to be an interactive experience between him and the audience. There were things for him to announce, surprises. There were big moments, emotional moments, and that helps him tremendously. But I also think that the contrast between obviously the Democratic message and the president's message was on display tonight. You have a president who thinks that everything is going well on the economy, but the other part of his message, I think, is highly divisive. It has, you're talking about culture war stuff, trans children, and what he claims to be forced sex changes in schools. He's, you know, villainizing Somali immigrants. The message from the president on the non-economic things was pretty harsh. And I think Abigail Spanberger was trying to make a contrast tonight on those very fronts. She was talking about school children doing walkouts and protests because they don't like the direction of that the country is going. Democrats are leaning into that contrast, not just on the economy, but also on some of these more.
Yeah, but these are pretty standard Democratic themes, frankly. There's nothing new on earth there.
We're going to talk more about this. I just want to go to Jake right now. Jake?
Thank you so much. Well, we have a special guest with us here. I want to bring in Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, Democrat of California, who is leaving Congress at the end of this all. So thank you so much for joining us.
Don't leave us,
You have
Nancy.
sat through a great number of State of the Union addresses, some of them behind the president. What was your reaction to what you heard this evening?
Well, first let me say that I think that Governor Spanberger did a remarkable job just insisting on the truth, which is what we have to do when we're dealing with this president. I thought the speech was lazy. You know, it's one thing to acknowledge patriotism and people getting well and everything when you have absolutely nothing to do with their courage or the rest, but you spend an hour and a half doing it. What is the state of the nation? Okay, so I just a few things to what I was going to call her by her first name, but what the governor said.
Spanberger,
I thought she just really hit it out of the park. But here's the thing: he started off with BBB, his big beautiful bill, which is of course disgusting and ugly. He talks about protecting Medicare. He took $500 billion out of $500 billion out of Medicare in his BBB, and $1 trillion out of Medicaid, which is a health benefit for many seniors in our country as well. What was sad for me was to see when he talked about how many people he took off of SNAP food program for children and the rest, that the Republicans just stood up and cheered, we're not feeding the kids, how about that, that's great. And all of that to give a tax cut to the richest people in America. Food out of the mouths of babies, people off health, millions of people off of Medicaid to give it to them. Okay, then he goes on to some foreign policy, after drifting and all the rest, some foreign policy. Did he spend a sentence and a half on Ukraine, where democracy is at stake, where American people want us to be there on the side of democracy?
And it's the 4-year anniversary of the invasion today.
Today is the 4-year anniversary. You think he would have risen to the occasion. But his occasion, as I said in that picture in the cabinet room, but pointing to him that day, I said, with you, Mr. President, all roads lead to Putin. If I were president, it would never have happened. Well, you are president. You can stop it.
Madam Speaker, so much of, I mean, obviously, number one.
Trump should get up there and talk. I mean, it is crazy that he didn't bring up Ukraine at all. But it is wild. Like, it's also equally as wild to assume that he's going to get up there on stage and talk about Ukraine extensively, which is probably his least popular thing, aside from Israel's genocide, because, like, he said he was going to solve both of those things on day one, and he solved nothing.
Heed that. Just watch.
And enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens, in many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country. They're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
That was hardly noticeable in the room. It may have been more noticeable on TV. hardly noticeable. And then also when he started talking about corruption, the members were saying, what about you? What about you? What about you? That was another, more of an outburst than that, actually. I don't think that there was that much, shall we say, departure from what the leader had guided us to do. Don't come if you don't want to come, but if you come, we don't want to give him a moment. And I don't think they gave him a moment.
There was one moment.
She's saying it was bad. She's like taking a roundabout way of saying it was bad that Ilhan Omar yelled, but don't worry, no one heard about it in the room.
I say back to him, as that's what members said, look at your own self.
Liberal.
The inference he wants to draw is there was something wrong with that, which there wasn't. And if there was, people get prosecuted for it. For a long time now, we've been trying to pass this law. It doesn't have, now it has more support than it had before. And
Elizabeth Warren stood up and applauded. Elizabeth Warren stood and applauded tonight when the president.
Were you
talked
at
about
Cloud District? Cloud District?
I did too. He said, did Nancy stand up? Yeah, I did too. A lot of people.
Oh, this is about insider trading. My bad. Not Iran.
I think that will pass.
Of course, they're not going to bring it.
Depending on what the bill is. I mean, what we had, we thought we could pass. It was actually a tougher bill than Governor Spanberger had put forth. We thought it could pass, but it was clear that it wasn't going to make it to the House and the Senate. But in any event, he gives his shout out. You don't pay any attention to him. What I'm concerned about is our democracy, which he is destroying, even in the 250th year anniversary. But we saved the democracy at the kitchen table to talk about how we help working families with their costs, taking down the cost, not by giving tax breaks to the wealthiest people in the country, by making health care more expensive for them. And then he talks about drugs in America. While he freed Hernandez, a guy who sent 400 tons of cocaine into the United States and said he was going to jam it up the throats of the noses of the gringos. He freed him. He had been convicted in a U.S. court. He freed him. It's about follow the money when it comes to him. But let's just be calm. I believe in the goodness of the American people. I think Governor Spanberger's response, I don't know if it's a response, I think it was something more positive than that, really talked about what our responsibilities are. And we believe in the goodness of the American people, that when they are presented with the truth, what the opportunities are, what the difference is, that they will come around to that. And hopefully we can do that in a bipartisan way.
And Speaker Pelosi, I noticed you're wearing something that a lot of your Democratic colleagues are wearing, which is this white button that says release the files.
Yes, release the files.
The president's speech was record long, but it did actually not, he didn't make any mention of Jeffrey Epstein during that speech, despite the fact that there were some survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's in the chamber.
Many were.
What did you make of that moment?
Well, it was, again, I don't even know if that was State of the Nation speech. You know, it's in the Constitution that the president shall send a statement of the state of the nation. It doesn't. It can only be it can be in a manila envelope. It doesn't have to be a speech, but it's become a speech. But he ignored the state of the nation, and the state of the nation is about our integrity as well, freedom of the press, independence of the judiciary, rule of the law, all of that, separation of power. Forget it with him.
CNN live stream bricked
him, and so the fact that he knows this is a vulnerability.
This interviewer has a crazy jawline. She mogs your shit. We're so broken.
People who have been survivors in the community. And that's why the American people are so insistent that this thing has continued. But the fact that he didn't mention it shows his vulnerability, his exposure in all of this.
Madam Speaker, before you go, this is your last State of the Union address as a member of Congress. I have covered a number of ones that you were the speaker for, and I wanted to show you a couple moments that stick in our minds from your being House Speaker during a State of the Union address.
Come on. Why is this relevant? Oh, my God.
Tonight, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of my own as the first president to begin the State of the Union message with these words: Madam Speaker.
Dude, America was so woke. It's kind of crazy. Like, we really have gotten way less woke over the years on some issues. It's kind of wild to think about. Yeah. That was so powerful when she ripped that apart. That was so sick. Yo, she fucking mogged, dude. We have devolved when you think about it. I mean, George W. Bush was a fucking monster. Ay, ay, ay.
Politics in America, in a way.
Well, the thing is that I didn't tear up his speech because we didn't shake hands. I tore up his speech because it was a manifesto of lies, as this speech was tonight. So he's consistent with what he's doing. But the speaker did not choose to tear up his speech. Let me just say one more thing, though, on Iran, because this is very important. We all agree that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. President Obama masterfully, with great virtuosity, had a diplomatic solution to how we would have a nuclear agreement with Iran. He turned that around, he rejected that, cast it aside, and now is using threat of military and the rest. It's so ridiculous.
Canadians, I have a question, by the way. Canadians in chat, what are y'all going to do about all these fucking American hockey players that played for the American Olympic team that went to smile next to Donald Trump? They're going to come back to Ottawa and all these other like different Canadian teams. Like, what are you going to do with these motherfuckers? Yeah, actually, I hope Iran gets all the nukes. Okay, man. Jesus Christ.
Sean Duffy, Secretary Duffy, going into tonight, CNN's most recent poll has the president's approval rating at 36% overall, even lower among independents. I think a record low, career low, 26%. What do you think he did tonight? What do you think he said tonight that might help those numbers improve so that he has more support among the American people?
Well, I think he highlighted his record, right? So he secured the border. He's brought gas prices down. He talked about no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. Inflation is down, growth is up, real wages are up. So he laid into his record that I think the American people can agree with. But sometimes when you win on things, Jake, as much as the president has won, the American people go, well, what's next? And I thought he did a nice job tonight talking about the Trump healthcare accounts, Trump RX, where you can bring down your medication costs because of most favored nations, where no other country is going to pay less for health care than the American people do.
Statutory hall, more like statutory hall. Got him.
Giving money not to insurance companies, but to the American people. Also leaning into the price of homes, where we're not going to have Wall Street firms buy up single-family homes, driving up the cost so Americans can't afford them. All policies I think they care about.
Americans did want to hear from him about the cost of living and the economy. As you noted, he had some proposals. He touted some accomplishments. Some of them weren't quite so true. Here's a bit of what he said.
The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts. The state of our union is strong.
So, just in point of fact, the president didn't inherit the worst inflation in U.S. history from the Biden administration. It was high during the Biden administration, but by the time Trump got it, it was down significantly, about 3%. He continued to call affordability a lie. Americans are still concerned about, I'm coming to you 1 second, about the cost of living on a daily basis. Yeah. I guess the question is, do you worry at all that President Trump is falling into the same trap on economic messaging as President Biden did in terms of telling people not to believe their lying eyes when Biden was touting Bidenomics?
Yeah, no, I think the results are real for President Trump. So again, you have to remember during the Biden era, those rates were, or inflation was up at north of 9%.
Sure.
President Trump has brought them down near the target of 2%. Right, you had gas prices that were much higher when Joe Biden was in office, as opposed to Donald Trump today has driven the price of energy down. That is money in people's pocket. We all know that, and so I think to lean into those successes, I think the American people would agree with that. And to say that the State of the Union is strong, I think they agree with that as well. So I think you do have to talk about
CNN?
What you've done and why it's positive for the American people. I'll just tell you, Jake.
Bro,
when
what
we
the
the Democrats and said, I mean, you're crazy. I mean, it's one thing. Listen, I've sat in there as a member of Congress. When I didn't agree with Barack Obama or Biden, I wouldn't stand up. But presidents say a lot of things that Americans like, that are American issues. And Democrats, in essence, sat down for all of them. You had Congresswoman Tlaib in Omar that they were heckling the president through the whole speech. I'm not sure if you could hear it, but it was incredibly distracting. When someone yelled, "You lie" at Barack Obama, America lost its mind. The whole speech, you had hecklers of the president. Even if you don't agree with them, you should respect him enough to listen to him. And you talk about what happens in Congress. You had the former speaker on. And again, where does it start when you have a speaker that stands behind the president and rips up a speech? Where does the
Jake,
quorum
are
go
you going to
back?
cut him
And I'm
off?
looking at Democrats to go, listen, be an American.
Jake Tapper,
great issues the president raises.
is there a point where you're going to cut the guy off? Or are we
American
just
issue
giving
that you
more
support.
Trump administration officials
point of
room
fact,
to
I mean,
fucking talk about
I
how
understand
strong
you're
the
saying
State
that
of the
when
Union
President
is?
Obama said things, you would not sit in protest even when he was bringing up Americans who are heroic, etc. I mean, President Trump did say during his speech about all the Democrats, not just one congresswoman or another, about all of them, he said, quote, "These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy." I mean, but that's not something we ever heard from Obama or Biden from that.
Go
that
shock
stage.
your dog, pussy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've never had
you
a
bitch,
speaker rip up
leaving
a speech
now,
either.
later, liar.
But when you're
Hey,
saying issues like, we're talking about trucking.
How's that pedophile president doing for you, huh, buddy? Doing good? Are you a part of the pedophile protection club? Are you mad? Are you sad that the president cares more about Israel than he cares about you? No, you like it, huh? That's good? Going to war with Iran at the behest of Israel? Not for you. You ain't getting shit out of that. The Republicans all thought this was base, by the way. Yeah, they did. They love that shit. Dude, this was so ass. It was not strong at all. It was just ass cheeks. Has been better. Sure, buddy. Yeah, he is better. Better at fucking defending the pedophile president. I know. I could have just sat there and went, yeah, based. You're right. Immigrants are the reason why your rent is actually going up. And you would have been like, this is good. I need more of this, please. Meanwhile, your manager is fucking your girlfriend. You ain't getting no days off. You're not even going to be able to pay for rent. And you are most likely going to have a lifetime of medical debt to pay. But hey, listen, dude, at least you can sleep comfortably at night knowing that the Epstein cabal is making tremendous gains this year. The Dow's over 50,000. Anyway, that's all I got for tonight. I'm tired. We'll obviously cover more of it. Not rage baited, not from America. Oh, you good shit though. I have no respect for you if you're not from America. If you dick ride MAGA and you're not from America, you are lower to me than a worm. Straight up. Let's keep it $1.50. You're disgusting. You're exceptionally disgusting. You're at least like the MAGA dumb fucks have been deluded into thinking that we're making America great. You know what I mean? It's in the name. They ain't saying we're making Poland great, dumbass. Yeah, make anywhere great again. Euroid Nazi LARPers are the lowest of the low. I swear to God. They can't even do like nationalism appropriately. You know what I mean? It's crazy to me. They're like, oh, I'm a Euro nationalist. The only people that can dick ride Trump in this chat are Israelis, okay? Those are the only ones making out like bandits in this equation. Everybody else, if you're from a different country and you're not from America and you're pro-MAGA, you're a fucking idiot. Or China, I guess. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. I'm going to have Ben Rhodes on at some point. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. We'll see. To talk about the Iran situation. Anyway, love you guys. We'll talk more about, obviously, the SOTU tomorrow. That's it. That's all I got. Peace, everybody. What a fucking dumbass State of the Union this was. Bye-bye.
Again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. News again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review of the Chinese train. Telling Kaya Place. Sun and Asmin Chatterlogs. Giving greetings grace. Zoran winning and was seen. Woke to back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me, a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat, commenting the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls, a full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet vice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you.